Chapter 1, Ask Ruby Bidong. Douluo continent, the capital of slaughter, outside the town. A boy in white clothes is walking slowly on this endless road. This boy in white clothes looks like he is only 15 or 6 years old, but he has very deep eyes, and his features are very beautiful. The beautiful eyebrows, the elegant temperament, and the flowing long hair, as if they are not connected to this sinful place at all, but like a teenager walking out of the painting. Just as the system evaluated him at the beginning, you have nothing but handsome. Of course, although Yang Xian tried his best to get out of the elegant temperament, his mouth was muttering. Damn, I'm lost again, where is the entrance to the killing city? Xiao Chen Chen, it's not that the master is not strong, it's really hard to find the road. When the master finds the way, I must see you immediately and solve your problem. Hey, after sleeping for a long time, I really forget my sex. Yang Xian was originally a college student in the 21st century, but encountered an accident during a heroic rescue of the United States. After waking up, he arrived at the Douluo continent. Moreover, it was the Douluo continent that had just formed. At that time, there were no humans, and there were not even many creatures. Fortunately, he got the strongest mentoring system. As long as he collects 99 specific apprentices according to the system requirements, he can break through the sky and become a god. Then, with the help of the system, he accepted the first apprentice, a young dragon, named Dragon God. But helplessly, Yang Xian's strength is really too weak. After accepting this apprentice, after only teaching for a year, he was forced to fall asleep and wake up again, 2 or 3 billion years later. So with the help and hints of the system, his life over the past few 100 million years can be summarized as follows. Accept disciples, teach, sleep, sleep. Accept disciples again. In recent years, Yang Xian's strength has reached a certain level, and his apprentices have received more than 80 in total, and his strength has also reached the so-called 80+ level in this world, so I don't need to sleep all the time. There is a moment of sobriety. Of course, his 80+ rank is not comparable to Contra, and even though he has lived for a long time, most of them actually slept in the past, and his mentality is still very young. When he woke up this time, he no longer needed to fall asleep to resist the sequelae caused by the apprentice, so he walked out of his home where he had lived for hundreds of millions of years, and looked at the apprentice he had received decades ago, Haoshan Suzerain, now the king of slaughter in the city of slaughter, the situation of Tang Chen. Tang Chen's situation is very special. Although Yang Xian said that he was terrifying in strength and had various methods, after all, he had to face the will of God Shura and God Raksha. He could only do his best. There is no way, who made him a master. The apprentice can only worry about it by himself. Although he has many apprentices, he can hardly remember it, but he can still remember a few female disciples clearly. It's just that, the question now is, where is the killing capital? Southeast. How do I know which side is southeast? Just when Yang Xian's mother was selling the navigation of the scolding system, a beautiful figure appeared in his field of vision. It was a woman in a black outfit. The woman had long faint purple hair, and she was still slightly bent over her shoulders, and she had a beautiful face that was inclined to the shape of an oval. And her skin looks very delicate, the smooth white skin does not seem to have pores, it is so flawless, plus her slender figure, she looks like a golden ratio figure, it is perfect. And although this woman is only about 20 years old, her strength is not weak at all, and her body is still exuding a blood-red breath, and her eyes are blood-red. In the field of killing gods, I remember that there is only one woman who can come out of the city of killing in recent years. Yang Xian watched the beautiful woman talk to herself, and was a little excited while speaking, obviously I am a different woman. Ding, release the apprenticeship task, accept the apprentice Bibidong, task reward, confidential. The voice of the system sounded beside Yang Xian, which made him confirm the identity of the woman in front of him, Bibidong. As expected to be the future pope, he was already so beautiful in his 20s, and his strength was extremely high, twin spirits, and at this time Bibi Dong should not have experienced the things of Chihiro disease, he should have just succeeded to the saint. Don't ask Yang Xian how he can see it, his eyes are always accurate. Just ask for directions first, and then see if I can take the opportunity to accept disciples. In fact, it was not only Yang Xian who discovered Bibi Dong, but Bibi Dong also discovered Yang Xian. After all, there are not many people on the streets here, and Yang Xian is so eye-catching, and the key is that he is handsome. But Yang Xian didn't say hello so urgently. After all, the way of approaching a conversation did not fit the current scene at all, and it was already worn out. I saw that he walked towards him in a calm and unhurried manner, but instead of looking at Bibi Dong, he looked around, and said to himself, "Where is the entrance to the city of killing?" The sound is not loud, but Bibi Dong can hear it. "Are you going to the slaughter city?" Bibi Dong really took the lead in asking. After all, she had just come out of it and hadn't spoken for a long time. She would naturally say hello when she saw someone so friendly as Yang Xian. "Yet, do you know where the killing capital is?" Yang Xian looked at each other eagerly. Yu reading www.yukansha.com's deep eyes stared at Bibi Dong's beautiful eyes, even though they seemed excessive. But cannot attract the slightest disgust from the other party. After all, who makes his cheek extra points? "Of course I know, I just got out of it, and I don't recommend you to go in." Bibi Dong frowned and persuaded her. A boy like this would cry inside, right? Hey, the girl is too underestimated, besides, I am not going to experience, just to find someone. Yang Xian said with a light smile. Looking for someone? Bibi Dong looked at each other incredulously. The city of slaughter can still go in and find someone. You think it's a city? If you go in, and come out when you say it. In that place, it is easy to get in, but there are few that come out. Where do you come from, and where to go back? Bibi Dong glanced at him with disdain, and again dragged his tired body and planned to leave. Such a narcissist, if he doesn't look pretty good, and he's worried about his death, I'm afraid he won't be able to take care of it. Hey, wait a minute, girl, just tell me where you are. The rest is naturally up. Yang Xian said again, seemingly urgent. Hey, okay, I hope you can live. From this direction, walk forward 500 meters, then 300 meters northwest, then 500 meters east, you are almost there. Bibi Dong finished speaking, only to find that Yang Xian was looking at her with a bewildered expression, and then he was still gesturing with his hands. That, girl. Yang Xian looked at Bibi Dong with embarrassment. Why don't you take me there? It's not that you can't find the way down, but you don't have a good sense of direction. Chapter 2, The Magical Yang Xian. Can't find the way and have a bad sense of direction. Isn't that the same thing? Bibi Dong glanced at each other speechlessly, and found that he didn't look like a fool. Sorry, I don't have time to accompany you again, goodbye. Bibi Dong shook her head, she wants to go back to life, and she is in a very bad state now, and the killing god realm is too difficult to control. Her state of mind is being affected. At this moment, Yang Xian suddenly sang a strange word beside him. The avenue is invisible, giving birth to the world, the avenue is ruthless, running the sun and the moon, the avenue has no name, and it grows all things, I don't know its name, but the strong name is the Tao. The sky is moving and quiet. Accompanied by Yang Xian's singing, Bibi Dong suddenly felt that his restless mood instantly calmed down a lot, even if it was the murderous air, it temporarily calmed down. How can that be? Bibi Dong's eyes widened and looked at Yang Xian, as if he wanted to see through the other person, but he was just a handsome guy and couldn't see anything else. Okay, thank you for showing me the way. This is regarded as a reward for you. Goodbye. Yang Xian seemed to have given up the habit of letting the other party lead the way, and hugged his fists and planned to leave. As for the scene just now, he didn't have the slightest meaning to explain, causing Bibi Dong's heart to be like a cat scratching, and his curiosity grew. Yang Ziyan was originally a pure Taoist mental method for cultivating. The complete version of the Yellow Emperor's internal classic, which was just sung, is the Taoist King's Enju. With mutual cooperation, the effect will not be much worse, and it can be regarded as a help to Bibi Dong. Well, it's the Yellow Emperor's internal classic of the legendary Yuzhenqian. Also, he has put down the hook and bait. Bibi Dong is definitely more eager to know his secrets in this situation. If you don't believe it, she won't follow. Sure enough, after Yang Ziyan walked 10 steps, Bibi Dong's clear voice sounded behind him, "Wait a minute, I will take you in, so that none of us owes anyone. Besides, I am here. You may come out if you go in. If you go in by yourself, I'm afraid you won't be able to get out." Bibi Dong said kindly, as if he was thinking of you. Everyone who passes through the road of is entitled to freely enter and leave the killing capital. Bibi Dong really didn't say anything nonsense this time. And she was very proud when she said this, like a very arrogant little girl, who doesn't have a little princess in her heart, let alone Bibi Dong is very young at this time. "Follow sister, have meat to eat." "That's troublesome." Yang Ziyan was not polite, smiled and nodded. If he is polite at this time, then he can only continue to get lost. "Let's go." Bibi Dong raised his white neck, raised his head proudly at Yang Ziyan, and walked side by side with him. "What's your name?" Yang Ziyan asked pretendingly curiously, following Bibi Dong's pace surprisingly, neither fast nor slow. "You tell me the secret of that paragraph just now." Bibi Dong smiled slyly, but it didn't have a style, like a school sister molesting his younger brother. "Sorry, I'm not curious about your name anymore." Yang Ziyan stopped answering in an instant. How could he be led by your nose? Holding hands is almost the same. "Hey, don't tell me." Bibi Dong chopped off the feet wearing handsome cowhide boots, and ignored Yang Ziyan. She is the majesty of the saint, where is not Zhongxing Penjiu, this person actually treats her like this, and wants to hammer him to death on the wall. Bibi Dong took Yang Ziyan around and twisted and passed through the underground passage, only then slowly saw the light. What catches the eye is a black city. The thick black walls are extremely wide, indicating that there is indeed a city here. And in the sky above the city, a purple moon actually hangs. The moon is very low, it seems that it is less than 500 meters away from the ground, and when you look up, everything is black, like the existence of night. This is the capital of killing, where his apprentice Xiao Chen lives. "Follow me, don't talk nonsense, enter the city, and then I will help you find someone," Bibi Dong whispered. His expression also became serious. After all, although she can go in and out freely, this time is different. She brought people here, so the situation is probably a bit complicated. Yang Ziyan looked a little younger than her, and he seemed to be less than 16 years old if he died, and he was so white and clean. At first glance, the strength is not too strong, and even titled Douluo dare not presumptuously in the city of slaughter. If you want to go in and come out, you still need to keep a low profile. Ah, is it so complicated? Yang Ziyan felt that he might just call Xiao Chen, but he also felt that it might be uncivilized, so he nodded obediently to indicate that he heard it. As soon as Bibi Dong's voice fell, a team of people surrounded him. They were all dressed in black armor, and even their faces were completely covered by helmets. 100 of them were holding épées, and only one of them was sitting on a tall war horse. His horse was also covered with thick black armor, and he looked at Bibi Dong and said solemnly, "Respected Lord Murderer, you are welcome back. What can I do for you?" "I brought my friend to find someone. You reading www.yuncha.com trouble to let go." Bibi Dong's face instantly became deserted, like a queen, and said indifferently, "Respected Lord Murder. Sorry, you can go in and out freely, but he can't. You must follow the rules of the slaughter city. The black armored knight said very domineeringly. What if I have to follow the rules? Bibi Dong asked indifferently, and the other party's answer made her feel shameless. The black knight no longer speaks, and the tip of his spear pointed directly at Bibi Dong. Hey, you're looking for death. Bibi Dong snorted coldly. I don't know when there was a scarlet scimitar in his hand, and the scimitar flashed with cold light. Although it has to be low-key here, sometimes it is necessary to show that strength is the kingly way. Although you can't use spirit abilities, Bibi Dong has already been trained in killing people. Clang! The scimitar pierced the Black Knight's armor in an instant, and then harvested the opponent's life. Wait and don't move! Bibi Dong shouted domineeringly at Yang Xian, and then, as his figure flickered, he rushed to the team behind him. In an instant, there were constant screams, Bibi Dong's eyes were harvesting life cold, and the air of killing appeared again. Yang Xian felt a few tyrannical figures approaching in the distance, and then looked at his own position. He couldn't help being a little speechless. He became the one to be protected. So, should I call Xiao Kenshin out? Kill God, although you are a killer god, you must not break the rules of the city of slaughter. The three surging old men in black surrounded Bibi Dong in a triangle shape, looking like they would shoot at any time. 3 contras. Bibi Dong's expression is a lot more serious. This is troublesome. Chapter 3, Tang Chen, Master, I miss you so much. Even if Bibi Dong is talented, she is no more powerful than Soul Sage now. Wanting to deal with these 3 contras is no different than hitting the stone with an egg. Now, she can only retreat temporarily. Just when Bibi Dong was about to leave, Yang Xian suddenly walked up to the 3 old men and asked with a smile, May you be Xiao Chen Chen, right, are you under the Slaughter King? Who are you? The 3 elders watched Yang Xian warily without a trace of spirit power fluctuations, and became vigilant in their hearts. The opponent either really has no spirit power, or is really too powerful. But this does not prevent them from being vigilant first. After all, they are not brain disabled, and directly think that the other party is an ordinary person. It doesn't matter who I am, she doesn't even know my name, so just ask if you are the people around the Slaughter King? If so, please tell him, just say that his master is here and let him come out. Yang Xian shook her long flowing hair and said truthfully. Well, the posture is very handsome. The other party is also acting according to the rules, and he doesn't want to do it. Tell the truth, right? Hey, how old are you? You dare to pretend to be my king's master? Today, you will die. The 3 contras were obviously stimulated by Yang Xian's words. Who is the king? The king is the light in their hearts, the beacon on their way forward, and their belief. Now this kid dares to blaspheme their king, he must be killed. I'm telling the truth. Yang Xian frowned in distress, thinking about how to prove his identity. At this moment, his hand was suddenly held by a gentle and graceful little jade. Who else could Bibi Dong be? Are you stupid? Bibi Dong frowned and looked at him dissatisfied. This guy really dares to say anything. Run! Seeing Yang Xian still stunned, Bibi Dong grabbed his hand and was about to flash people. The 3 contras didn't know how to run, she didn't want to die here. Humph, stop! The 3 contras once again surrounded the 2, and one of them slapped Bibi Dong directly. Hey, sorry. Yang Xian sighed, then raised his hand with a palm, and directly met the contra. Although it was just a seemingly ordinary palm, the next moment the opponent was already photographed flying. Go out! Yang Xian didn't give up, his slender palm turned into a fist, and then he hit another contra. Another contra flew out and looked at the remaining contra. Yang Xian smiled, now, you should believe that I am the master of the Slaughter King, right? There was no spirit power release, no gorgeous skills, no weapons, just 2 simple moves, and the 2 contras flew out. Although there are rates and limiting factors here, there is no doubt about Yang Xian's strength. Bibi Dong was stunned, and even forgot that he was holding Yang Xian's hand, just staring at Yang Xian in a daze. Is that human being? Actually, it's not that Yang Xian didn't use spirit power, but he controlled it well and his spirit power didn't leak at all. After all, it was a shame to waste. I believe it. I believe it. Sir, wait a moment, I will report it to my king. The contra that had not been beaten hurriedly ran towards the city, daring not to look at Yang Xian's eyes anymore. Is this a human being on a horse? Truth is only in the hands of people with big fists. This sentence is vividly expressed in this killing city. Well, can you let go of your hand? Yang Xian looked at Bibi Dong's grip on his hand. Although he was pulled very comfortably, he was a boy. Boys must protect themselves when they go out. Yang Xian has learned this through his own practical examples in his life. I think at the beginning, the senior sister blocked the door every day and wanted to deal with him, so scared that he could only run through the back door every day. What's the matter of pulling and pulling casually? Anyhow, let's talk about the relationship after confirming the relationship. Bibi Dong also reacted from the shock, and then hurriedly threw away Yang Xian's hand and rubbed his clothes vigorously, and stopped at least 5 steps away from Yang Xian. The atmosphere was a bit embarrassing for a while, and neither of them knew what to say. Bibi Dong became more and more curious about Yang Xian's identity, mysterious ability, mysterious strength. But if he is really the master of Slaughter King, how old is his actual age? Old man. Pretend to be tender. Fortunately, at this moment, a red light flew out of the city, and a figure fell in front of everyone in an instant. It was a tall man, his whole body wrapped in a huge scarlet cloak. A pale face, a pair of completely blood-red eyes, and a terrifying murderous air filled the surroundings. At this time, Yang Xian showed a harmonious and natural aura, affecting the killing aura of the Slaughter King. This kind of aura not only affects the King of Slaughter, but also affects Bibi Dong, making Bibi Dong surprised again. After all, this is the city of Slaughter. It would be nice if he could not be affected. He could actually affect the city of Slaughter. And that kind of breath is very comfortable, very natural, just like the smell of nature. Reading www.yuyugonshu.com is like the freshness of seed germination. Master, Xiao Chen Chen misses you so much. The tall figure of the King of Slaughter instantly knelt down in front of Yang Xian, and then cried out, where else could he look so tall? It looks like a child crying to his parents. Bibi Dong silently watched this shocking scene, and his inner world view collapsed. She hadn't seen the King of Slaughter. The first feeling she gave him was that it was unfathomable, and her strength was only comparable to that of the Enshrine Hall. But with this kind of existence, I was crying to a young man. Well, the master misses you too, Xiao Chen Chen, it seems that you are not bad, and your mind has not been completely eroded. Yang Xian patted the head of the King of Slaughter like a kid. Then feel his situation. Master told Xiao Chen Chen when he was in retreat that year, I will have this catastrophe in the future, so Xiao Chen Chen has been guarding carefully, waiting for your arrival, Master. The King of Slaughter looked at his master with red eyes. He was still so young and handsome, and he was already very old. Thanks for your hard work, I'm late for the teacher. Yang Xian also patted the Slaughter King on the shoulder with emotion, and said with emotion. I think back then, Tang Chen, Qian Douluo, and Bo Sixi were listening to classes under his own door at the same time. What a beautiful day back then. Your situation is a bit complicated now. Being a teacher can only help you not to make it worse. You will be awake half of the time every day. For the rest, you can't do much as a teacher for the time being. But Xiao Kenshin, don't worry. During the year, as a teacher, there must be a way to help you get rid of it completely. Yang Xian said affirmatively. Recommendation ticket for new book. Chapter 4, Bibi Dong Apprentice. Yang Xian is not telling lies, after all, his task of accepting disciples is only a dozen disciples behind. It will be an era of turmoil in the near future, and he has been awake again, and it is not difficult to complete the task. As long as you become a god, then everything is not a problem. After all, the so-called gods of the system and the gods of this world are also very different. This is already very good, Master. Xiao Chen can spend half of the day to miss the Master's appearance, and he is already very satisfied. Tang Chen said with a contented face, like that, like licking a dog. Bibi Dong was like a transparent person on the side, but he was stunned to see, the dignified and peerless Douluo was actually a big licking dog? If you say this, who will believe it? Yang Xian was not surprised by Tang Chen's performance. After all, Tang Chen was a super licking dog when he took up an apprentice, Qian Daolio was a boring gourd, and Bo Sixi was his little fan. Okay, you will have a good experience in this city of killing. As a teacher these years, I will not retreat easily. I will take action if something happens. Yang Xian said, his natural aura became stronger, and he began to slowly help Tang Chen suppress the erosion caused by the Shura sword and the Raksha god's spiritual mind. As Yang Xian's own aura became stronger and stronger, in addition to Tang Chen's face gradually becoming more glamorous in the center, the three contras on the side, including Bibi Dong, also had different experiences. For the three contras, apart from shocking Yang Xian's identity and strength, they actually didn't catch a cold with Yang Xian's natural aura, or they were rather disgusting. But Bibi Dong is different. She is a normal soul master after all. The aura on Yang Xian's body makes her feel very special. She even wants to stretch her waist comfortably, and then open her mouth comfortably to express herself. How I feel at this time. But fortunately, she knew that she would be ashamed of doing this, so she just stretched lazily, opened her small mouth, and finally held back and said nothing. And Yang Xian's own consumption is also great at this time, after all, he is now equivalent to fighting a divine weapon, and the consumption of soul power is also great, and even fine beads of sweat have begun to appear on that elegant face. After about half an hour, Yang Xian retracted his right hand, and then Tang Chen immediately sat down cross-legged and began to digest the benefits Yang Xian brought. But Yang Xian did not sit down to recover. He just stood still for a minute or two. His complexion had improved a lot, and he seemed to have returned to normal. Looked at Tang Chen who was meditating, Yang Xian didn't wake him up, but transmitted the sound to the three contras and protected Tang Chen well, then turned and left. Bibi Dong naturally won't stay there any longer when he sees this, but quickly catches up with Yang Xian with his slender thighs. Well, can you release the breath you just released? Although he knew it was rude to say that, Bibi Dong couldn't help but speak. Is not only because of that comfortable feeling, but also because of Yang Xian's breath, which can help her quickly digest and absorb the killing air, and master the killing domain as soon as possible. With Yang Xian taking the shot, Bibi Dong is confident that he will master the killing god realm in one day, but if he only relies on himself, it will take at least 3 months. Yang Xian stopped suddenly, then turned to look at Bibi Dong, making Bibi Dong's pretty face flushed. Except for falling in love with Yu Xiaogang, she hasn't been seen this way by other men. I know that my request is too much, but I can pay. Bibi Dong's pair of jade hands embarrassedly pulled the corners of his clothes, blushing and lowered his head in a low voice. Oh? What kind of remuneration can you pay? Yang Xian looked at Bibi Dong with interest, waiting for her to follow. I can give you gold soul coins. Bibi Dong said weakly, and his feet in cowhide boots couldn't help kicking the stones on the ground. It was embarrassing. What should I do? This is called a red card, and this is called a black card. You know how many soul coins they can store, don't you know better than me? Yang Xian took 2 cards from the bag hanging around his waist and placed them in front of Bibi Dong. Shug. The bag is a storage bag. Yang Xian doesn't know how big it is. Anyway, since he arrived in Douluo continent, this bag has not been filled by him. And this bag is pretty good looking, the grey fabric is quite retro. Then I can recommend you to be the elder of the Spirit Hall, how about it? Bibi Dong was more confident this time, after all, this was the biggest bargaining chip she could think of. Sorry, the identity of Wuhandian elder may not be worthy of me. I am afraid that I will move my position when I go to your big worship. Yang Xian said truthfully. As for Qian Daoliu's temperament as a teacher and respecting Dao, when he saw that he had come to the Wuhan Hall, the place of worship was his own, and he might not be able to kneel if he didn't sit down. Cut, narcissism, what do you say? Bibi Dongbei bit her lip and asked aggrievedly. Simple, if you worship me as a teacher, I will help you completely suppress the refining and killing qi, otherwise it will not be discussed. Yang Xian looked up and down Bibi Dong, and then there was a rascal smile on the corner of his mouth, which looked bad. Said. What are you kidding? How old are you? No, even if you are older than me, I already have a master. Bibi Donggang wanted to say that Yang Xian was not older than her, but then thought that even the king of slaughter would call his master. Suddenly changed the view. And what she said is the truth. Chihiroji was trained by her as the Pope. If she was cut off halfway, she would definitely lead someone to kill Yang Xian. You don't have to worry about this. Your teacher has a problem, just let him come to me and see that I won't spank him. Well, he is a senior, spanking the juniors, but this is fine. And you have only come out of the killing capital now, no one knows that you have already come out, as long as you are my disciple for half a year. What do you think about reading www.yuyuganshu.com? Yang Xian first persuaded him, and then gave Bibi Dong an idea. Although he was talking about half a year, who knows when that happens, maybe Bibi Dong will not leave by himself? Bibi Dong listened to Yang Xian's words and subconsciously wanted to refute him, but immediately analyzed the pros and cons of doing so. No one knows exactly how long she will experience in the killing city, and it takes 3 months to go back and digest the air of killing, and that's not the case. It's better to be an apprentice to this guy for half a year. Well, let him be his apprentice for half a year, and when the time comes, I will return to the Wuhan Hall. Well, I can worship you as a teacher, but you still have to say what you say, only half a year. After half a year, you must let me go. Bibi Dong looked at Yang Xian's elegant and handsome face, and finally made up his mind. As for whether Yang Xian has the strength to be her master, there is no doubt about it. After all, in terms of the strength that Yang Xian just revealed, it can already be described as unfathomable. Okay, half a year, let's go, good apprentice, take your master out first. Yang Xian subconsciously wanted to reach out and pat Bibi Dong's scented shoulder, but felt that this was not appropriate, so he finally put his hand back. Isn't it just the shoulders of the Pope? We don't particularly want to shoot, but if you talk about the depth of the Pope, Yang Xian is still very interested to know. Well, the depth of strength. Don't you remember the way back? Bibi Dong looked at Yang Xian amused, and even covered his mouth with one hand. Is this still a master or a master? Well, I don't remember, let's lead the way. Yang Xian helplessly covered his forehead, the master's majesty. Chapter 5, Yang Xian's home. The place where Yang Xian lives is on an unknown mountain. As for why it is a mountain, it is purely because he has watched too many TV shows in his previous life, and he has also learned how to live an expert. Of course, this mountain was not chosen arbitrarily, but when he accepted the 60th disciple, that disciple respected him. This mountain is located at the junction of the two empires of Tiandu and Xingluo. At more than 4,000 meters. And this mountain is very big, the surrounding woods are lush, the air is fresh, and there will be a few soul beasts from time to time, which is a good place to retreat. The mountain is said to be nameless, and there are strange people living in the mountain. This is the rumor among the people at the beginning, so that many times, people come to the foot of the mountain to worship. But Yang Ziyan can't accept apprentices casually, he can only accept apprentices according to the system regulations, so some people with good aptitudes, although they can't accept apprentices, will give some advice. After all, he has the memory of 2 lives, the system has been awakened for hundreds of millions of years, and no one dares to refute a word of omniscience. It's just that with Yang Ziyan's falling asleep and waking up, the legend of Wuming Mountain is gradually fading out of the sight of the world, and only a few people know it. The disciple who sent this mountain back then was named Suifeng. He asked Yang Ziyan to teach the way of the emperor, which is now the founding emperor of the Tiandu Empire. Bibi Dong took more than a day with Yang Ziyan to come to the foot of the Wuming Mountain. Looking at the dense woods and towering mountains around, Bibi Dong frowned and asked in disbelief. "This is the nameless mountain you said, where do you live?" "Well, what's the matter?" Yang Ziyi looked at Bibi Dong in confusion, and had to say that Bibi Dong was the kind of girl who looked more and more beautiful. "It's hard to believe that you actually live on the mountain and still live so high." Bibi Dong looked at Yang Ziyan with surprise. "Isn't this person alone?" "Okay, let's go up the mountain first." Yang Ziyan was too lazy to explain the reason for his deep sleep, and stretched out his right hand towards Bibi Dong. "The mountain is very high, I will take you up." "No, I don't know how to fly." Bibi Dong refused the master's invitation. "But you fly by yourself and fly with us. That feels different." Yang Ziyan added something in his heart, and then he put his hand back in a slanderous manner. "Then don't run around after you reach the top of the mountain, just wait for me where I am. I have some arrangements on the top of the mountain, which is very dangerous." "I see, sir, you are so long-winded." Bibi Dong suddenly felt that this guy in front of him is indeed a good master, at least better than Chihiroji, because Chihiroji is not too long-winded. "Bah, what am I thinking about? I am a dignified saint, and worshipping him as a teacher is just to let him help me refining the spirit of killing. When half a year arrives, I will leave immediately." Bibi Dong no longer cares about how Yang Ziyan goes up, her spirit power is released directly, and then with a light touch of her toe, she flies towards the mountain. Yang Ziyan smiled helplessly, and then looked at the rabbits and pheasants in the forest. When he was asleep last time, he put a batch of chickens and rabbits, including cattle, sheep, and wild boars, into the woods, so that they could reproduce freely. Today, let alone get a few of them. Thinking of this, Yang Ziyan no longer hesitated, his figure flickered, and quickly disappeared into the depths of the forest. Tonight spicy rabbit head, braised chicken nuggets, arranged. On the other side, Bibi Dong has already flown to the top of the unknown mountain, and is curiously looking at this place, where he will live for half a year in the future. Wuming Mountain does not mean that there is only one flat ground, because there are several peaks that are similar to it around Wuming Mountain, which together form a group of peaks. The Wuming Mountain is in the center. The top of the Wuming Mountain is the most expansive. Even the big square of the Wuhan Temple is not as big as here. 3 or 4 wooden houses stand on the flat ground, and they seem to be very old. In addition to this, Bibi Dong also saw a fish pond not far away with several different fishes. He didn't know that a big man Yang Ziyan actually liked to open fish ponds. That's it. This is the layout. Bibi Dong looked carefully in place, and found that there was no danger at all, everything was so ordinary. This guy, shouldn't it be a lie to me? Bibi Dong muttered to himself, and then took a small step forward, alert in his heart, for fear of sudden changes. After discovering that there was no change, Bibi Dong let out a long sigh. It seems that this guy was scaring him. There is no danger in arrangement here. Thinking of this, Bibi Dong no longer hesitated, and strode towards the central area, but he was still wary in his heart, for fear that something might happen if he left halfway. After all, Bibi Dong can be selected as a saint, but it is not only relying on strength, wisdom, and judgment, all of which are indispensable. Although she complains about Yang Ziyan, she will not let herself completely let go of her vigilance. But, after walking a distance of almost 1 kilometer, Bibi Dong realized that the central area was still so far away, and it seemed that the distance had not changed at all. Something is wrong. Bibi Dong slowly stopped, and then backed away, but she found that behind her, she did not know when, there was already a bamboo forest quietly, dense and vigorous, and there was no way to see. There is weird. Bibi Dong patted the bamboo forest lightly, but the bamboo forest only slightly dropped a few leaves, and a wooden sign slowly fell from the side. Do you know how it feels to find a way? Bibi Dong looked at the words on the wooden sign and bit his white teeth angrily. This is obviously the evil taste of this guy Yang Ziyan. He is a road silly himself, and he even arranged this way to let others get lost with him. Humph, I won't follow your path. Bibi Dong said to himself, and then his spirit power surged, and he patted the bamboo forest with all his strength. Sa. The bamboo swayed for a while, and the bamboo leaves fell and many pieces were spread on the ground, but the bamboo forest did not move at all. At the same time, another wooden sign fell from the bamboo forest. Are you tired? Go ahead when you are tired. Screw you. Bibi Dong's jade hand holding the wooden sign suddenly exerted force, and the wooden sign was instantly crushed. Then angrily Bibi Dong kicked the bamboo fiercely before turning around and walking towards the road ahead. There is only this way now, and Bibi Dong can only go this way. What does this mean? Bibi Dong walked for a while, reading www.yuyugonshu.com looked at the 3 roads on the ground and the 3 wooden plaques corresponding to each road, and was stunned. Go here. I have no way. I am a shady trail, not suitable for girls to walk. Looking at the 3 completely different words on the 3 wooden signs, Bibi Dong sneered. Can this kind of multiple choice questions be difficult to get her? I will choose whoever clicks the cock. Bibi Dong's hand stopped at the 3rd wooden sign, she clapped her hands, and walked towards the 3rd path. She would like to see what the road is, which is not suitable for girls to walk, but only suitable for boys to walk. Yang Ziyan has a chicken in his left hand, a duck in his right hand, 2 rabbits in the storage bag, and a wild boar. Okay, it's time to go back, otherwise my cheap apprentice will go wrong in case, it will be a bad thing. Yang Ziyan saw that everything was almost done, and planned to go back. Although he had set up 33 layers of superimposed formations on the unnamed mountain, the first layer was just getting lost, but there were some of his own little things in it. It was not good to be hit by Bibi Dong or see it, so he should go back first. I saw Yang Ziyan walk to a specific position at the foot of the mountain, and then lightly stepped on the ground with his right foot. With him as the center, a circular light pattern of about 2 meters appeared on the ground. The pattern looked complicated and contained there is a kind of profound meaning in it. Hey, the master could take you back in the teleportation array, but the teleportation array only recognizes my breath. If you don't follow the master, how tired are you flying? Yang Ziyan muttered to himself, and then the light under his feet instantly became intense, each of the primitive runes flickered, and he instantly disappeared in place. Chapter 6, Yang Ziyan's Martial Spirit and Spirit Ring. Bibi Dong already regretted it at this time. After entering this road, she encountered a lot of strange things and wooden signs. And this road is exactly the same as the maze, her soul saint's strength perception can't go out. So, she chose to stop near the Bodo 11 sign, and then flew into the air. Just stay here, waiting for rescue. She also tried to fly upwards to see if she could fly out, and then she gave up. There seems to be a barrier above it, which can easily knock her down to the ground. Instead of this, it is better to stay in mid-air, without being stunned by the road on the ground, or being pressured from the air. I really don't know where this guy came from with so many weird ideas and names. Bibi Dong said to himself, looking at the wooden sign he had already destroyed. Is like where she is now. There are 5 forks in the road, each with a wooden sign, and the names are all different. Except for the wave and so on that she is facing, the other 4 roads are, the special road for the wild area, the special road for the upper order, the middle road and the lower road. At this moment, the surrounding scene suddenly became blurred, and Yang Ziyan, dressed in white, appeared in Bibi Dong's line of sight. With the appearance of Yang Ziyan, the bamboo forest slowly disappeared, and the 5 forks also disappeared. Bibi Dong found that he was still on the top of the bare mountain and seemed to have never left half a step. "Look at you, the master has said that you will wait where you are. This will be the consequence of not listening to the master." When Yang Ziyan waited for Bibi Dong to come down, he gently tapped Bibi Dong on the forehead. To show punishment. "Who knows you have so many mechanisms on the mountain, I was wrong, I'm sorry master." Bibi Dong's last word master was squeezed out of his teeth. The voice was very small, but it was still heard by Yang Ziyan. "What did you call me just now? Call me again to listen." Yang Ziyan put his ear closer, and then said with a skinny face, "Master, I was wrong." Bibi Dong's words were yelled at Yang Ziyan's ears, and Yang Ziyan was taken aback by surprise, and he stepped back. Bibi Dong felt better when he saw Yang Ziyan scared like this. After all, I had been there for at least half an hour, and I was in a strange mood. Only when I got back a little bit of revenge would I feel more comfortable. "Well, you have to keep this title on your lips in the future," the master is very satisfied. Yang Ziyan shook his head and nodded, then led Bibi Dong towards the middle house. With the leadership of Yang Ziyan, Bibi Dong naturally would not trigger the formation, which made Bibi Dong very curious about it. She hadn't seen a spirit master using this method. But obviously Yang Ziyan won't tell her the reason. She didn't plan to ask any more questions. She just made up her mind. She must find a chance to ask questions in the future, or investigate it by herself. The wooden house in the middle is the largest house on the top of the mountain. You can simply understand this as the main hall, that is, the place where the teachers receive apprentices. Yang Ziyan introduced, and brought Bibi Dong into the hall. The furnishings of the hall are very simple, there is no memorial tablet, only the tables and chairs on both sides, but it gives people a sense of solemnity invisibly. Yang Ziyan sat on a chair in the center of the hall, and then Bibi Dong said, "There is a pot of tea on that table. You can pour me a cup and give it a bow. Even if you are apprentice. It's that simple." It's the first time Bibi Dong has seen such an apprenticeship. It's simply outrageous. "Well, it's that simple." Yang Ziyan nodded affirmatively, and then waited for the apprentice to serve tea. Seeing that Yang Ziyan didn't seem to be joking, Bibi Dong nodded solemnly, then a lavender hair, briefly adjusted his makeup, and then slowly poured a cup of tea and strode. When I walked to Yang Ziyan, he bowed deeply and offered it with both hands. And in this position where Yang Ziyan is sitting, you can see the scene after Bibi Dong bows. I can only say that the scenery here is unique and white. Well, purple, visually it is the third-level weapon. Yang Ziyan didn't look more obscenely. It was just an accident. He took a sip of tea and recognized Bibi Dong as his apprentice. "In the future, you will be my apprentice Yang Ziyan. No one can bully you except the master. Although you are still too late to apprehend the teacher, you have the advantage of twin martial arts. Polish it well and you will become a great weapon." On the way here, Yang Ziyan had already asked Bibi Dong's situation clearly, and now he was just telling her about his ideas. "Our school does not have too many rules. Everything is fine. You will live in the room on the left with everything in it. Now the teacher will first suppress your murderous anger, and then start the meal." Yang Ziyan gently put the tea aside, the expression on his face that had always been daunting instantly became majestic, like an ancient saint sitting there. Then I saw a blue light suddenly lit up in the hall, soft and natural. Bibi Dong was surprised that only one spirit ring appeared behind Yang Ziyan. Yes, it was a huge and incomparable spirit ring. Bibi Dong can guarantee that even the 100,000-year spirit ring she has seen is less than 1/10 the size of this spirit ring. This spirit ring is at least 20 meters in diameter. Moreover, the color of this spirit ring is very special. It is actually the sky blue color, like the most beautiful starry sky. Even if you look at it, it makes people intoxicated and fascinated, saying that this is the number one in the world. I am afraid that no one would object to Yimei's spirit ring. What year of spirit ring is this? Yang Ziyan's aura at this time was also fully revealed, the 85th level, which means that there are already 85 apprentices he has accepted, and this naturally includes Bibi Dong. After drinking tea, the master-disciple relationship was confirmed. But even though it was at the 85th level, Yang Ziyan gave Bibi Dong the feeling like the sea, unfathomable, not to mention that he had only one spirit ring. Yang Ziyan raised his right hand gently, and a quaint violin appeared in his hand, and it was a violin that Bibi Dong had never seen before. The body of the piano is not long. The whole body is black, but it is bright black, as if it were carved from precious jade, while the strings have 5 strings, which are soft white, similar to silk. Moreover, the body of this piano is also carved with a few strange runes. Although I can't understand it, it gives people a sense of simplicity and elegance. This is one of the martial spirits as a teacher, Fuzikan, which can control people's minds, and according to their minds, the voice of heaven and earth. Yang Ziyan Hao Miao's voice came slowly, and at the same time Fuzikan appeared. The sky blue spirit ring behind him seemed to be pulled, slowly injecting light blue energy into it. There is only one spirit ring for the teacher. It has been raised for 800 million years before it looks like it is today. The spirit ring is just an energy body for the teacher to perform moves. You don't need to think about it. At this time, Yang Ziyan has the appearance of a little master. After the brief introduction, his slender and white hands slowly plucked the strings. Chapter 7, Such a beautiful apprentice, it's a pity not to chop wood. To be honest, Yang Ziyan doesn't have much musical talent, or even if Wuhan is Fuxikan, his musical attainments are average. But everything is afraid of time. Although he sleeps for a long time, it spans hundreds of millions of years. There is still time to practice the piano, and there are many audiences listening to the piano. So Yang Ziyan's current piano art is worthy of his shocking face. Ding ding dong dong. Ling ling ding. The soothing tone came from Fuxi Qin, which made the standing Bibi Dong calm down. She found that the sound of the piano was very devilish, and it instantly suppressed her violent killing air. And now there are countless white lines visible to the naked eye in the entire hall. If Bibi Dong is correct in guessing, it is the manifestation of the piano sound. Tick 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 tick. Ling da ling da ling da. As Yang Ziyan's hand speed kept changing and accelerating, Bibi Dong couldn't help but sit cross-legged and began to carefully understand the mystery. Yang Ziyan's piano sound gradually speeds up the rhythm from soothing, and becomes a little agitated, but in the agitated it carries a unique silence and ease. Feels like a quiet library in a busy city. Although in the busy city, it has its own quietness. Bibi Dong's originally anxious expression became relaxed amidst the sound of the piano. He slowly closed his eyes and didn't have too many extra movements. He just relaxed involuntarily and sat cross-legged. Bibi Dong was wearing a loose white training suit. Her slightly curvy lavender hair was tied into a ponytail, willow eyebrows, a cayenne nose, pretty ears and pink lips, which perfectly matched the goose egg-like face. Every time he sees this, Yang Ziyan can't help but quote a sentence from the Dream of Red Mansions, "How can there be people with such a mark in this world? It's a pity that such a beauty is not used to chop wood and cook for him." Although he was thinking indiscriminately in his heart, Yang Ziyan's hands never stopped. He could already play with his toes in this calming tone. It is impossible to make mistakes. About half an hour later, Yang Ziyan slowly picked up the sound, put his hands on the piano, the huge blue spirit ring behind it slowly disappeared, and he looked at Bibi Dong with a smile on his face. Bibi Dong also slowly opened his eyes and looked at Yang Xianqi, again with a surprised look. He only played for half an hour, but my killing spirit has been half refined by me. How can it be? You must know the reason why the Killing God Realm is called the Killing God Realm is because the Killing God Realm is considered to be the top existence in the domain of the entire Douluo continent, but Yang Xian easily helped her refine half of it. This master, it seems really not in vain. Okay, don't worship me, brother is just a legend. Let's go, the master invites you to eat. Yang Xian took Fuxican into his body, played the dust that did not exist on the clothes, and then walked out the door first. Outer. Bibi Dong was stunned for a moment. She didn't hear Yang Zi's words, but she felt a little uncomfortable for a while, so she hurriedly got up and hurried to catch up. Master, what are we eating today? Bibi Dong was half a step behind Yang Xian, and asked in a relaxed tone. Killing Qi has been refined in half, her strength has also increased a bit, and her mood is naturally conceivable. And the most important point is that Bibi Dong has silently identified with Yang Xian as a master from the bottom of her heart, although she hasn't realized this yet. After all, Yang Xian didn't have any threats or other requests when he came up, and he directly refined her half of the killing spirit. Not everyone can have this kind of mind. And Yang Xian is so handsome, how could he have bad thoughts? At this moment, Yang Xian, who was walking in front, suddenly staggered and almost fell to the ground, but before Bibi Dong went to help, he barely stabilized his figure. Master, what's the matter with you? Bibi Dong walked quickly to hold on to Yang Xian's arm, and asked with some worry, it was fine just now. It's okay, it's just that when I help you refine the killing air, I used too much force, just a few days as a teacher. Yang Xian asked about the faint fragrance of Bibi Dong, pretending to be weak. Just finished playing the piano, he forgot to add the play, it's not too late to add it now. Sure enough, Bibi Dong didn't have the slightest suspicion. Lu frowned directly, and his expression became self-reproach, or master, I'm going to cook, you can rest. Yang Xian waved his hand, it's not in the way, so let's, this time cooking, you can chop wood. Bibi Dong moved his forehead and nodded, okay, master, I will help you cook well. By the way, what is the name of our school, master? Yang Xian was taken aback. It was not the first time he heard this question. He cleared his throat and said, our school has no name. If we have to add a name to him, then we call it Egg Yolk Pie. Egg Yolk Pie. Bibi Dong looked at Yang Xian in a puzzled manner. The name was not domineering at all, and even had a strange feeling. Yes, Egg Yolk Pie, the first word refers to my outside, and the second word refers to my inside, which means our sex name. Yang Xian pretended to be a profound explanation Tao. Anyway, if you don't understand, I'll give it a go. Master, what are we eating today? Bibi Dong gave up entangled with this question. Anyway, in half a year, she cares about egg yolk pie and pie. Today we eat, spicy rabbit head, braised pork, chicken stewed with mushrooms, and finally a bite of the noodles from the chef, which will satisfy you. Yang Xian reported the name of the dish smoothly, and Bibi heard it. Dong was stunned. I can't wait to hear it. Cooking tools, or the kitchen, Yang Xian also has it here. It is a large wooden house ventilated on all sides. There are many familiar but unfamiliar kitchen utensils in it. Master, what is this iron shelf? That's called a barbecue grill. Then sir, what about this one? This is called a copper pot. It can be used to eat hot pot. I will show you a meal later. Okay, don't ask too much, let's chop the firewood. Yang Xian waved his hand and sent Bibi Dong to the side of the firewood pile. Really, such a big beauty, wouldn't it be a shame not to watch her chop firewood once? Ah, oh. Bibi Dong nodded blankly, then picked up the axe, stepped on a wooden stake with a slender thigh, rolled up his sleeves, and started his career of chopping wood. For some reason, Bibi Dong always felt that the temperament and wisdom of her saint would be crushed by Yang Xian. Many years later, Bibi Dong recalled his first and only experience of chopping wood. He wanted to choke Yang Xian next to him. He could use his soul power to boil water for cooking, but he deliberately tortured himself. And Yang Xian was not idle either. While manipulating the water element, he was cleaning wild pheasants and rabbits, while holding a pig knife, killing pigs. Killing pigs by others is vulgar, but killing pigs by Yang Xian is aesthetic. I saw that he just took a casual knife, and the whole pig was evenly cut in half, and there was no blood spilled, and no bones were cut. Then the pig's entrails were taken out. He who doesn't like to eat enema, directly burned the entrails with the fire element, and then blew it out of the house with the wind element. When Guyuina Silver Dragon King was accepted as a disciple, what the system rewarded him was Guyuina's element control ability. Now although the 7 elements are not used in fighting, Yang Xian found that the 7 elements are good helpers for daily cooking. After collecting 3/4 of the pork, Yang Xian only handled 1/4 of the pork. After everything was processed, he shouted to Bibi Dong, who was struggling to chop wood, "Dong er, come and burn the fire." Bibi Dong stopped his axe, and suddenly felt something was wrong, but Yang Xian then coughed slightly, and Bibi Dong instantly gave up thinking again. The master is a good person, except for being a little foolish. There is no harm. How could he deliberately bully her? I must have thought a lot. So, His Royal Highness jumped to the stove, holding a bundle of firewood. There are 3 stoves on Yang Xian's side. They can make spicy rabbit head, braised pork, and chicken stewed mushrooms at the same time, and he can make 3 at the same time. Pour the oil, wait until the oil is hot, add the ingredients, then add the meat, stir fry, add salt, add the secret chili sauce, add mushrooms. Soon, the taste of braised pork floated out, and the flesh was golden in color, with thick oil and red sauce, tender and attractive. At this time, the Saint Bibi Dong was on fire wholeheartedly, and then she found that even if she could not look at the 3 stoves at the same time, the fire and temperature of the 3 stoves were well controlled. So, who felt something was wrong, she raised this question to Yang Xian. "Oh, you said this. I have fire element ability as a teacher. I can light fire and control the temperature without using firewood." Yang Xian replied casually. Then, he saw that Bibi Dong's face changed instantly. "So not only did you not get hurt. Use your spirit power at will. And you don't need firewood, right? Well, listen to me, Donger, actually this. Hehe, it's late." Chapter 8, The First Day of Apprenticeship. The experience was perfect. His Royal Highness is very angry, and the consequences are serious. Never reason with women. These are the 2 conclusions that Yang Xian has come to now. Besides, Bibi Dong is indeed very angry now, and his chest is puffed up. Just look at her wearing a robe with turbulent spirit power, look at her willow eyebrows frowning, and 7 spirit rings slowly appearing behind her. It seems that she is about to release her spirit to fight with Yang Xian. "Yang Xian, go to hell!" Bibi Dong Jiao snorted, all the firewood behind him floated directly, and then waved again, all the firewood flew towards Yang Xian. And it's still the kind with the sound of breaking through the air. Listening to the sound will know how much energy is contained in it. In an instant, the entire kitchen was densely occupied by the firewood in the air. The countless firewood was like a rain of arrows, and it was shot at Yang Xian. But Bibi Dong soon discovered something wrong with Yang Xian. Because Yang Xian yelled terribly, and the expression on his face looked like I was wrong, but he stood motionless on the spot, let alone released his martial soul to resist. "You somehow hide it." Watching Yang Xian do not hide, nor release his martial soul, Bibi Dong stomped his feet in white cloth boots in anxious manner. Although she wanted to beat the unscrupulous master severely, she didn't want him to be really injured. You must know that she just shot with anger this time, and the attack power of each firewood will not be bad, even if it is contrastation. If you don't resist here, you will get hurt. But Yang Xian was standing there, his expression became calm, and there was time to raise his eyebrows in Bibi Dong. Boom boom boom. Countless firewood hit Yang Xian, as if hitting a hard steel plate, even a lot of firewood was directly shattered and turned into sawdust lurking in the air. How is this possible? Bibi Dong looked at Yang Xian, whose clothes were only a little dirty, and was surprised again. How could someone resist such a terrible attack without releasing the martial spirit, and even shattered the wood? Is it possible that his body is a spirit beast? In fact, Bibi Dong actually guessed a little bit correctly, that is, Yang Xian's body, which is very unusual. Ontology martial soul, primordial saint body, extremely weakened version. This is where Yang Xian's confidence lies. Although he is only the worst and worst version of the primordial Eucharist, it is not the soul sage that can break his defenses. What's even more terrifying is that his martial arts soul is his entire complete body, and of course the organs of the body are the same. It can be said to be truly one inside and outside. According to Yang Xian's research, the greatest use of his own martial soul is not actually used to beat people and resist beatings, but the inner part of this martial soul. Well, the primordial Eucharist gave him 2 good kidneys. In other words, he can cooperate with the Yellow Emperor's internal classic to give full play to the essence of the Yellow Emperor's internal classic, that is, Yayu Sanqian. This kidney is the most precious thing that the primordial Eucharist brings to him. Of course, Bibi Dong didn't know all this, he was just surprised by the hardness of Yang Xian's skin. But after being surprised by Yang Xian countless times, Bibi Dong has a high degree of acceptance for Yang Xian's new magical place. After all, 1 surprise is also a surprise, and 2 surprises are also surprises. Just get used to being surprised. Okay, you have enough, let's have dinner. Yang Xian patted the dust on the clothes, looked at the stove, the ingredients are all right, you can continue to eat. In fact, Yang Xian just now had a way to hide more, and even counterattack was easy, but he didn't want to do that. Sometimes girls get angry. What you have to do is not to reason and justify, but to be beaten by them in a regular manner, and then continue to reason. Well, let's eat. Bibi Dong raised his chin proudly, revealing his white and slender neck, making Yang Xian look at it and want to kiss him. Open the meal. Shaking his head, he threw out all the unrealistic thoughts, and then Yang Xian began to serve the rice. Bibi Dong stood there for a while and also took the initiative to help. The amount of food this time is not too large, but it is better than the amount. The enticing aroma of the food was brought to the stone table outside by Bibi Dong. Just looking at it, Bibi Dong felt these foods. It must be delicious. So while Bibi Dong was serving braised pork, he secretly took advantage of Yang Xian not looking here, put it on the table and took a piece with his hand, and threw a parabola into his mouth. Bibi Dong chewed a few times, and his beautiful eyes suddenly lit up. How could this be so delicious? Fragrance but not greasy, melts in the mouth, endless aftertaste. As a saint, the saint of the world's largest power, Bibi Dong has naturally eaten a lot of delicacies from the mountains and seas, but let her eat the first bite, and want to eat the second bite immediately, this braised pork is still the first one. So, the lady of the saint disregarded her image and didn't even wipe her greasy hands. She threw 3 pieces of braised pork into her mouth again, and then went back to the kitchen to serve the food again with a smile. Braised pork with chicken, stewed chicken with mushrooms, spicy rabbit head, garlic green vegetables, plus beef broth and clear noodles to be cooked later, this is all the dishes tonight. To entertain you as an apprentice today, the teacher personally cooked a few dishes for you. You tasted it not to your appetite. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Yang Xian smiled and looked at the corner of his mouth with a trace of oil. Bibi Dong said. Still stealing food, really, when you can't see it? Of course, you have to taste it before you talk. Bibi Dong just wanted to say that it was delicious, but then thought that he had stolen it at first, so he hurriedly changed his mouth. Well, let's eat. Yang Xian didn't bother to puncture, and took the chopsticks and added a chicken leg to Bibi Dong, looking like a father was picking vegetables for his daughter. When Bibi Dong saw this, he couldn't help but warm up, smiled at Yang Xian, held the rice, and officially started eating. This chicken is delicious. This rabbit head, absolutely. Master, why are the vegetables so delicious? Bibi Dong was pretending to be reserved at first, but then stopped sips. No way, the deliciousness is so delicious, she can't help it. And Bibi Dong feels that having been here for half a year, not to mention Yang Xian's cultivation level, just like this kind of food, you can make a big profit in the first half of the year, right? Master, can I eat this kind of food often in the future? Of course. You can eat it every day. Thank you, Master, you are so kind. Bibi Dong had completely forgotten that Yang Xian had pit her to chop wood. Yang Xian's meal had completely captured her stomach. His Royal Highness said that she should be more tolerant. Such a handsome, delicious cook, superb strength, and a master who was beaten and couldn't fight back. If he missed it, he would be gone. Bibi Dong looked up at Yang Xian's face while eating, lowered his head again, and ate intently. Confirmed the look in her eyes, the master is the most handsome boy she has ever seen, not one of them. The first day of apprenticeship, the experience was perfect. Chapter 9, Convinced orally Bibi Dong. After Yang Xian waited for Bibi Dong to finish his meal, he cleaned up his pots and pans. He didn't bother Bibi Dong. He just said that class would start at 6 tomorrow morning, and he sent Bibi Dong back to rest. There are not many rooms on the mountain, only 2 or 3, but although the house is a bit tattered, it has everything inside. And this time Yang Xian was the house that was specially cleaned up after waking up. The sanitary conditions were not too bad, and the bedding was all brand new. Of course, compared to Bibi Dong's residence in Wuhan Hall, it is definitely incomparable, but Bibi Dong is not picky about anything. After all, she is not a pretty saint, and Yang Xian's world is very energetic, and the air is also very good. This time she is definitely earning her apprenticeship. And Yang Xian, after finishing everything up, immediately activated the mountain guard formation, and then walked towards his house. Before entering the house, he also looked at Bibi Dong's room. The light in the room is still on, and Bibi Dong's figure is perfectly set against the window. Although it is only a shadow, it is not difficult to see from the shadow. This is definitely a beauty. Humming the small song, Yang Xian smiled lightly, returned to the pedantry again, and went back to sleep. Bibi Dong breathed a sigh of relief until it was confirmed that Yang Xian had entered the house. Although Yang Xian was good in everything, and his character was not bad, he was not afraid of 10,000, just in case. This lone man and widow in the middle of the night is much stronger than himself. If he breaks into his house forcibly and wants to do something, then he really wants to cry without tears. Fortunately, Yang Xian just glanced at the window and then went back to the house. Bibi Dong was relieved. At best, he showed a shadow, no big deal. He would never see that he was only wearing a little wrap and a little shorts, right? Yes, the big white rabbit of Bibi Dong is half exposed at this time, under the short shorts, with long legs exposed, white and tender, a pair of beautiful little feet like white jade, dangling in the air. Early the next morning, around 6 o'clock, Bibi Dong was woken up by Yang Xian, the kind that really woken up with a voice. The plan for a day is in the morning. Get up and practice as soon as possible. Yang Xian clapped his hands so that Bibi Dong, who was still a little confused, could wake up. Well, the plan for a day lies in the morning. What I said is that a day can only play its greatest role and contribution in the early morning. Here a day refers purely to study and work. Ha, ow. Bibi Dong yawned with her rosy and seductive Yin Tao's small mouth in her slender jade hand, with a look of sleepy eyes. At this time, Bibi Dong gave people a silly feeling. "Master, what are you studying today?" "This morning, I have the strength of the soul saint. What I have to do now is to get familiar with the soul skills and practice hard. You teach me things instead of letting me meditate," Bibi Dong said intermittently, rubbing his eyes while talking. "It's been a long time since I got up so early, and I'm a little sleepy." And what Bibi Dong said is also true. At the level of soul sage, he doesn't rely on learning things to improve his strength. It depends on polishing his soul skills and improving his soul power. If there is really any way to improve strength, it is definitely not learning, but relying on soul bones and treasures of heaven and earth. Besides, Bibi Dong leaned against the Wuhan Hall, and the theoretical knowledge was already very substantial. She really couldn't figure out what else Yang Ziyan could teach her. In Bibi Dong's view, it's been pretty good for the past 6 months to eat the food prepared by the unscrupulous master, practice his own discipline, and then fully refine the killing energy and use the killing god realm perfectly. There is nothing to teach you? Well, the teacher will tell you today how big the gap between soul masters is." Yang Ziyan sneered, and then his soul power changed drastically. He was originally ordinary, like a mortal, but at this time his spirit power continued to soar until the strength of the Soul King stopped. "I have suppressed my spirit power to about level 50 now. I don't use spirit rings. I only use my own self-created spirit abilities. You can use all your spirit rings, spirit abilities, including domains and spirit bones. A stick of incense time, as long as you beat me, you will win." Bibi Dong listened to Yang Ziyan's words, and he was immediately relieved of sleepiness. "I have seen someone who pretends to be so forceful. I have never seen someone who pretends to be so pretended. I really think I can't do it with water, and I want to defeat myself." "Master, do you remember what you said? No spirit skills are allowed, just the strength of the Soul King." Bibi Dong confirmed again, for fear of Yang Zi's safety. "If I beat you, you will not only not force me to study, but also cook for me every day." Yang Ziyan nodded softly. The little girl really missed his meal. At this time, Yang Ziyan took a long step forward with one foot, stretched out his right hand, and made a pleased gesture. Bibi Dong was not squeamish. The 7 spirit rings lighted up instantly. He turned his fist with one hand, and hit it directly. Boom boom boom. Da 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 da. Half a minute later, Bibi Dong flew out, but Yang Ziyan was not too much. At least Bibi Dong could control his body to fall to the ground. "How could it be possible that your spirit power is weaker than mine, but you can exert a power higher than mine?" Yang Ziyan smiled and said, "Everyone has unlimited potential, and the power that everyone can exert and control is at most 10% of their own power. But I can perfectly control 80% of my own power. You have different talents, but you can display 40% of your full strength, so you are not as good as me." After listening to Bibi Dong, although she knew what Yang Ziyan said was reasonable, she still felt that this guy was too old to speak, and she wanted to punch someone. Yang Ziyan was the first to make Bibi Dong want to punch someone without moving for 2 or 3 days. "You can use martial arts and soul skills," Yang Ziyan continued, "and today he has to tell this beautiful apprentice how strong her master is. Well, it is strong in the physical sense, not in the physiological sense." "Hey!" Bibi Dong was naturally not polite. The 7 spirit rings flashed, her martial spirit was released, and her figure also changed. Martial spirit, Death Spider Emperor. Boom boom boom. Brush. 1 minute later, Bibi's Tobu spirit was relieved, and he lay on the ground desperately, looking like he was unlovable. Although Yang Ziyan doesn't use spirit abilities, his moves are more terrifying than spirit abilities. Almost every punch, every palm of his hand carries the shadow of the spirit ability. It can be said that he himself is a terrifying martial spirit, and his spirit ability is also easy to come by. How can that be? Soul abilities are actually not absolute for me. As long as I have the support of soul power, I can release many soul abilities. I call them my own soul abilities. On the contrary, you spirit masters take the spirit abilities brought by the spirit ring too much, but forget the power and importance of your own spirit abilities. And the spirit abilities of the spirit ring will restrict your development. At the beginning of the weak period of humanity, they did not dare and were not qualified to hunt down spirit beasts. They relied on these individual spirit abilities to create a world of future generations. Yang Xian said every sentence sonorously, and his eyes were deep and silent at this time. At this moment, Bibi Dong seemed to see the feeling of Heng Guan Yang Xian's eyes. Get up, now you still feel that it is unnecessary to learn from me. Yang Xian stretched out his hand in front of Bibi Dong and motioned to the other party to pull it up. Bibi Dong gave Yang Xian a white look, but he also put his gentle little hand in Yang Xian's hand, and was pulled up by Yang Xian. Well, the hands are very soft and slippery, don't know what it feels like to touch me? After getting up, Bibi Dong didn't hit himself in the dust, but looked at Yang Xian puzzledly. If you follow your explanation, then the spirit master world is taking the wrong path now. It can't be wrong, it can only be said to be simplified. After all, creating soul abilities is more difficult, and obtaining soul abilities from the spirit ring is a shortcut. Yang Xian shook his head and smiled. Although the spirit master's path is a weakened version, even a bit crooked, it is better than a quick one, but I can't ask for anything. Please teach me the real martial arts function and the use of soul skills. Bibi Dong said respectfully to Yang Xian, clasping his fists in both hands. This time she is completely convinced. Chapter 10, Apprentice Training Plan. In fact, the use and mastery of this kind of spirit power is not a matter of overnight, and Yang Xian also intends to transform Bibi Dong's martial spirit, which also takes time. Bibi Dong's spirits are one of the Death Spider King and the other the Soul Eater Spider King. Both of them are the emperors among the insect spirits, but their shortcomings are also obvious. First, the repetitiveness of the two spirits is too high, or they are both of the same type, and they cannot fully utilize all the advantages of the twin spirits. The second point is that the two spirits are not the kind of good-looking spirits, and their release will destroy Bibi Dong's fairy-like temperament. This is very important. Well, he was just worried about the appearance of his apprentice in the future, so he didn't have any strange thoughts. And Bibi Dong's martial spirit evolution direction has already been selected, and he only needs to slowly follow the plan in the future. After letting Bibi Dong take it orally, it was time for breakfast, but Yang Xian took 10 minutes to prepare breakfast. Although short, it is sharp. Simply boiled rice porridge with cucumber and small roll buns is simple but not lacking in nutrients. After all, the rice was delivered by the system, the cucumbers were grown by themselves, and the flour for making the buns was given by the village girl from the mountain. When Bibi Dong saw this kind of breakfast at first, he couldn't help but spit out silently in his heart. Isn't this too perfunctory? But thinking that I had such a good meal last night, it would not be good to be picky at breakfast, so I decided to eat something. But a bite of cucumber, the crispy feeling, made her eyes bright. A cucumber actually made her taste delicious. With the cucumber as the base, Bibi Dong has more expectations for the other two dishes. As expected, the small roll bun is very soft, very fresh, and has a slight wheat fragrance. The rice porridge is cooked just right and melts in the mouth. Master, are you the reincarnation of the god of cookery? Why do you make something casually? It makes me feel like a taste of the world. Bibi Dong said slurredly while eating the steamed buns. My master chef is still a peerless cook? What kind of visual sense is this? Yang Xian raised his eyebrows. Well, I'm afraid you will have to find the answer on your own. In half a year, if you taste all the food I cook, you will know if I am the god of cooking. If you can't hold your stomach for a month, then I have lived for hundreds of millions of years, and people who have come from the 21st century won't have to mess around. Anyway, the one who has withstood the longest time before is Guyuina of the year, but Guyuina has been with it for 20 days, so I don't want to dislike Yang Xian's cooking skills. If it wasn't for Guyuina who couldn't expose too much, she guessed that she would have come to eat dinner again now. Well, the one with the lowest resistance was Bo Sixi. She only used it for a day before she became Yang Xian's little girl. She was holding Yang Xian's thigh and crying when it was time to leave, and refused to leave. Bibi Dong rolled his eyes again, and didn't say anything, but ate the delicious food in peace. There is only food in this world that cannot be disappointed, and everything else is floating clouds. After eating the food, Bibi Dong took the initiative to clean up the dishes this time. After all, she was also the one who wanted face. It's really too much to eat Yang Xian, drink Yang Xian's, and learn from Yang Xian's food, but do nothing. After breakfast, it was time for class again. Yang Xian looked at Bibi Dong's long legs wrapped in his pants, as well as the small but still attractive calf that was only exposed outside. He suddenly felt that it would be a pity not to stab the horse with such a beautiful thigh. Moreover, the Zama step is also an important step in the practice. Its advantage is that it can make women's legs more elastic and make squats more vigorous. For example, the 8th girlfriend of his previous life, when doing some things, he clearly said that he was boring, but he would still do squats faster and more vigorously. With the last breath, he tried to do squats. The reason is that the legs must be strong and elastic. Okay, please do this with me now. Yang Xian took the lead in a standard horse stance, with a very correct posture and a strict attitude. Although she was very curious about the meaning of this action, Bibi Dong didn't ask any questions, but obediently followed. The action is wrong, the hips should be protruding, the arms should be stable, and the legs should be straight. Yang Xian took a wicker from nowhere, tapped Bibi Dong's buttocks and arms, and emphasized in a corrective manner. I see, but don't hit someone. Bibi Dong pouted her mouth unhappily. She had never been beaten like this before. But let's not say, besides the slight pain, Bibi Dong has a strange feeling in his heart. Yang Xian naturally didn't know that he had unlocked a certain attribute of Bibi Dong, but he continued to teach Bibi Dong the horse step dutifully. According to this posture, hold on for an hour, don't use spirit power secretly, just come for the teacher. Yang Xian emphasized it specially before leaving, and then left the clearing on the top of the mountain. And the way he left was very special, that is, a 6-pointed star array with a radius of 2 meters slowly appeared under his feet, and there were dense and complex golden symbols on the 6-pointed star array, which made people unable to help but dizzy. Then, with a flash of golden light, Yang Xian disappeared to the top of the mountain, not knowing where he went. Strange knowledge has increased again. Looking at the place where Yang Xian left, Bibi Dong murmured silently, but did not dare to relax at all. She believes that it makes sense for her master to ask her to do this. She must be able to easily control all her soul power and power like Yang Xian. On the other side, Yang Xian slowly appeared on the peak next to Wuming Mountain. This mountain Yang Xian named him Wuming Mountain No. 2, which is simple and clear. Although there are several flat grounds on the top of this mountain, it is not a building, but a lush medicine garden. What lovesick heartbroken red, what can see through autumn water, Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com, and what strange velvet chrysanthemum, in fact, are all road goods, leftovers, fairy grasses weeds. This is the true portrayal of Yang Xian medicine garden. There is no way, just sow a few seeds at random, arrange a few spirit gathering formations, and wake up again, it will be the fairy grass. This medicinal garden is just a little bit of Yang Xian's background. As a handsome guy who has slept for hundreds of millions of years, he doesn't have too many cards and backgrounds in his hand. He has forgotten even many of the things he arranged at hand. Fortune Tongtianko has been around for about 80 million years. I practiced 100 pill, let Dong take one in 2 days, almost barely enough to absorb it, then the twin martial arts will naturally take the good fortune and evolve into a new one. Wahun! Yang Ziyan raised his foot and gently pulled up the grass that was stepped on under his feet. There was no way, there were too many fairy grasses. A good-for-nothing celestial grass was too common, and it was completely unaware that it was stepped on. By the way, Donger's physical and mental strength also needs to be improved, and this 50-million-year-old chrysanthemum needs to be taken away. Yang Ziyan raised his foot again and picked the chrysanthemum that he had just stepped on because of his position shift. Come down. Well, that's about it for now. Right. Cucumbers and cabbage are gone. These vegetables have absorbed vitality for hundreds of years, so they can just be picked back. Yang Ziyan looked closer to the center, and the protection was perfect. A large slice of vegetables. Talking to himself. Well, fairy grass is not important, just sprinkle it on the side of the road, but the vegetables should still be paid attention to. How to eat them if they are stepped on. Although his medicine garden is integrated, the total number of hills is hundreds of thousands of acres. Go back. The formation pattern under Yang Ziyan's feet flickered and disappeared again, where the formation was automatically activated when he left. Chapter 11, Yu Xiaogang knelt down and begged for a teacher. Yang Ziyan naturally wouldn't tell Bibi Dong that he added medicine to her meals. The so-called pill for strengthening the body contains the meaning of surpassing heaven and earth. Just like that, a month has passed. On the top of Wuming Mountain, a stunning girl in a spacious white training suit is practicing, and what she is doing is not a powerful boxing technique, but a slow Tai Chi. This girl seems to be about 20 years old at best. She has long lavender hair that reaches her waist and is casually. Her features are delicate, her skin is pink and tender, and she looks crisp and elastic. The most striking thing is the temperament of this woman, with her own domineering every move, and her bright eyes with her unique self-confidence. And just by looking at her, you can feel a kind of domineering queen from her. Although it is not particularly obvious, it has already taken shape. Beauty, strength, temperament, God did not hesitate to bestow this woman, as if she was the only darling of God. In the past month, under the nourishment of Yang Ziyan, Bibi Dong has changed a lot. Immortal grass is terrifying to the changes in his body, making Bibi Dong's skin that is already so good to a higher level. Well, the kind of moisturizing ingredients and medicinal materials. Bibi Dong now has more than doubled his energy and physique. Correspondingly, her mastery of soul power has reached a terrifying level. In a mere word, the soul sages are invincible, and she can't express her power at all. All of this is attributed to Yang Ziyan. In order to train his apprentices, he has spared no effort. Seeing that the apprentice who turned out to be a fairy was even more immortal by him, Yang Ziyan's face always showed an old father's smile. Is very happy. Donger, take the move. Yang Ziyan, who was standing on a pine in the distance, took a sip of Chinese wolfberry and said to Bibi Dong, who was practicing. The next moment, Yang Ziyan's whole person was like a bird, ejected from the pine tree, and slowly slid in the direction of Bibi Dong in a gliding posture. Bibi Dong stretched out his white palm to the cheap master, and then provocatively hooked his middle finger. Come on. Yang Ziyan raised his eyebrows, did not fight for 3 days, and went to the house to reveal the tiles. Is it true that I can challenge my master after studying for more than a month? Where should I hit this time, is it or face? Although he thought so, Yang Ziyan's speed was always controlled to glide within a constant speed range. Every minute, every second, was very uniform, and there was an indescribable beauty. It wasn't until he was almost in front of Bibi Dong that Yang Ziyan slowly spread out his palm and slapped Tai Chi in mid-air, and patted Bibi Dong with a palm that seemed to be an understatement. Bibi Dong met Yang Ziyan's handsome face, his eyebrows were bent into crescents, and then he also made a Tai Chi gesture. His spirit power was running, and a gentle posture matched Yang Ziyan's palm. Drink! Bibi Dong let out a squeaky voice, and a pair of white cloth shoes abruptly stepped on the ground with cracks and war patterns, and the aura vibrated. But looking at Yang Xian in mid-air, although there is no place to borrow, he still looks like an understatement. Dong as a teacher, I told you that Tai Chi emphasizes softness to overcome rigidity, and you use at least 40 jin to press 400 jin. How can this be 4 or 2? Yang Xian continued to carry one hand behind his back, Feng Qingyun said calmly. After, his palm turned into a grip again, gently holding Bibi Dong's small hand, as if he was molesting a local girl. Bibi Dong's face was red, and the color of his skin changed from fair to pink, although his eyes were shy. But he didn't immediately withdraw his hand. After all, when you are molested, you get used to it, and Yang Xian always clicks to the end and doesn't do much more. This makes Bibi Dong very satisfied. If Yang Xian looked hungry and thirsty when he came up, it would be terrifying, and for the first time it seemed that he was the one who molested him. Bibi Dong suddenly thought of the scene of the first molesting. She said directly, "Brother Smelly, what a skill is that if you are strong, you have the skill to let your sister kiss him." Then, Yang Xian ran away and didn't start a counterattack until behind. The little secrets that the master and apprentice have to say are great. Okay, Donger will stop making trouble. Your Tai Chi is still a lot worse. There is a teacher at the foot of the mountain today. Come down with me and have a look. Yang Xian suddenly sensed something normal, said Bibi Dong. Well, good, master, will you accept this apprentice? Will I have a junior? Bibi Dong asked curiously. He didn't have a chance with me and didn't accept it, but for various reasons, do you mind helping him? Yang Xian suddenly smiled mysteriously, and then took Bibi Dong's palm and gently touched his foot on the ground. Stomp! The complicated formation pattern appeared again, and Bibi Dong felt this operation for the first time. He couldn't help but tightened Yang Xian's palm, and the latter held her small hand tightly, giving Bibi Dongmo great safety. Sense. Don't be afraid, there is me, the first time you teleport, I will protect you well and have a good understanding. Yang Xian's voice fell, and the golden light once again flourished, and the two disappeared in place, snuggling. At the foot of the Wuming mountain, a man of about 30 years old is kneeling quietly there, and a beautiful woman is standing next to him. This combination is a bit weird no matter how you look at it. The man is a man of medium build and a little thin. It seems that this person is about 30 years old, with short black hair and 3 or 7 separates. He has a very ordinary appearance. With his hands on his knees, he has a special temperament on his body. His eyes are open and closed with a bit of laziness and decadence. Although kneeling, Yu reads www.yuuganju.com, but his attitude is very respectful, his eyes are full of curiosity. And the woman next to this man is not so ordinary. It is a beauty who looks less than 30 years old. She wears a simple sayan sarong, but she can't hide her demeanor at all. The pupa lifts her head in sayan. On some of the white faces, the facial features are so delicate and moving, and the eyebrows are picturesque. A pair of eyes are looking at the man with some worry at this time, showing a trace of love, and it seems that her eyes are so spiritual. Under the cloth robe, there are the unconcealable peaks and mountains, or the kind that looks like a forest on the side of the mountain, with a mature and plump appearance, which is definitely not what ordinary girls can match. Xiao Gang, let's go back. Although there are records in ancient books that there are tall people on this unnamed mountain, and they have great abilities, but the appearance of tall people is 100 years ago, let's not waste our efforts. That beauty efforts to persuade the man named Xiao Gang. No, Erlong, I must kneel until the expert appears. The expert must be here. According to legend, this expert knows everything, and is omnipotent. If an expert is willing to accept me as a disciple, my Yu Xiaogong's theory will definitely become the #1 in the world. Maybe it can solve my martial arts problem. I must apprentice. The beauty next to her sighed helplessly. She didn't know Yu Xiaogong's temper, she was a theoretical lunatic, and she could only say, "Well, Xiaogang, I will accompany you for 3 days. The expert will not show up in 3 days. We just go back obediently, okay?" "Okay. That's right, these young men and women are Lu Erlong and Yu Xiaogang who have just fallen in love." "Hey, how? I want a recommendation ticket." Gaikyu. Chapter 12, How could I have bad thoughts? Dare to ask, who are you looking for? Indifferent, the ethereal voice sounded, and Yang Xian, fluttering in white, appeared in the vision of Yu Xiaogang and Lu Erlong with a golden light, like a fairy. And Yang Xian didn't follow Bibi Dong. A quarter of an hour ago, Yang Xian appeared on the other side of the mountain with Bibi Dong, and looked at the man who was kneeling as his teacher. Then, Bibi Dong became emotional and expressed his unwillingness to reappear, and asked Yang Xian not to accept this apprentice. Yang Xian did not continue to ask more, but asked Bibi Dong to stay here and see. He himself continued to move with the help of the formation again, and appeared in front of Yu Xiaogang and Lu Erlong. "You, are you Senior Yang, disciple Yu Xiaogang, pay homage to Senior." Yu Xiaogang looked at Yang Xian who suddenly appeared, his emotions instantly agitated, and he immediately bowed his head in salute. But Yang Xian hurriedly turned his body sideways. How could he accept Yu Xiaogong's apprenticeship? The system disagrees and does not specify, he cannot accept apprentices casually. What's more, his perception of Yu Xiaogang is also very bad, he doesn't want to put it away at all, but he has so much interest in Lu Erlong next to Yu Xiaogang. Ahem, don't shout, who is your master? I didn't agree. The disciples have admired Senior Yang's reputation for a long time, and are eager to accept the teachings of seniors all the time, and hope that seniors have pity on me for this painstaking effort. Yu Xiaogang knelt and said miserably, tears streaming out of her nose. How can be a tragic word? But even so, Yang Xian still looked calm, and shook his head lightly. Sorry, you and I have no chance, I can't accept you as a disciple. Puff. Yu Xiaogang heard these words, directly attacked his heart with blood, and vomited a mouthful of old blood. He, Yu Xiaogang, named Master, his theory has already emerged in the mainland, he is also a member of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family, and he has also been favored by the saints of the Spirit Hall. He knelt for a long time, his tone was sincere, and his head was red, but the other party not only didn't appreciate it, but also said lightly, you and me are missed. No fate, hee, what a fate, since his debut, Yu Xiaogang has not had any twists and turns except for the great humiliation he suffered when he awakened his martial soul. I thought that an expert would feel his sincerity, but I never thought that an expert would treat him this way, so an expert. Xiaogang, in that case, let's go back. Lu Erlong helped Yu Xiaogang get up with a distressed look, and wiped the blood from the corners of his mouth with a handkerchief delicately. Go away. Yu Xiaogang pushed Lu Erlong away relentlessly, with an angry expression on his face. Erlong, although I love you, I love knowledge and strength more. You don't understand how much I desire knowledge and quantity. Don't disturb me, don't disturb me. I must be an expert to accept me as a disciple. Yu Xiaogang suddenly became crazy, his face was hideous, and his gentle demeanor was wiped out. Yang Xian shook his head gently, and sighed, fine, for the face of one of my apprentices, I can teach you a day, and how much you can absorb depends on your good fortune. Yang Xian's expression was very helpless and regretful. It seemed that he had made a big decision and made a lot of trade-offs. Not far from the mountainside, Bibi Dong, who heard and saw this scene, clenched his fists, his nails turning his skin white. Especially when she saw Lu Erlong wipe the corners of Yu Xiaogang's mouth, she was even more disheartened. But seeing Lu Erlong being pushed away by Yu Xiaogang, she had to scold Yu Xiaogang as a bastard. Hearing that Yang Xian said that for the face of an apprentice, he was willing to teach Yu Xiaogang for a day, but he couldn't help but secretly blamed himself. The master was too soft-hearted. If he was there, he would definitely punish the man. Meal. Sorry, sir, I caused you trouble. On this side, Yu Xiaogang was taken aback for a moment, and then fell into thinking, which is not bad, at least he has accepted the guidance of an expert, but only one day is enough to learn? Seeing Yu Xiaogang's face thinking, Yang Xian sneered, and said lightly, "Why, I don't want to. The time in this seat is very precious, so let's forget it if I don't want to. I was wholeheartedly thinking about Yu Xiaogang, and the system would not allow me to accept disciples. Then I would be willing to spend some time to teach Yu Xiaogang, it would be very kind." Okay. After all, what bad thoughts could Yang Xian have? No, 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 I am willing to accept your teaching for a day and study your knowledge hard. Yu Xiaogang knelt down again, with an attitude of Chen Ken. Just before Yang Xian, who read countless people, his dissatisfaction and perfunctory attitude still cannot be concealed. Too strong jealousy, too utilitarian, too self-righteous. Combining the characteristics of Yu Xiaogang in the original work and what he saw and heard, Yang Xian easily came to this conclusion. He couldn't help but sneer at the so-called master. What is it? Well, let's start now, get ready, and start the class. Yang Xian showed a rumorous smile at the corner of his mouth, tossed his robe, and then sat cross-legged on the ground. Ah! Now, right here. Yu Xiaogang was visibly stunned. In his imagination, the lecture should be in the misty place of the top of the mountain, sitting on high-quality tables and chairs, listening to the class carefully, remembering notes. Yang Xian used the blackboard to narrate the content. Which is like now, just sitting on a pile of weeds under the mountain, and then starting class unpreparedly. Yeah, don't you listen? If you don't listen, I'm leaving. Yang Xian was about to get up and leave, as if he didn't know good people. No, 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 senior, I listen, you start. Yu Xiaogang said excitedly, you reading www.yuyuganshu.com for fear that this day will be gone. And Lu Erlong on the side gently pulled La Yu Xiaogang's clothes, as if he wanted to take Yu Xiaogang away. After all, what's the use for a day? But Yu Xiaogang shook his shoulders again and glared at Lu Erlong dissatisfiedly. Don't disturb me, either you leave or you just wait for me obediently. Lu Erlong's eyes rolled with tears, and he didn't know what to say, but still stood silently beside Yu Xiaogang. Although her heart was already cold, she still had feelings for Yu Xiaogang. Yang Xian glanced sympathetically at Lu Erlong, then continued to sit with a smile, then cleared his throat and prepared to start the lecture. And Yu Xiaogang also quickly started preparations. As expected of Swiba, he directly took out the paper and pen from his portable storage soul guide, and began to record. What you have learned is nothing more than the knowledge, limits, and applications of the Soul Master. I will tell you all these things today. If you can truly understand, the knowledge is enough to become the best in the mainland. Yang Xian said word by word. Although it sounds like a fantasy, anyone who is familiar with him knows that this is not empty talk. Yu Xiaogang naturally didn't believe it, but he nodded, full of curiosity. The so-called Soul Master, in my opinion, is just a person with special power, and the soul ring is a medium for the exertion of power. For this, we can regard the Soul Master as an unknown number. I set this unknown number as X, then we can set the spirit ring to. In case of indecision, quantum mechanics, Yang Xian's explanation is in place, very interesting, and very realistic. After all, Yang Xian has any bad thoughts, he just wants to teach Yu Xiaogang to learn, and he wants to be a good teacher with selfless dedication. Chapter 13, Self-Righteous Yu Xiaogang. Wait a minute, senior, can you slow down a little bit? I don't understand. Yu Xiaogang said with sweat, his face flushed, I don't know what caused it. Ashamed, ashamed? Or yes, both. In Yu Xiaogong's opinion, even if Yang Xian's lectures are unfathomable, he is a scholar with a serious degree of truth, and there shouldn't be any problem in understanding it. But who knows, when the other party opens his mouth, he is a weird thing like the unknown, and it sounds right. In desperation, he could only ask Yang Xian to slow down, and tried to take notes by himself. This time, he was really embarrassed. It's not enough to be ashamed in front of the new girlfriend, and he was ashamed in front of an expert like Yang Xian, and he appeared to be illiterate. Yang Xian raised his eyebrows, and said displeased, "Are you questioning me? If I don't use this speed to lecture, how can you finish it in one day? If you don't want to listen, get out of here." Yang Xian is directly on fire. This guy is really ignorant of good people. How many people want to learn this knowledge but don't teach it by themselves? He actually hates it. What a pure and honest person he is, he actually treats himself this way. Yu Xiaogang hurriedly waved his hand. "No, it's not like that, senior, don't think too much about it, you can follow your schedule." Yang Xian started the lecture again. Let's briefly talk about the parabolic relationship between the amount of soul power and the amount of soul ring. Before learning parabola, we must first understand what a quadratic function is. Yu Xiaogang held his head and began to accept the so-called quadratic function problem. One day later, Yang Xian yawned and looked at Yu Xiaogang, who was already drowsy and exhausted. He smiled and said, "Okay, I have finished the lesson. If you can absorb a little, you can become famous all over the world." Up. Yu Xiaogang had a low spirit power. It was already the limit without eating or drinking for a day. With the help of Lu Erlong, he slowly stood up and said hoarsely, "Much, thank you, senior." Yang Xian waved his hand gently, "Hey, don't do that. After 10 days, you can thank me with some gifts. You can do whatever you like, as long as you want it. After all, what we are talking about today is a bit too high in the air. In other words, it is a bit unrealistic. Although this knowledge can also be used as a theorist, it is just a theorist. If Yu Xiaogang has some conscience and brings gifts, he may also tell him the crucial notes and formulas. If Yu Xiaogang was too late, then he asked for it himself. This is an opportunity Yang Xian gave Yu Xiaogang, and it is also a trap and pit, a trap that allows Lu Erlong to see Yu Xiaogang's personality. As for the specific result, it depends on Yu Xiaogang's choice 10 days later. Don't worry about this predecessor, the younger generation will do it properly. Yu Xiaogang said proudly, and then saluted Yang Xian again. Only then, with Lu Erlong's support, was ready to leave. Yang Xian looked at Yu Xiaogang's back, then looked at the baby apprentice halfway up the mountain, suddenly smiled coldly at the corner of his mouth, and then quietly appeared behind Yu Xiaogang. Boom! A whip kick was thrown out by Yang Xian, and the target was Yu Xiaogang. Ah! Yu Xiaogang was already weak. Although it was an understatement to Yang Xian, Yu Xiaogang was like being hit by a boulder and flew out more than 10 meters. "Why are you hitting someone?" Lu Erlong stared at Yang Xian with displeased eyes, and then hurried over to see how Yu Xiaogang was injured. However, although Yang Xian kicked a lot, it was only a punishment. Therefore, Yu Xiaogang suffered most superficial injuries, but when Lu Erlong turned around to ask Yang Xian for an explanation, he found that Yang Xian had already shown it. Without a trace. "I saw you kick this kick, if you have any questions, you can come and find me." Yang Xian's voice reminded me of it all around, and it was completely different from the previous high-end atmosphere of the fairy style. This time his tone was very small. "Let's go, why are you still in a daze here?" Yang Xian waved his hand in front of Bibi Dong's eyes, and then called Bibi Dong back, who was running away. "Master, you're back," Bibi Dong said in a somewhat unnatural tone, and she still doesn't know what her mentality is. But seeing Yu Xiaogang again with other women, and the attitude when he asked for a teacher, Bibi Dong disliked it very much. Well, I'm back. Okay, don't look at it either. I kicked you as a teacher. Are you still not satisfied? Yang Xian smiled and looked at Yu Xiaogang, who was recovering from the mountain bottom, and he had Lu Erlong who is a little bit interested. Master, as expected, you all know. Bibi Dong's face became a little ashamed. After all, this is not a particularly glorious thing. As for how Yang Xian knew his past, Bibi Dong was not very surprised. I'm used to it after all. But Bibi Dong felt very relieved about the kick Yang Xian took when he left last time, and she wanted to kick that guy once too. Okay, it's all over, let's go back. I want to make potato stew tonight. Yang Xian took Bibi Dong's little hand and patted it lightly without explaining too much. After getting along for a while, the two of them were there. There is already a tacit understanding in some things. Well, good. Master, you finally made this dish again. Bibi Dong was still thinking about Yu Xiaogang for a second, and now he changed his mind instantly when he heard Yang Xian's words. What other things do you think about the past? Isn't he good to eat beef stew with potatoes? Yang Xian gently pulled Bibi Dong's little hand, no longer looking at Yu Xiaogang underneath, but lightly stomped his foot, the golden pattern under his feet lit up, and the two of them disappeared into the same place as they talked. Master, we don't raise cows on the mountain, so you want to buy them at a farmer's house again? Yes, how can I eat beef without buying it? But cows are used to plow the land. You were lucky last time. You met a cow that fell to death. Didn't you have such good luck this time? Hey, I dare say, as long as I go to the village to look for it, there must be a farmer's cow that will fall to death. 3 days later, Tiandu City. Yu Xiaogang just took care of his injuries today, so he sorted out some theories that he thought he had thoroughly understood during the period of recuperating, and then specially submitted them to the Spirit Hall of Heaven Do City. About the 10 core competitiveness of Wuhan. The relationship between the age of the soul ring and the soul power. The Wuhandian staff who received Yu Xiaogang looked at these reports and were particularly surprised, and immediately reported them to Bishop Platinum. After reading it, Bishop Platinum fell into contemplation. This report is generally very good, almost filling in many gaps in the Soul Master world, but he always felt that there was a flashy feeling. In other words, it's a castle in the sky, beautiful and beautiful. But, after all, the other party's idea is very powerful, this should be affirmed. Master, your theories are very unique, but they are only theories after all, and the specifics have yet to be studied. However, if you want to become the honorary elder of our Tiandu City Wuhan Temple branch, we can give you special approval first. This is Bishop Platinum's reply to Yu Xiaogang, making Yu Xiaogang ecstatic. Without Bibi Dong's intervention and help this time, Yu Xiaogang was not qualified to be the elder of the Spirit Hall main hall. It was already his limit to be the honorary elder of Heaven Do City. Then, can I have a chance to give a speech? Yu Xiaogang continued to ask excitedly. Of course. Bishop Platinum thought for a while, then nodded. Wuhan Hall is very tolerant, so let him try it. 1 day later, Yu Xiaogang finished his speech. Master, regarding the core competitiveness of Wuhan proposed by you, I have a few different views. Master, according to your method, I practiced, but it didn't work. No way, it must be because your method is wrong and your talent is not enough. I cannot make a mistake. After 4 consecutive days of speeches, Yu Xiaogang was in full swing and became a hot figure in Heaven Do City, with a prominent status. Back to the residence, Yu Xiaogang frowned when he saw Lu Erlong commanding some personnel before moving in with a bunch of gifts. Erlong, what day do you still buy so many things today? Xiaogang, have you forgotten? Senior asked us to rush over with a thank you gift in 10 days. Lu Erlong looked at Yu Xiaogang puzzledly, Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com is familiar and unfamiliar. It's still in the past? What did you do in the past? I have thoroughly understood his theory, and I have become famous. Can't you tell? Yu Xiaogang pulled on the luxurious silk and said with a smug expression. I have nothing to ask him for, so why should I give him a gift? Now I can get everything. Only one day of lectures, if it weren't for my talent, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to eat it well, it's all me what is his own credit. Xiaogang, listen to me, we have to do what we say. Although you have already achieved fame and success, we can't go back on what we promised, let alone the grace of teaching. Lu Erlong persuaded bitterly, with some tears in his eyes. Whirling. Go away. I said that I don't need it, but I don't need it. Where do you fall in love and where to go? Yu Xiaogang pushed Lu Erlong away, turned and left the residence. Today I heard that there are 4 new cat women in the Qingguan. With my current identity, I can just rush to try something new. Maybe I can get some blood. Lu Erlong looked at Yu Xiaogang who was leaving, and shook his head mockingly. He had already prepared everything. He only needed to go there, but it was so. Xiaogang, you have changed, you have made me not recognize you, and our fate has come to an end. A person who does not keep his promises and betrays his promises is not worthy of her Lu Erlong's love. Where else can I go? Lu Erlong's beautiful eyes looked red in the direction of Wuming Mountain. Why don't I give my teacher a try? The next day, a breaking news came out from Tiandu City. A soul sovereign practiced according to Yu Xiaogang's method, his martial soul was damaged, and he was disabled for life. The blue electric Tyrannosaurus family announced that Yu Xiaogang was removed. Chapter 14, Junior Sister Lu Tulong. Anonymous Mountain Peak. Bibi Dong is looking at the mountain absent-mindedly, but there is still no sign of Yu Xiaogang. Although she is a little bit heartbroken, she still believes in Yu Xiaogang's character, otherwise how could she have liked him in the first place? It's the evening of the 10th day, and he still didn't come to give a thank you gift, no matter what the reason, some of the bottom line of life, he has already abandoned. Yang Xian is lying on a branch casually, with the dog's tail grass in his mouth, looking down at the top of the mountain from time to time. Still did not come. It seems that Yu Xiaogang is indeed swollen, hey! At this moment, Yang Xian's mental power suddenly discovered something, and he jumped up from the tree with the help of the force, and then fell to the ground. You're waiting for me here, I'll pick someone up. Yang Xian confessed to Bibi Dong, and the patterns under his feet lit up and disappeared. Bibi Dong looked at the place where Yang Xian disappeared with a speechless expression, and pouted. Who must be this person, so anxious? A moment later, Yang Xian appeared on the top of the mountain with a beautiful shadow. It was a beautiful girl with a cyan dress and a ponytail. Although the appearance was slightly inferior to Bibi Dong, it could also be called the most beautiful in the world. Especially her figure belongs to the kind of person who can't see the toes at all when she lowers her head, and it adds a lot of points to her. And this person Bibi Dong also knew, it was the woman who stood beside Yu Xiaogang, Lu Erlong. Okay, tell me the purpose of your coming this time. Yang Xian took the person up and released Lu Erlong's palm, gave Bibi Dong a wink and motioned her not to speak. I'm sorry, senior, after Xiaogang healed his injury. Lu Erlong immediately told about Yu Xiaogang's changes in a simple way. After speaking, her tears began to grow again, and she found that her heart was desperate to death. Hey! Yang Xian shook his head and sighed. He didn't comment any more. Although he thought that Yu Xiaogang would choose this way, he was still a little disappointed that could not be concealed. In the original work, Yu Xiaogang, 30 or 40 years old, has a calm personality. Although he is not very familiar with the world, he has little flaws in his personality. But now Yu Xiaogang is only in his 20s, and he is in a stage where he needs to prove himself. He has just lost the saint of Wuhundian and talked about a new girlfriend, and his girlfriend is still very powerful. So now Yu Xiaogang will not give up a chance, he will seize all the opportunities to prove himself and become famous. Similarly, he will let himself go because of the little achievements he has achieved. The plot in the original work should be Yu Xiaogang, Flanders, and Lu Erlong who knew each other and broke the reputation of the Golden Triangle. Yu Xiaogang at that time also proved himself. But now because of his own teaching, Yu Xiaogang has found another way to prove himself, and it is still his own glory. Under his youth and vigor, he is naturally a little airy. In fact, it is not just Yu Xiaogang. Even if it is put on many young people, it will float up. I don't know how old I am, so I say that only time is the best temper for a person. So, what is the purpose of your coming here this time? Yang Ziyan slowly asked after Lu Erlong's mood stabilized. I would like to ask you to accept me as a disciple. I don't want to go through all the worldly things, I want to focus on cultivation. Lu Erlong knelt down suddenly, his red eyes said firmly and earnestly. Ding, the task of accepting disciples is open, accepting disciples Willow 2 dragons. The voice of the system also sounded immediately, this time Yang Ziyan could not refuse to refuse. In that case, you and I are also destined, I will accept you as an apprentice. Yang Ziyan said lightly, making Lu Erlong a little uncomfortable for a while. When she came with Yu Xiaogang, Yang Ziyan was resolute. Even if he lectured for a day, he would not accept Yu Xiaogang as a disciple. How come you are here now? Just kneel down casually, and it's done. Looking at Lu Erlong's dazed eyes, Yang Ziyan smiled, why, you don't want to? No, the disciple is willing. Lu Erlong already claimed to be a disciple at this time, and there was more joy on his face. After all, it is worth celebrating to be able to worship an expert like Yang Ziyan as a teacher. She is now the feelings for Yu Xiaogang are not so deep, it is impossible to be sad forever. Yang Ziyan nodded in satisfaction, glanced at Lu Erlong's scale casually, and compared it with a female star from an island country in the past. Well, Lu Erlong wins. Okay, let me introduce to you. This is your senior sister, Bibi Dong. Donger, you take Erlong to your room first, and you will clean up one for her tomorrow. Yang Ziyan pointed to Bibi next to him. Host. Oh, good master. Bibi Dong just finished digesting the information, looked at Lu Erlong with some sympathy, and led him to his attic. In fact, Bibi Dong's feelings for Lu Erlong are a bit complicated, and hatred is far from being counted, but sympathy and pity account for a large proportion. Now the other party has become his own junior sister again. This is really... Just think of the master's food and love to share with others, just say it with anger. The two people did not communicate too much along the way. Until they got to the room, Lu Erlong slowly looked at Bibi Dong and said, you are Xiaogang's first girlfriend, the saint of Wuhan Hall, that Bibi Dong, yes. Bibi Dong never thought that Yu Xiaogang mentioned himself, and nodded, yes, what's the matter? It's okay, I just made sure, now I have left him, everything is the past. Lu Erlong sighed softly, stroked his hair and said with a bitter smile. Hey, you are also a heart-failed person. You are right, it's all in the past. Bibi Dong sympathetically took Lu Erlong's hand and patted it, and did not continue to say anything, but helped her organize it. The bedding comes. Her bed is so big that it is more than enough for 2 people. It's strange to say that, in the original work, they should be 2 people full of hatred, but now they have a feeling of sympathy, which can only be said to be good fortune. After placing Lu Erlong in place, Bibi Dong left the room again, ran to the yard and found Yang Ziyan, who was lying on the rocking chair, shaking. Master, shouldn't you give me an explanation? Bibi Dong pushed Yang Ziyan's rocking chair behind, pouting a little dissatisfiedly. The rhythm of the rocking chair pushed by Bibi Dong was messy. Yang Ziyan got up from the rocking chair dissatisfied. Explanation, what's the explanation? I found you a younger sister, who is still half of your rival in love before, you can bully at will. Not satisfied yet? After listening to Yang Xian's explanation, Bibi Dong suddenly seemed to open the door to a new world. Yes, I can bully her, which is pretty good. But master, what if she competes with me for your food in the future? The little girl Bibi Dong became angry, and silently pulled Yang Xian's long hair. Don't mess up my hairstyle, you are a senior sister, you must be your favorite person for the teacher. Yang Xian said silently. Master, don't think I haven't noticed it. You have looked at Sister Lu Erlong's place at least 3 times. Isn't she a bit older than me? You can look at me openly if you want. Bibi Dong suddenly turned around and came to Yang Xian stood in front of him, and then secretly inhaled and raised his chest. Quickly, go back, girl's family, what kind of style? Yang Xian hurriedly turned his head over, it's more than that, I really don't know what Bibi Dong's brain circuit thinks. He, then I'll go back first. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com. Bibi Dong chuckled a little, and then flung his purple hair, bounced back into the room. The feeling of molesting the master is awesome. When he returned to the house, Lu Erlong was already and sleeping, and he had just taken off his coat, revealing his body wearing a coat. Although his skin was not as delicate and white as Bibi Dong, he looked healthy. Looking at Lu Erlong's white shirt, it was very difficult to protect what it was supposed to protect. Bibi Dong took a cold breath. No wonder the master looked at it a few times. It's really. After Yang Xian returned to the room, he picked up the paper and pen on the table, thought for a while, and then started to write a few lines. On the tricks of getting along with sisters and sisters. Apprentice's skin remodeling problem. The problem of improving the strength of the apprentice. Tips to promote the relationship between master and apprentice. A 3-person board game. I was going up the mountain with Bibi Dong before. Although there are a lot of relaxing 2-player games, it is not impossible to have one more player, and the landlord who has always been fighting can finally play. Without these tips and gadgets, his relationship with Bibi Dong would not have progressed so quickly in more than a month. This is the formation of a habit. Well, starting tomorrow, a mini-game for enhancing the relationship between master and apprentice. Yang Xian finished talking to himself, put the playing cards and flying chess on the table, then hung up the schedule, and then took off his clothes and fell asleep. But as soon as he lay down, he thought of Bibi Dong's performance when he left tonight, and he couldn't help but feel a little uncomfortable. This little fairy, it's okay to breathe in the middle of the night. I don't know master's puberty, is it coming soon? Chapter 15, The Little Habit of 2 Apprentices? Early the next morning, Lu Erlong and Bibi Dong were awakened by Yang Xian's loud voice. Bibi Dong was okay, but Lu Erlong was confused. What did you do this morning? Okay, Erlong, get up quickly. There are morning classes here every morning. Bibi Dong wears clothes the fastest. Looking at Lu Erlong who is still struggling with his shirt, Bibi Dong urges. In a word, he hurriedly put on a small pink vest, stepped on embroidered cloth shoes and hurried out. Yang Xian naturally does not blame Lu Erlong for being late. In fact, the 2 apprentices have different strengths, and the targeted training will be different in the future. Lu Erlong was only able to break through the Soul King now, and morning classes could still be done together, but the daytime training and medicine needed to be reformulated. It's been 10 minutes since Lu Erlong came out, and she was more anxious. She wore a long black hair, dressed in a green dress, and her face that had not yet woken up was lazily. There was something different. Lovely. Well, today's morning class content is still Tai Chi. Erlong, you follow Donger to fight, I will take you to do it first. Yang Xian turned around and motioned for the second woman to do the same with him. Lu Erlong shook his face and followed with a dazed expression, while Bibi Dong looked at Yang Xian's back with bright eyes. Yang Xian seldom takes her to fight, but every time she fights, there is a superb beauty, which is natural and makes her very appreciative. As expected, as Yang Xian began to slowly hit the first punch, the two girls behind were already stunned. What kind of a teenager was that? Bai Shensu, black hair and shocked, raised his hands and stretched out his palms, as if it was the eternity between the world and the earth. Every punch, every palm, had an unspeakable charm. After took the two to fight again, Yang Xian no longer cared about the two girls who had fallen into a state of epiphany, but went to the kitchen to cook. Look, once in a while, I'm so handsome, and I almost killed the two of them. When is it a mistake to be handsome? But because of one more person and the reason why Lu Erlong came here for the first time, he cooked a little more for breakfast this time. Pot stickers, egg pancakes, stir-fried vegetables, lotus seed porridge, small dough sticks. Then, Lu Erlong was impressed by this breakfast. It's so pitiful, she has never eaten such a delicious meal in her life. After breakfast, Dong you continue to arrange special training for you. Erlong, you come to the other side with me, I will check your strength, and then give you a customized plan that is unique to you. Okay, thank you, master. Lu Erlong nodded obediently. After hitting a set of punches in the morning, she had already admired Yang Xian's 5-body cast. Naturally, she would not refuse Yang Xian's arrangement. Lu Erlong's training plan is actually not that complicated. She emphasizes explosiveness, but because of explosiveness, her spirit power is often unsustainable. So Yang Xian's training is to make Lu Erlong strong and long, and properly become a durable Sailor Moon. But even so, it took Yang Xian 3 days to formally confirm Lu Erlong's exclusive training plan, and then he implemented it once before handing it over to Lu Erlong. This method is definitely the most suitable for Lu Erlong, there is no one. In the evening, Yang Xian's room. At this time, Yang Xian's room was full of atmosphere and lively, because Lu Erlong and Bibi Dong were both in his room. Tonight, they are going to play a 3-person game all night. And at this time, Lu Erlong and Bibi Dong both had just taken a shower, and their hair was still a little wet on their shoulders. Bibi Dong was wearing a long purple pajama dress, while Lu Erlong was wearing a more conservative dress. Pajamas and a pair of pajamas. Smelling the scent that was close at hand, Yang Xian was a little bit happy at the moment. Bibi Dong and Lu Erlong were all beauties from 2 directions. One was Empress Fan, full of royal sisters. One is an overbearing president, who has a grumpy temper but is gentle like a cat in front of him. This kind of feeling can be understood but not spoken. Well, master, don't look at it, let's get started. Bibi Dong urged, and deliberately stiffened her chest. Her night dress suddenly fell a little, and her white skin came into view. Well, it's very white. Ah, okay, today's game, I call it Douluo. Before I talk about the rules, let me first say that this game cannot use soul power, cannot use mental power, and can only play cards in the most ordinary way. Yang Xian said that he took out the prepared playing cards from the table, put them on the table, and started to introduce all the cards and rules one by one. Okay, the rules are like this. If you don't understand, you will ask me after you get started. I also prepared some snacks for you. Yang Xian took out the storage bag and shook it on the table a few times. Various dried fruits, melon seeds, and peanuts were all shaken out by him. In addition, there were some strange things. Master, what is this? Bibi Dong asked, holding a red jar. This is Coca-Cola, a very good drink, and the one over there is Wolong spicy bar. You will become addicted if you eat it. These things were only obtained by the master with great difficulty. Today is a rare opportunity, so I will give you a taste. Yang Xian introduced with a mysterious smile. The system occasionally rewards some snacks and gadgets from the previous life. Over the past few 100 million years, he has only saved so little, and the atmosphere has reached to come out to relieve his greed. There is just one thing to say, and indeed few people can resist the temptation of cola and spicy bars. Okay, thank you, Master, let's start. Bibi Dong opened a can of coke to Yang Ziyi and placed it on the table, then opened another can for Lu Erlong, and finally opened a can for himself. Okay, shuffle the cards. Right 2. Bomb. Master, the taste of this coke is so weird, let me have another taste. Master, you can take another pack of spicy strips, just one pack. Erlong, I'm sleepy. I'm sleepy too. Early the next morning, Bibi Dong rubbed his hazy eyes and found that he was holding a soft thing, as comfortable as a personal pillow. Suddenly realized something, and looked down, who was the white-clothed boy she was holding in her arms instead of Yang Ziyan. The sleeping position of the three of them was very chaotic. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Bibi Dong hugged Yang Ziyan in his arms. Yang Ziyan's head was resting on Bibi Dong's upper body, and Lu Erlong was holding a white flower. The long legs were placed on Yang Ziyan's, and the legs of the two people were tangling with each other. How can I get a messy character? But Bibi Dong clearly remembered that Lu Erlong was wearing pajama pants, but when he looked at the pajama pants that had been faded to the ankle, Bibi Dong couldn't help but patted his forehead, almost forgetting that Erlong had a habit of while sleeping. Fortunately, there is another one in Erlong. Fortunately, both of them have not woken up yet, otherwise it would be really embarrassing. Why fell asleep last night, playing cards, drinking coke, eating spicy bars, and then fell asleep. Gently hugged Lu Erlong, Bibi Dong didn't bother to care about the irregularity of his night dress, and tiptoed out of Yang Ziyan's room. When he left, Bibi Dong glanced at Yang Ziyan. Well, it's morning, so this is what is called, right? Bibi Dong's face was extremely blushing, and even her breathing was a little short, but she did not dare to delay any longer and quickly and silently left the room. As it is today, nothing happened. Nothing happened. After confirming that Bibi Dong had left, Yang Ziyan turned over and fell asleep again with a faint smile on the corner of his mouth. It was Bibi Dong who forced himself to sing to sleep last night. In the middle of the night, he pulled himself over and slept with Bibi Dong. He was a completely innocent little boy. He was held by two women all night. Is he easy for him? So, boys must protect themselves when they go out. But tonight I discovered a lot of interesting little things, for example, the sleeping habits of the two apprentices. Chapter 16, Guyuina, my palace does not die, you will end up as a concubine. Stardo Forest, Core Circle. In the imagination of many spirit masters, the core circle of the Stardo Great Forest should be the kind of fierce beasts rampant, white bones, and blood on the ground, but only a few spirit masters have seen the true face of the core circle. Lush trees are very neat trees rising from the ground, whichever tree is taken out is precious wood, and the height is about 100 meters. In the center, a lake that looks like a bright mirror lies quietly. This is a fairly transparent lake. You don't even need to get close to it. You can feel the breath of life even if it's a long distance away. This is one of the most mysterious places in the Douluo continent, a forbidden existence, the Stardo Forest, the Core Circle, and the Lake of Life. At this time, on a tall tree near the Lake of Life, a human woman was sitting on a branch like this, looking out of tune with the surrounding scene. And it is strange that there is no soul beast nearby. It seems that they have been driven out because of something, only this human woman is here. This is a tall woman, wearing a long silver dress, with long silver hair scattered like a waterfall, hanging down to the waist. The long silver hair is not only silky, but also has a texture like silver crystal. Her appearance is exquisite, her skin is white, tender and greasy, and her figure is even more beautiful. Her long skirt faintly reveals the white legs hidden in the skirt corners, which is a bit dazzling. If Bibi Dong's beauty represents the pinnacle of intellectual beauty, then the beauty of this girl represents the pinnacle of girly beauty, an incomparable kind. If you have to describe it, then this girl is the ceiling of the two-dimensional girl, and there is no one, enough to make all the otakus suffer from kidney failure at night. Soul and Beast Master, Silver Dragon King, Guyuina. At this time, Guyuina looked eagerly into the distance, as if expecting something to come. Her feet without shoes were white and tender, and each toe was a work of art, shaking and shaking there. Why the master hasn't come yet? Guyuina's voice is very nice, it is the kind of agile and crisp, but with a hint of resentment. She is accompanied by the memory of the dragon god, so naturally from the moment she was born, she looked for Yang Xian, and when she fled from the god realm to the Douluo continent, Yang Xian happened to wake up, so she was able to save her life. Yang Xian not only concealed Guyuina's breath, but also stabilized her injury with a few plain little fairy grasses, but it did not completely cure Guyuina. Guyuina's injury is very special. It belongs to the wounds of the god realm. In other words, the god king directly used the origin of the god realm to hurt Guyuina's origin, and the power of the world was used. Therefore, Yang Xian can't fight against the power of a realm without breaking through the 99th level and becoming a god. Guyuina's injury has been delayed, but at least it will not continue to deteriorate. Yang Xian's strength is not very clear to him himself, the years are too long, and the skills he acquired are a bit messy, but what is certain is that he is still unable to fight the power of the gods. Otherwise, Yang Xian had regained consciousness at first, and after learning that the dragon god had been killed, he would not choose to hold back, but would kill the god realm as soon as possible, and it would have turned the ground upside down. Good apprentice, who do you miss here? The voice of thinking about the day and night rang in Guyuina's ear, making Guyuina cheer. A pair of long and thin legs jumped directly from the tall tree, regardless of whether the spring under the skirt was exposed to the white-clothed boy under the tree, and she was willing even if it was exposed. Master, you finally came to see Nana again. Guyuina was like an octopus, she hung herself on Yang Xian's body, grasping tightly, as if she didn't want to let go for a moment. Nana, you come down first, okay, don't do this every time you come over. Smelling the refreshing and pleasant scent close at hand, and then looking at the already close-up body, feeling the kind of Guyuina unique softness, Yang Xian said, I am used to it. He is a serious master, so he doesn't want to be a dragon knight or something, but this helpless apprentice wants to seduce him every day, making him quite helpless. Really, isn't it good to be a master and apprentice? I have to writhe on me. And it seems that every female apprentice likes to writhe on herself, but fortunately, these two newly recruited apprentices don't have this trend yet. No, master, you only come to see me once every 1,000 years. I don't want to hug you well, it will take another 1,000 years before you can. Guyuina said coquettishly. If the other big beasts see their soul beast see, oh master, the dignified Silver Dragon King is such a little girl in front of someone, I wonder if it will be dumbfounded? Ahem, that, the master can almost no longer need to fall asleep, at most one more sleep, in 5 or 6 years, you can walk in the world completely, so you don't need to be like this. Yang Xian coughed and explained, and he was telling the truth. Truth. If you don't listen or listen, the 8th chanting, anyway, Nana has to hug enough before talking. Guyuina didn't eat Yang Xian at all, but continued to hang, twisting and twisting. Guyuina wasn't satisfied until she felt the changes in Yang Xian's body. Sure enough, the master said it nicely, but her body was as honest as ever. Well, you can hang up first, I'll show you the injury. Yang Xian showed a helpless smile like an old father, and then touched Guyuina's back with his hand, quietly feeling. It seems that the big silkworm baby is pretty strong, your injury has recovered at least 70%, keep working hard. Yang Xian patted Guyuina on the back, you read www.yuyuganshu.com to show encouragement. Master, when are we going back to the realm of the gods and regain everything that belongs to me? Guyuina buried her face on Yang Xian's shoulder and asked a little heavy. It's coming soon, at most in more than 20 years, I will get back everything that belongs to you for you, everything that the soul beast should have. Yang Ziyan also hugged Guyuina tightly to show comfort. As the Silver Dragon King, the hope of the soul beast, Guyuina bears too much, and only in front of him, Guyuina will remove these disguise and show her innocence. Master, I believe in you. Guyuina nodded heavily, and then slowly got off Yang Ziyan, but both hands were very tightly holding Yang Ziyan's arm, and the whole body was attached to it. Okay, no more trouble, let me take you some newly researched delicacy. Yang Ziyan patted Guyuina's little hand and said. Wait a minute, Master, have you recruited female disciples again recently? Guyuina suddenly smelled Yang Ziyan's body and frowned displeasedly. I didn't pay much attention at the beginning, but now I calmed down and realized that Yang Ziyan had the smell of other women. Although it was not very heavy, it did exist. Yes, the master has accepted 2 new female disciples. Yang Ziyan nodded and admitted. He never concealed such things. After all, he didn't want to be a sea king, he just wanted to accept apprentices quietly. If all of this was hidden, would he continue to accept female apprentices in the future? Let the female disciples know that they have other female disciples, this is the correct operation. Guyuina sighed helplessly, hey, okay. No matter how many women you have, your palace will not die, you will eventually be a concubine. Chapter 17, Enlighten a Yin. Of course, Yang Ziyan didn't know that Guyuina had already regarded herself as the palace, let alone that his female apprentice had already fallen in love with him. Otherwise, he will definitely give his apprentices a little bit of science, the love story of Yang Guo and Xialongnu, the story of Bai Ziwa and Huaqianggu, and the story of my young teacher in a small movie from a certain country in the previous life. After spending a day and night with Guyuina in the Lake of Life, Yang Ziyan got up and left. When leaving, he didn't forget to wipe the lip marks on his neck with his hand, and looked back at Guyuina speechlessly. Even if you kiss him indecently, you still have to a strawberry print. How could he bring the strawberry print back? Guyuina smiled and waved goodbye to him at this time, the white onion arms were waving, and Guyuina's extremely beautiful two-dimensional face made Yang Ziyan feel a little reluctant to leave. Or, stay and let the apprentice bully for a while? Thinking of this day and night, Yang Ziyan still shook his head, forget it, there will be opportunities in the future, there are 2 female apprentices waiting for him in the family, besides, he is not the kind of person who can't walk when he sees a woman. No way, my female apprentices are so beautiful and I am used to it. After Yang Ziyan disappeared from Guyuina's field of vision, Guyuina regained her lonely expression, like a serious divine master, and said coldly, come back. The words fell, and she disappeared in place. At the same time, a few terrifying auras instantly appeared near the Lake of Life. The headed man was a handsome man in black robes with golden eyes. The fierce beasts glanced at each other, and they all showed helpless smiles. The man in the lead said, okay, let's all go back and continue to absorb the breath of Tianmeng Ice Silkworm. Don't bother about the Lord. Several fierce beasts nodded together, and disappeared above the Lake of Life again. A few fierce beasts disappeared for a moment, and a huge orangutan and a thick bucket-like giant python slowly walked from the distant forest and continued to act as the master of the Star Do Great Forest. After Yang Ziyan on the other side left the core circle, he suddenly stopped and looked at a piece of blue-silver grass not far away. It is better to say that it is blue-silver grass than it is blue-silver emperor, because the cultivation base of this blue-silver grass has reached 99,999 years, and it is only one step to reach the level of 100,000 years. The king of plants. Seeing this blue-silver grass, coupled with this point in time, Yang Ziyan suddenly thought of Tang San's mother, and Prime Minister Cao who was riding a horse. Ahem, Peach, I'm thinking about Peach. Yang Ziyan saw that the system did not say that he naturally did not dare to accept apprentices randomly, but it was okay to leave some images or give some pointers. After all, he was also a half fan of Prime Minister Cao. Don't worry, the last step is very important, Please be happy and listen to my orders. Yang Ziyan's voice resounded around the blue-silver grass, his tone full of majesty and indisputable feeling. When he accepted the little dragon as his disciple, the system gave it the breath of the dragon god, and he could give orders to the beasts. It is this skill he is using now, so Lan Yinko doesn't dare to question his words at all. Then Yang Ziyan waved a circle after another circle of ripples. With him as the center, the blue light ripples were like ocean waves, rippling around Yang Ziyan and Lan Yinko. This is a little bit of his understanding of the heaven and the earth. Of course, this understanding is not his entire understanding. It is only 1/10,000th of his understanding of the heaven and the earth, but it can also help the soul and beast to transform into form and enlighten the way. Even, it is far more than 100,000-year-old soul beast's own perception of heaven and earth. The huge blue-silver grass leaves stretched out, as if they were moisturized by white rain, and they were happily. Even the entire blue-silver grass was growing at the fastest speed, and its breath continued to rise. The threshold of 100,000 years is like a tian's for ordinary soul beasts, but with the help of Yang Ziyan, for this blue-silver grass, it is like an ordinary membrane, which will be broken in one poke. 100,000-year-old plant soul beast, the emperor in the blue-silver grass, officially came out today. Many soul beast powerhouses have cast their gazes here, but none of them dared to approach, because Yang Ziyan's breath is still there. Order the beasts, don't you dare not follow it. In front of Yang Ziyan, this blue-silver emperor is slowly transforming into shape, and a peerless beauty is slowly appearing in front of him. Light blue and flowing hair, a delicate face like melon seeds, a pair of thin willow eyebrows, a rosy lips, and eyes that have been showing excitement and gratitude, and a body with a golden ratio without clothes. Ahem! Yang Ziyan couldn't help but twisted his body. He was a gentleman, so he wouldn't take advantage of others. He just watched the process of the transformation completely during the 10 minutes of the transformation. That's worry, it's the artistic appreciation of plant form, so I don't have any other thoughts. Thank you, Senior, for your advice. Who knows that a white body appeared in front of Yang Ziyan, apparently following Yang Ziyan. At this time, Ayin knelt on the ground, pious and excited. He thought it would take at least a year to transform. Who knows that this expert is just a means? Not only did she succeed in transforming, but he also passed through 100,000 years of soul in one fell swoop. The early stage of the beast. Well, don't you want to put on your clothes first? Yang Ziyan glanced away and said, but his eyes were rolling. Yes, but Ayin is a human being for the first time, and he has no clothes at all. Ayin sighed in distress. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com didn't think it was wrong to show Yang Ziyan. Yang Ziyan patted his forehead. He had forgotten about it. He took out a light blue dress and 2 indescribable clothes for the girls from the storage bag, and handed them to Ayin. Don't ask him why he has women's clothes. The question is that the storage bag has a large space. I have prepared a few more clothes for the soul beast female disciples. Otherwise, there is such a large space, and I will be idle. Senior, how do you wear this? Ayin raised the white coat. Senior, can you help me wear it once, so I will do it. Ayin said innocently. For Yang Ziyan, she won't have any other precautions. Hey, okay. Yang Ziyan sighed helplessly, revealing the helplessness of an old father. I really didn't expect this, and I don't know what happened. Some strange peach blossoms always hit him. After unfamiliarly and skillfully helping Ayin get dressed, Yang Ziyan planned to leave. After all, he had already enlightened, and he didn't know what would happen if he stayed. Senior, are you going to abandon me and leave? The innocent Ayin grabbed Yang Ziyan's sleeve and said with tears in his eyes. Hey, let me be soft-hearted, I will teach you some things that 100,000-year soul beast must pay attention to, and I will invite you to eat some delicious food, and then I will really leave. Yang Ziyan stopped and said helplessly. Okay, thank you senior. Yin clapped his hands and swallowed in excitement. After all, she has 100,000 years of experience, and she does not know anything about things, such as the cuisine of the human world. Please ask for a recommendation ticket. The second change will start after the 8th day of the day. The old book will also have a finale. Chapter 18, Bibi Dong, Master, how many girls did you meet? Yang Xian left the Stardo Great Forest again. It was already a day later. During this day, he taught Ayan many things. Although Yang Xian is still not similar to the method and skill of breaking the space movement, but a small range of space movement is still possible. Disappeared in a flash from the Stardo Forest, Yang Xian reappeared, already 100 kilometers away, and then there was no pause, the figure flashed again. Swipe. 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 Within 50 kilometers of the nameless mountain range, the pattern of Yang Xian's feet slowly appeared, flickering, and teleport. At this time, on the top of the main peak of Wuming Mountain, Bibi Dong and Lu Erlong are doing exercises in a daze. Why do they do exercises in a daze? Because Yang Xian has been away for 3 days and 2 nights. Before leaving, Yang Xian specifically confessed that he didn't know the return date and asked them to practice the exercises and eat by themselves. He went out to visit a disciple. Then Bibi Dong asked him whether he was visiting a female disciple or a male disciple. Yang Xian did not answer. The pattern on the solace of his feet flickered, and he disappeared in place. Erlong, I don't want to practice Qigong anymore. Bibi Dong let out a suffocating breath. Because of the practice, her face was flushed and pink, like a ripe red apple. Donger, I am also a little absent-minded. Although Lu Erlong has not secretly expressed his love to Yang Xian for more than a month, he certainly has a good impression. Although this affection is not considered a relationship between men and women, it is just pure appreciation of the opposite sex, but this relationship does exist, and Lu Erlong himself cannot deny it. Whoever has a handsome-looking, gentle and considerate chef who can cook good food will not be indifferent in his heart, not to mention that both of them are currently lonely. Hey, this guy has been out for so long, and I don't know if it's visiting the female disciple. If you let me know that he is going to see the female disciple, I will. Bibi Dong clenched his fist and waved it, his mouth pursed. Like a jealous little girl. How about you, Donger? Lu Erlong walked behind Bibi Dong, and put his palm under Bibi Dong's squeaky nest, and gently scratched through the white silk exercise suit. When the two people slept together for more than a month, the relationship naturally became closer, not to mention the characters of the two people are actually somewhat similar in a strict sense. For example, they are all beautiful women, such as those with golden ratios, such as those with tough personality, such as emotional people. Don't scratch me. Haha. Erlong, you don't know that I'm ticklish. Haha. Bibi Dong was hiding and begging for mercy, but his clothes were still messed up by Lu Erlong. Unfortunately, there is only this beautiful view. Lu Erlong can appreciate it. Although Bibi Dong runs very fast, Lu Erlong is not slow at all. After more than a month after being specially trained by Yang Xian, Lu Erlong's strength has been increasing in a straight line. And when Yang Xian first taught them, he made it clear that it doesn't matter whether your strength is great or not. The important thing is whether you can run if you can't beat, and you have to run past your opponent. Therefore, according to the height and weight of Bibi Dong and Lu Erlong, Yang Xian specially designed their own and unique postures for them. Well, the kind of personal custom-made body method. The factors to be considered for this kind of customization include all aspects of the body, and Lu Erlong is slightly more complicated than Bibi Dong's design because of the reason that Lu Erlong is one size bigger in some places. Ahem, get back to business. Bibi Dong couldn't avoid it, so he waved his hand, folded his hands on his hips, and calmed down, saying, Erlong, if you want this, don't blame me for shaking you out of sleeping and undressing. Lu Erlong really stopped, her cheeky face turned a little blushing, but then she retorted, "Humph, Xiao Donger, then don't blame the name of the master I mentioned in your sleep. Shake out everything. You." Bibi Dong just wanted to yell at Lu Erlong for not talking about martial arts, but she could not guarantee that she never had it in her dream. After all, Lu Erlong teased her that day. She woke up and found that her silk shorts were actually. "Ahem, I'm back." A pleasant male voice sounded, and Yang Ziyan appeared in front of the second woman, with lines on the soles of her feet, obviously the kind that had just returned. Although, he has been hiding in the dark for 10 minutes and has eavesdropped on a lot of little secrets. Ahem, he was just a good master for the physical and mental development of the two apprentices, so he didn't have any other weird ideas. "Master!" The two girls snorted together, and then ran to Yang Ziyan together. Yang Ziyan also opened his arms with a smile, ready to hug right and left, and staged a show where the master saw his apprentice, tears in tears barking scene. What surprised Yang Ziyan was that the two apprentices did not hug him, but sniffed him together, and then their expressions changed. The taste of the two women is relatively strong, indicating that they are very close, master. Bibi Dong stomped his feet and looked at Yang Ziyan dissatisfied. "To be honest, how many apprentices did you find, men and women, why are you so close?" Although Lu Erlong didn't ask any questions, he frowned and looked at Yang Ziyan, as if something he loved was snatched away. I found an apprentice, female, and the distance is so close because, why did the teacher explain this to you?" Yang Ziyan raised an eyebrow and looked at the two female apprentices who were about to force a confession with dissatisfaction. Bibi Dong will not be affected by Yang Ziyan at all, but Lu Erlong is already a little timid, afraid to meet Yang Ziyan's gaze. "Master, if you don't tell me, Erlong and I won't accompany you to fight the landlord at night." Bibi Dong has methods to rule Yang Ziyan, and this is just one of them. After finishing speaking, he straightened his chest, and there was a look in his eyes that means you understand. Okay, I made some food for the female apprentice." Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com, she beat me, so I have her breath. Yang Ziyan was defeated immediately, but also did not tell the whole story. After all, in the middle of the night, Guyuina was pressed on the ground wall and kissed and dressed Ian inside and out. "How could you just talk nonsense? Then, what's the matter with the breath of another woman?" Bibi Dong continued to ask, his eyes sharp, worthy of being crowned by the future pope. "Well, that was a girl who saved a misstep when I came back, that's it. Don't look at me like this, I'm telling the truth, I can swear to the gods in the sky, if you violate it, let me thunder." Yang Ziyan stretched out his palm and swore a heavy oath. Although, the gods of the Douluo god realm did not dare to cast thunder tribulation on him at all, although in his eyes, the so-called gods in this world are just people with a certain level of strength. But, there should be some programs, otherwise, how can we win the trust of the little fox like Bibi Dong? Don't say it, I believe you." Bibi Dong's fragrant white palm pressed against Yang Ziyan's, and signaled him not to continue speaking. As the saint of Wuhan Temple, Bibi Dong knows that there are gods in this world, and Yang Ziyan's oath is not poisonous. "Hey, that's fine, Donger, tidy up, I'll take you to a place alone." Yang Ziyan regained his smile, and he was secretly relieved. It's hard to be a good master. "A good place? Where?" Bibi Dong asked with his eyes wide open, flashing, and taking her away alone. "Is it possible to open the room?" "God's tomb." Yang Ziyan slowly spit out these two words, causing Bibi Dong and Lu Erlong to lose their minds instantly. Holy Grave. Chapter 19, Yang Ziyan's Third Martial Soul. Yang Ziyan did not stay at home for a long time, but returned with Bibi Dong and left. Before leaving, he said to Erlong very gently, "Erlong, look good at home, I'll come when I go with Donger." Then, he took Bibi Dong who was still in shock and disappeared in place, leaving Lu Erlong with an unhappy face. "Master, is this sword really your martial spirit? You are also a twin martial spirit. In the sky, Bibi Dong's robe was flying, her hair was casually blown behind her, looking at Yang, who was still handsome from the back. Xiandao. At this time, the two of them were stepping under a huge flying sword, and Yang Xian also intimately released a spirit power shield to prevent Bibi Dong from being affected by the terrifying air current. When Yang Xian summoned this flying sword at will, the blade was only more than 1 meter long, but after he threw it into the air, it was already tens of meters long and its width increased. And this sword is very special. The sword is divided into two sides, one half is white, the other half is dark black, one is yin and the other is yang. Quite wonderful. Yang Xian turned to look at the beautiful apprentice Bibi Dong, and said mysteriously, "Yes, I am also a twin spirit. There are 3 twin martial arts spirits, this is normal." Yang Xian's first martial soul Fuxikan, can control everything, the sound of heaven and earth, it is an auxiliary martial soul, of course, it can also be used as an attack weapon when necessary. The second martial soul Sacred Body, extremely weakened version, the body is the martial soul, the body is the martial soul, it can be immortal, and immortal. Can have a good kidney. The third Wuhan is this sword, the name is the reincarnation sword. When the original system was introduced, this sword only had one sentence. Can cross people into reincarnation. Of course, in the past few 100 million years, Yang Xian has indeed used this sword of reincarnation to cross many people into reincarnation, but more of it is used to fly with the sword. After all, how handsome is the sword fairy in white clothes? Oh, okay. Bibi Dong was only surprised, and then gave up and continued to ask questions. Anyway, she only needs to know that her cheap master is very good, very good. Master, what is going on in this tomb of God this time? Compared to whether Yang Xian's martial soul is a twin martial soul, it is better to discuss the matter of the tomb of God. In Bibi Dong's eyes, gods have always been high and immortal. How could there be a god's tomb in Douluo continent? Yang Xian thought for a moment, seeming to be thinking about something, and then slowly said without looking back, a long, long time ago, the god realm was not actually the ruler of human beings, but under the leadership of a soul beast named Dragon God. Then Yang Xian briefly introduced Bibi Dong about the grievances between soul beasts and human gods, which brought the topic to today's destination. And the tomb of the I took you to today is the tomb of a human who fell on the Douluo continent during the war. You can call this the of the earth. God of the earth. Bibi Dong continued to look at Yang Xian, waiting for his explanation. After all, she didn't know anything about the god realm or this god. The of the earth controls the earth and is considered to be one of the 5 great gods in the ancient gods. If you can inherit her god's inheritance, there will be no limit to your achievements in the future. Yang Xian simply explained, without saying too much. After all, they are all old things. The battle was his first time in a deep sleep. He didn't know the specific situation at all, but he learned a lot from Guyuina afterwards. But master, after I came out of the slaughter city, I found that there seems to be something in my spiritual world. She has been tempting me to inherit something, the Rakshasa god. Bibi Dong said with a heavy tone. This matter didn't take it too seriously, but Yang Xian said it now made her a little bit contradictory. What exactly is going on? Yang Xian's face changed slightly when he heard the words. He unquestionably pulled Bibi Dong's arm, and then began to probe. The immense spiritual power entered Bibi Dong's spiritual sea in a gentle way. After entering, he immediately began to look for it carefully. Soon Yang Xian found a weak purple cloud. Sure enough, when Bibi Dong went to the killing city for the first time, he was already targeted by the Rakshasa god. In the original work, after Chihiroji got right to her, the Rakshasa took the opportunity to take the place, and Bibi Dong also taken advantage of the trend began to inherit the Rakshasa god position. Fortunately, it's not too late. Fortunately, she met herself when she came out of the killing capital. Yang Ziyan didn't explain too much to Bibi Dong, but used his mental power to condense into a pair of indifferent, emotionally large eyes in Bibi Dong's sea of spirit, staring coldly at the purple mist. Are you yourself? Or am I sending you to fucking? Yang Ziyan's voice seemed extremely cold and ruthless at this moment, as if the gods who had always been high above him, he was like an ant in front of him, and he seemed to be able to knead it at will. But the purple mist didn't seem to want to compromise. Instead, it turned into a purple light and hit Yang Ziyan's eyes directly. Hey, the light of fireflies dare to compete with how you? Yang Ziyan said coldly, and the huge eyes shot out two golden lights instantly, which directly defeated the purple mist and almost collapsed. Predecessor, senior for your life. Ziaiwu then slowly began to beg for mercy, and his voice sounded terrified. These eyes are terrifying. Although his strength has not reached the level, the amount of spiritual power is far beyond the level, and it is not an existence that can be contended in its current state. Raksha, haha, but so, let's say, you choose to roll by yourself, or I will supersede you. Yang Ziyan continued to ask. Although he can forcibly wipe out this purple mist, for Bibi Dong, Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com will be seriously ill. And this world still needs Rakshasa goddess. If the other party is obedient, he doesn't mind giving it a chance. Senior, you know my current state, if I leave this girl's body, I will definitely disappear. Ziaiwu explained, lacking in confidence, as if he wanted Yang Ziyan to give away to survive. But if you are in her body, it will affect her mood sooner or later. Find a chance to take her into an unforgettable place. Do you think I can keep you? Yang Ziyan continued to ask coldly, with a tougher attitude every time. Senior, I can control myself well, and I can become her vassal. Seeing that there was still hope in the purple mist, he hurriedly explained. Haha, the most ridiculous thing about human beings is that I can control myself well. In the world of my previous life, I don't know how many boys who entered the state of sage after watching a small movie said that this was their last time. But often in the middle of the night, I can't help but open my browser again and log into that website. I don't believe it, let's obliterate it. Yang Ziyan said lightly, his eyes were so overwhelming again in an instant, it seemed that he would have to do it in the next second. Senior, no. I can sacrifice my soul and become the accessory of this girl's second martial soul. I hope that seniors will let me go. The purple mist seems to have made up his mind, and the voice is pitiful, but it knows that this is its only chance to survive. Is waiting for your words. Humph, do you think you are still qualified to be her first Wuhan add-on? Yang Ziyan didn't mind pretending to be forced. Her first martial arts, hey, how did it change? Chapter 20, The Qualitative Change of Bibi Tobu's Soul. That's right, after Yang Ziyan's careful care and the immortal grass smashed in, Bibi Dong's martial arts spirit has undergone a qualitative change, the kind of complete metamorphosis. Her first martial soul has evolved from the Death Spider King to a higher-end martial soul. The name is the Goddess of Light Butterfly. There were divine butterflies in ancient times. Needless to say, the appearance of the light goddess butterfly Wuhan is of course enough to crush the existence of the angel Wuhan. As for the quality of the Wuhan, just one of the characters God can tell the ultimate quality, God-level Wuhan. After all, tens of millions of years of herbs are not eaten casually, so Bibi Dong's temperament has also been quietly changing recently. Although the appearance of the whole person has not changed, it is actually more biased towards fairies, and it is the temperament of the Empress. Fairy. As for Bibi Dong's second martial arts spirit, it is also evolving, but to what extent it will eventually evolve, Yang Ziyan is not clear about it, but it is more than enough to let the spirit of the Raksha into it. Yang Ziyan personally portrayed a contract formation, and injected a drop of his own blood into Bibi Dong's body as a guide, completely solving the problem of the Raksha and soul, and then he let out a long sigh. Bibi Dong watched Yang Ziyan inject her own essence, blood, into her body. Although she didn't know what she was doing, after being injected, she felt hot all over her body, feeling very comfortable and very special. Then she found that Yang Xian's whole body was as collapsed, and his expression became dull. "Master, what's the matter with you?" Bibi Dong asked Yang Xian's arm from behind, with some worry. "It's okay, I just used too much force, it will be fine after a while. Anyway, the teacher has already helped you get the spirit of the Rakshasa for you, you don't have to worry about it anymore." Yang Xian waved his hand. How could he say that he is imaginary? "Oh, thank you, Master." Bibi Dong heard this, and excitedly hugged him from behind Yang Xian, and then did not wait for Yang Xian to say that men and women were incompatible with each other, so he took the initiative to let go. After all, in the past few months, taking advantage of the master for so long, Bibi Dong has already concluded the law, knowing how much the master will not mind. But there is one thing to say, the master is still pretty in his heart. After thinking, Yang Xian has already begun to control the flying sword to dive, because the tomb of the earth is here. This is an endless desert, inaccessible, and even the type of soul beast is monotonous, and the place where Yang Xian takes Bibi to the east is in the middle of this large desert, which is also the largest oasis in the entire desert. The clear lake and dense bushes make this place look like a virgin forest instead of a desert. Below this oasis is the tomb of the god of the earth, and this oasis is also a gift from the god of the earth to this desert. It can be regarded as the welfare of this desert. Yang Xian said while slowly controlling it. With Fijian slowly falling. Yang Xian stopped falling until about 1 meter above the ground, and then gently jumped off the flying sword. Master Bibi Dong stood on the flying sword and didn't jump. Instead, he shouted at Yang Xian a little coquettishly, and then stretched out his right hand. "Hey, come on, my little princess." Yang Xian also stretched out his hand in cooperation, drew a circle with one foot on the ground, and greeted Bibi Dong with a princess gift. "Hey!" Bibi Dong was naturally warmed by Yang Xian's. He took Yang Xian's hand and slowly jumped down, and then naturally, without letting go. "The beautiful name is, afraid." "Ha ha, woman." Yang Xian didn't bother to pierce Bibi Dong's words, but with a wave of his hand, Fijian disappeared into his body, and then looked at the old place not far away with a complex expression, recalling the original incident. "Forget it, it's too long, I really can't remember it. I only remember the of the earth. When I saw her, she had been lingering for many years. She was bored, so she chatted with her and spent the last days of her life. At that time, facing the injury of the gods, I was really helpless. If I put it now, I might be able to save the life of the earth, but the cultivation base is impossible. Has lived for hundreds of millions of years." Yang Xian didn't know how many friends and apprentices he had witnessed. Every time he recalled these people, it was a torment for his memory. But he still remembers that he himself buried the of the earth and obtained the key, or method, to enter her tomb. "No matter what I do later, you must not laugh, Donger." Yang Xian specifically reminded Bibi Dong, and then walked near the lake, looked at the lake, and took a deep breath, as if something was brewing. Bibi Dong looked at Yang Xian's background curiously. She could guess that the cheap master seemed to be entering the gate of the god's tomb through some kind of ritual, but since it was a ritual, why should she not be allowed to laugh? Rituals, aren't all sacred? But Bibi Dong quickly got the answer, because Yang Xian in front of him quickly started his movements. To be precise, it was words plus movements. I saw Yang Xian pointing his finger to the sky and humming loudly in his mouth. "Twinkle twinkle little star. The sky is full of little stars. Hang in the sky to light up. Seems like millions of small eyes." Puff. Bibi Dong covered his stomach with her hands and smiled unkindly. She has received professional training from Yang Xian, and can generally not laugh unless she can't help it. "Ha ha ha. Ha ha. Listening to Bibi Dong's merciless ridicule behind him, Yang Xian still resisted the singing of Little Star. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com because this is the key to enter the gate of the tomb of the gods, and it is also a way to awaken the inheritance of the earth gods. I blamed myself. It was fine to sing a little star to the of the earth, which caused her to change her tomb inheritance to this way before she died. I am afraid that in this world, only oneself can open this door. As Yang Xian finished singing a little star, the lake seemed to be cut open by a big knife. It was divided into two halves from the middle. The lake water was also cut off. A staircase made of white jade went straight to the ground. Okay, don't laugh, let's go. Yang Xian glanced at Bibi Dong behind with a cold face, and then Bibi Dong stopped the ridicule, changed it into a silent smile, and followed Yang Xian silently. No way, the first time I saw the master like this, she couldn't help it either. The steps are very long, and it took almost 10 minutes to reach the end. Although it is underground, the surrounding area is always emitting a faint blue light, and there is no feeling of dimness at all. At the end of the stairs, there is a 100-meter high, blue bronze gate, called Bronze Gate for short. Moreover, the two bronze doors are completely natural, there is no gap. Even if Yang Xian sees it for the second time, he has to admire, God still has some means. Master, what is behind the bronze door? Bibi Dong looked at the mysterious bronze door and asked expectantly. The ultimate meaning of the bronze door is. Yang Xian spit out Sansu's brain hole in his heart, and then walked directly over, with a light push with his hand, the 100-meter high bronze door was directly pushed open. Is that simple? What are you looking at? Don't you hurry up. Yang Xian gave Bibi Dong a white glance. Oh. Chapter 21, Bibi Dong's Kiss. After entering the bronze door, what greeted you was a huge square, the kind that you can't see at a glance. In the center of the square, there is a huge statue erected. It is a statue that is 100 meters high, and the material is not stone, but a material like white jade, which looks crystal clear. This is a statue of a woman. Her expression is solemn and solemn. She is stepping on a piece of earthy grey ground with a light green necklace on her forehead. Although it is only a statue, it gives Bibi Dong a sense of oppression. I'm here. Looking at the statue, Yang Xian said with emotion, not knowing who he was talking to. But at this moment, a layer of white light suddenly appeared on the statue, which was as beautiful as a hazy moonlight. What's more amazing was that a woman walked out of this statue. The appearance of this woman is exactly the same as this statue, except that her body is made up of white light, which looks a little unrealistic. At this time, the woman was looking at Yang Xian with watery eyes, and sighed quietly, "You are finally here, Xian." Yang Xian nodded, and then said, "Yes, I am here. When you left this world, you always wanted to pass on your mantle. This is my apprentice. She is qualified to pass on your mantle, right?" The god of the earth cast his gaze on Bibi Dong, and Bibi Dong felt that she could see through herself at a glance. Indeed, she is qualified to inherit my inheritance, but the god realm probably won't give her the position of god of the earth. After all, the god realm is a radish and a pit. The god of the earth was terrifying at the beginning. He was fighting against the existence of the dragon god with the god of Shura. If the god of the earth returns, let alone the 5 seats of the god realm committee, it is the position of the god king. She is also qualified to sit on it. But is it possible that the current god realm will give her this position? The answer is obvious, no. Yang Xian glanced at the woman, pointed to himself and said, "Don't worry, I am here, are you still worried about this?" The god of the earth looked at Yang Xian again, and then her expression was relieved a lot. She couldn't see through Yang Xian at the beginning, but now she can't see through it even more. Since the other party said so, she must be sure of it. "Well, since it's your apprentice, I won't set a lot of difficulty for the assessment. It won't be worthwhile to meet you and me. The god of the earth nodded and planned to start the inheritance. Girl, don't talk nonsense, okay, we are friends at best. Whatever we don't make. Yang Ziyan spit out silently, but didn't say much. The god of the earth was willing to choose Bibi Dong, it might not be that he lived in this world in another form. Let go of your mind. The of the earth just said such a word by Bibi Dong, and the illusory figure disappeared, but before disappearing, he silently glanced at Yang Ziyan. The white light all entered Bibi Dong's body, and Bibi Dong also sat down cross-legged at this time, closing her beautiful eyes and beginning to realize, but her expression did not show the slightest pain. With Yang Ziyan as a middleman, Bibi Dong's inheritance is enough to be the simplest inheritance in Douluo continent, but the strength of the inherited can be said to be one of the strongest. As the last divine power of the god of the earth disappeared, her statue also completely lost the crystal clear feeling and became grey and colorless. Yang Ziyan couldn't help but sigh when she saw this scene. Once again witnessed the departure of a friend. I am used to seeing so many people splitting and reuniting. It's time to break the shackles. Yang Ziyan's gaze calmly raised his head to look at the sky, his eyes were indifferent and firm, and there was a flash of light in his eyes, as if he could see through the sky. At this time, Bibi Dong also opened his eyes and looked at Yang Ziyan with some joy. The god of the earth set a total of 6 assessments for her, all of which were completed. When she was at level 99, she could continue to train to break the 100th level. God! And these 6 assessments are not too difficult, such as the first one, she can complete it now. Thinking of this, Bibi Dong looked at Yang Ziyan, and then mustered up his courage. Before Yang Ziyan hadn't reacted, he stood on his toes and kissed Yang Ziyan's lips directly with her rosy lips. Dong-er. Yang Ziyan just wanted to resist, but found that Bibi Dong hugged him tightly, his body was pressed against his body, why didn't he let go? But Yang Ziyan was forced to kiss for a minute with a bewildered look, and it was not until more than 10 seconds later that he began to resist and asked Bibi Dong to try what a strong kiss is. He, thank you, master, my first assessment is complete. After Bibi Dong released Yang Ziyan, panting with flushing face, he said shyly and excitedly. That's right, her first assessment was to kiss Yang Ziyan deeply for a minute. She didn't know what the 6 missions set up before the god of the earth left. The first one was so simple, and let her satisfaction. After all, this is the task that requires a kiss, it's not that she wants to kiss herself. Yang Ziyan naturally guessed the reason for Bibi Dong doing this, rolled his eyes and said, what kind of mission is this? It's such a pervert, it's really. Such a task is actually not long enough. www.readaloud.com I want to maintain the demeanor of the master. At this moment, Bibi Dong's breath suddenly soared for a while, from the original 74th level to the 77th level, and his spirit power directly increased by 3 levels. Obviously, this is the reward for passing a task. Master, this of the earth is too good, let me kiss you and reward me with a spirit power increase of 3 levels. Bibi Dong happily hugged Yang Ziyan again, and even hung his feet directly off the ground. Ziyan body. Isn't it? She's only in her 20s. Under Yang Ziyan's magical pill, she has broken through the 2nd level for more than 2 months. This is a direct increase to the 3rd level. Isn't it awesome? You must know that at the level of the Soul Saint, every level of soul power improvement is extremely difficult. Normally, she wants to upgrade to level 77, at least 3 years later. Well, what is your second task? Yang Ziyan asked unmovedly. Bibi Dong thought for a while, and then said, inherit the Pope. Yang Ziyan was taken aback, that's it. Bibi Dong nodded, that's it. Well, let's go back to the mountain first, and I will give you politics and management classes tomorrow. Yang Ziyan thought about it for a while and made a decision. I will fall asleep again here, and Bibi Dong can stay with him for less than half a year at most. After she returns, she will definitely compete for the position of the Pope, and it is time to make up for her. On how to prevent teachers from thinking inappropriately. On how a girl can protect herself by herself. On overall management and division of labor management. Try to write another chapter of an old book, and ask for a recommendation for a new book. Chapter 22, Zero Seek Disease. When I returned to Wuming Mountain, it was already the next afternoon. Lu Erlong was boringly drawing circles in the yard at this time, and then Yang Xian hugged Bibi Dong's thin waist and fell directly from the sky. Vaguely, you can still hear Lu Erlong's muttering. Master Smelly. Donger Smelly, go out to take an adventure without me. When I come back this time, people will no longer wear that low-cut outfit in front of the master, and don't sleep with Donger. Ah, master, when are you coming back? Lu Erlong looked at the two people who suddenly appeared in front of him, and hurriedly closed his mouth, for fear of being found out, but the little girl's resentment still exists. After all, she has been alone in the vacancy for so long. Just now, how is it, Erlong, how is everything? Yang Xian released his hand on Bibi Dong's waist and patted the dust on his body. Everything is fine, that is, one of your fish rolled its eyes and was eaten by me. One of your captive chickens hit the wall and died and was eaten by me. Lu Erlong turned his head and turned his back to Bibi Dong. He said a few words casually, and said no more. I want to eat chicken and fish, and I have so many reasons. Yang Xian spit in his heart, and then said, it's okay, the cattle of the farmers in the mountain often die inexplicably. See what I brought you back when I went out this time. After Yang Xian said, he wiped his hand in the storage bag, and then a necklace appeared in his hand. It was a necklace made of crystal. It looked ordinary in the shape of a star, but it was very delicate, or it was pure crystal without any impurities. This, what is this? Lu Erlong looked back and couldn't move his eyes. It's so beautiful, how could there be such a beautiful thing in this world? Don't move, I'll put it on for you. Yang Xian smiled, then walked gently behind Lu Erlong, and put it on her white neck. Lu Erlong's ears instantly turned red. After all, strictly speaking, it was the first time that she was so intimately contacted by Yang Xian. It was strange that the girl was not shy in her mood. Of course, sleeping in Yang Xian's room with Bibi Dong during card games is not considered intimate contact. After all, the person who slept is innocent. The top Lu Erlong is wearing today is a goose yellow collar, underneath is a white pleated skirt, plus a pair of white cloth boots showing lotus flowers and scattered black hair. Now he is so beautifully named by Yang Xian. Fuck, it looks feminine. Yang Xian was relieved to see that Lu Erlong was not childish anymore. Now he finally understands that when he came back, he would bring gifts to his aunts and wives. Without him, without a good face. This necklace is actually not a rare object, it is a diamond, which is just a diamond from the previous life. There are still many of this thing in his storage bag. Of course, he won't tell anyone about this. Otherwise, so many of them have been sent out over the past few 100 million years, and the car will overturn. But there is one thing to say, women's resistance to diamonds is really nothing. Well, today we have hot pot, let's prepare. Yang Xian patted Lu Erlong and Bibi Dong on the shoulders. Okay, master. Lu Erlong took Bibi Dong's shoulder and went to the kitchen to prepare something, and the two of them instantly became dear girlfriends again. Wait a minute, don't rush to eat hot pot, someone is coming. Yang Xian smiled helplessly, and the formation of the entire nameless mountain range was still in motion. At the same time, a golden light slowly illuminates the sky. In the mid-air, a huge angel phantom emerges, noble and elegant. In front of the huge angel, there is a human man standing with his hand holding his hand. He is dressed in gold and has a handsome face. He is at least 1/10 as handsome as Yang Xian. He has long hair fluttering like a peerless man. Donger, you are really here, go home with the teacher. The man directly ignored Yang Ziyan, who didn't seem to have a half-level cultivation base, and Lu Erlong, who didn't have the strength of the Soul Emperor. "Teacher, when did you come?" Bibi Dong looked at the man in the sky in surprise. Yu Guang looked at Yang Ziyan again, and found that the other party was not jealous and angry, so he was relieved. Otherwise, he was really afraid that the teacher would be hammered to death by Yang Ziyan. "That's right, the person here is no one else, but the master of the contemporary martial arts palace, the son of peerless Douluo Jiandaoliu, Qian Suanji. Was also the man who was envied and hated by countless netizens when Yang Ziyan watched Douluo mainland animation in his last life. You can't come as a teacher anymore, you don't know who you are, so quickly pack your things and go back with me." Chihiro said lightly, his tone still being commanding. "Master, I can't leave here yet." Bibi Dong thought for a moment, then said firmly. She thought that her teacher would be ecstatic when she came, but now she realized that she was used to this place a long time ago, and fell in love with it, so she reluctantly left here. Although she has only been here for 4 months, Bibi Dong asked herself that even if it was half a year, she wouldn't want to leave here, because she would have a special feeling here. Happy, unrestrained, and people who are already worried about her make her reluctant to leave this place. What if I could go on like this for a lifetime? Bibi Dong asked himself this more than once. Why? Chihiroji cast his icy eyes on Yang Ziyan, only to find that Yang Ziyan was sitting there looking at Bibi Dong, and ignored him. Actually, Chihiroji was in a hurry to come this time. He didn't even inquire about the stories of these mountains. Moreover, Wuming Mountain has been a lot low-key recently, and only the older generation of Qiandaolu knows a little. As long as Qian Sunji asked him when he first came over, he wouldn't be so arrogant. When the time comes, let alone find someone in Wuhan, you reading www.yukanshu. I'm afraid he will have to come to Wumingshan personally. Well, why are you so long-winded? Donger won't go back. If you don't want to go back, you can go back to the Martial Spirit Hall by yourself. Yang Ziyan waved his hand casually, his tone was like that of a junior speaking in general. Carelessly. Who are you who dare to call Donger like that? Chihiro tried hard to resist without doing anything, but asked in a deep voice, but her heart was already hot. I am Donger's master, and the only master. Yang Ziyan raised his head and looked at Kyungsun Jideo. Hey, Donger's master is the only one in this seat, how can you be the master of my spirit hall saint? Chihiroji said disdainfully, her tone contemptuously. Bibi Dong has an excellent talent. Even if he is, he doesn't necessarily say that he is worthy of being Master Bibi Dong. Now this guy dares to say that. It's a big tone. Oh? Really, I taught Donger for 4 months. She is now enough to fight against you, the Pope. If you refuse to accept it, try. Yang Ziyan resisted the urge to do it herself and provoked Kyungsunji. After all, Bibi Dong was taught by him, and he still has some confidence in Bibi Dong. Master, me. Bibi Dong pointed at himself and confirmed again. Qian Suanji is already preparing to break through title Douluo, and his soul power is at least 10 levels behind. How is this possible? Try it again. Yang Ziyan said softly and comfortingly. Bibi Dong felt that his whole body was full of power in an instant. Okay, Donger, just let the teacher see your progress in the past few months. The 8 spirit rings behind Chihiroji slowly lit up, and he said with a relaxed expression. 2 more tonight, ask for a recommendation. Chapter 23, I still want to hit Zero Sunji ass. Thanks, S. Behind Bibi Dong, 7 spirit rings lit up, and then a pair of blue butterfly wings appeared on her back, like the sea of stars, and even Bibi Dong's hair turned blue-purple. Even Bibi Dong's martial spirit became the highlight of the entire world as soon as it was released. It was beautiful and elegant, and directly crushed Chihiroji's angel martial spirit temperament. And this martial spirit also covered Bibi Dong's whole body with a light blue light, and Bibi Dong's forehead was also marked with an extra mark, that was the mark of the god of the earth. This, your martial soul. Chihiroji was instantly stupid. Bibi Dong's martial soul was obviously not like this. No matter how much the Death Spider King mutated, he couldn't become a butterfly. Science, okay? How can a spider change into a butterfly? This is the horror of Yang Ziyan immortal grass. After all, it is to seize the good fortune of the world and reshape the martial soul, not to mention becoming the light goddess butterfly. Even if it becomes the weapon martial soul, he is not surprised. Immortal grass of tens of millions of years, is it just to talk about it? But Chihiroji is also someone who has already stepped into title Douluo's strength with one foot. Naturally, he will not be afraid of shock. He will use his strength to tell Bibi Dong today why he is the teacher. The Sword of the Archangel. Chihiroji's sixth spirit ring directly lit up, and a 30-meter-long giant sword appeared out of thin air, and then it was cut down. On Bibi Dong's side, the wings of the goddess of light butterfly also began to counterattack. After all, the wings of the goddess of light butterfly belonged to the attacking beast spirit, and the wings could cut the air with a sharp edge. Master, when will you give me a martial arts transformation? Lu Erlong gently asked Yang Ziyan while pinching his shoulders behind Yang Ziyan. After all, Bibi Dong is too beautiful at this time. Whether it is a martial arts or a human, she has reached a perfect state. She is also looking forward to it, okay? It's a bit difficult to transform Wuhan. I can transform your big bears to make them bigger. Yang Ziyan glanced at Lu Erlong's upper body with a pair of full big bears, and suddenly felt that he could no longer be transformed. It is estimated that the holding is perfect. So Yang Ziyan rolled his eyes and said, "No, your martial soul is not suitable for change. Take a good look at this battle, and you will gain something." As soon as Yang Ziyan said this, the massage behind him stopped. Bibi Dong and Chihiroji will naturally not hit real fire, and even if they hit real fire, the nameless mountain range will not lose the slightest. After all, there are formations presented by the system. But although the current Bibi Dong is not enough to suppress Chihiroji fight, she has not been suppressed by Chihiroji for a while. She has been using the flexibility of the light goddess butterfly to avoid and then counterattack. Besides, Bibi Dong learned a lot from Yang Ziyan. The control and application of soul power can be grasped to a very good degree. No matter how hard Chihiroji used, how much strength she could use to resist. Coupled with that magical body, even Chihiroji couldn't catch Bibi Dong's figure for a while. So, the battle on the field fell into a tug of war, and Chihiroji became more and more frightened, and kept asking a question flashing in his mind. How can that be? Broke in. Qian Suanji's eighth spirit ring lit up, and the angel behind it appeared with 6 wings, and a golden light gleaming like a crude bucket of water shot from Seraphim's forehead towards Bibi Dong. This is Chihiroji's strongest blow, and it contains his insight into title Douluo. Yang Ziyan looked straight, and then raised his right hand slightly. A black and white sword appeared in his hand, and a huge blue spirit ring slowly appeared behind him. Reincarnation sword, and the spirit ring that has been nurtured for 800 million years. Although he can only exert 3/1000ths of the spirit ring's power now, it is already quite terrifying, not to mention that he is not so good at dealing with Chihiroji. Dong, retreat, I'll hit this. Yang Ziyan said. He appeared in front of Bibi Dong, and the black and white reincarnation sword was directly in front of him, and then he waved it gently. One sword spans 30,000 miles, the sword is radiant in 19 states. Brush. Unpretentious sword energy, forcibly split the beam of light in half, shredded the light and shadow of the seraphim, and placed the sword blade at an inch away from Chihiroji's forehead. The entire Wuming mountain is filled with the power of both yin and yang magnetic fields, just like the last days. The sword of reincarnation cuts reincarnation, this is how terrible the sword of reincarnation. Chihiroji's forehead ticked sweat, and for the first time after so many years, he felt that death was so close to him. How did this person make a move? Yes, just a spirit ring lit up, and then he swung a light sword without any preparation. But now he looked at Yang Xian again, only to find that the opponent's spirit power fluctuates at more than 80 levels, but the purity and heaviness of the spirit power are like the vast ocean, unfathomable. How, I will be his master, can you take it? Also, only I can call her Dong'er in the future. I don't know when. Yang Xian has already received the reincarnation sword, standing in midair with a smile and looking at this chamber of secret Douluo, can't help but sigh. Ah! That's it? You are fighting against Wuhan Hall. Kyungsun said desperately, and Wuhan Hall was indeed his greatest confidence. The first force in Douluo mainland, who dares to provoke, Yu reading www.yuuganshu. He couldn't beat Yang Xian on calm, but he still had a 99-level peerless Douluo father. Had. Yang Xian didn't say a few more words. Some people didn't die before Huang He. He gave Kyungsun a chance to resist, and by the way, he was ready to hit Jiansun-ji's ass. Pump hard. Go find your father. Yang Xian just dropped such a sentence and disappeared before Jiansun-ji's eyes. The next moment, Jiansun-ji felt that he was thrown away. Dong'er performed well, work hard, you can hammer the title Douluo when you fight for the Contra. Yang Xian looked at Bibi Dong encouragingly, and praised him. Master, you beat the teacher, this. Bibi Dong said with some concern. She didn't mind Yang Xian playing Jiansun-ji. After all, Yang Xian was only important now in her heart, but after all Jiansun-ji represented Wuhan Hall. Hurt, don't worry, I'll hit Chihiros for a while. Yang Xian waved his hand indifferently, and then continued to sit at the dinner table. Come, you go to prepare the dishes, I will prepare the meat, they will almost come after the hot pot. Yang Xian commanded the two apprentices. Master, your heart is so great. Bibi Dong glanced at Yang Xian worriedly, and followed Lu Erlong to prepare the ingredients. Anyway, she couldn't let Wuhan Hall harm the master. Yang Xian saw the second girl hop around to the kitchen, and came to the place where poultry was kept. He took a look at the fattening sheep and chickens in the pen, and swallowed. Hot pot hard dishes tonight, just lamb rolls and chicken thighs. Add butter and red pepper to the bottom of the pot, stir the mutton rolls, with special dipping sauce, the spicy and refreshing meat taste completely fills the whole taste buds, the taste is absolutely amazing. Chapter 24, Zero Sunji, Should I be called Master Bibi Dong? Mimi, a meal of lamb shabu shabu, and it's night. Yang Xian started to control the water element to clean the pots and pans. Bibi Dong and Lu Erlong were talking quietly between some girls. Topic of. Still chatting quietly, do you really think you can't hear it? Isn't it just some ulterior secrets? Also discussed what color shirt to wear tomorrow. Neither of you have the same size, so what else are you talking about? Yang Xian complained inwardly, while waiting for the arrival of the cheap apprentice Douluo, saying that he shouldn't know that he has woken up yet. Otherwise, according to Douluo's rigid temperament, he would definitely come to the mountain to honor him as soon as possible. Thinking about it, Yang Xian returned to the scene of accepting disciples 200 years ago. At that time, Tang Chen, Douluo, and Bo Sixi were all living on the mountain, and it was not so lively. And he also knew that Douluo and Tang Chen silently liked Bo Sixi, a beautiful apprentice, but it was a pity that Bo Sixi treated them both without saying a word, and didn't know who she liked. I should also go to Sea God Island to see her little apprentice when she has a chance. I hope she won't be the same as before, just come over and hug herself when she sees herself. Speaking of which, going to Sea God Island on my own will reveal my strength, or wait until title Douluo's strength to be safe, and then I will use my own sword and a little sea god. After receiving Lu Erlong, his strength has reached level 86, but only after title Douluo can his spirit power change qualitatively again, and the spirit ring strength he uses can also advance by leaps and bounds. Just when Yang Xian was thinking about it, the golden streamer cut through the sky directly like a shooting star, and then stopped at a distance of 100 meters from the unknown mountain range. The old man in white clothes and white beard appeared in the sight of everyone with a golden armor in his hand. Who was it if it wasn't Chihiroji and Chi Taolu? And Chihiroji at this time is much more miserable than when he left, at least a dozen big mouth marks on his face. At first glance, Qiandaora beat him. Really, ruthless. Disciple Qiandaoliu, pay homage to the master, congratulations to the master. Qiandaoliu knelt down directly in the air, and said meticulously and solemnly. Disciple. Better than Bai Dong. After all, I saw Tang Chen lick Yang Xian. I was somewhat psychologically prepared, but Lu Erlong was stupid. Dare to carry Chihiroji, the old man of the Pope, his identity is easy to guess. This man standing at the peak of the strength and power of the Douluo continent, the most mysterious worship hall, actually called his own master? So Qiandaoliu is my brother? How old is the master? Lu Erlong looked at Yang Xian's green face. How could he not connect him with the old monster? I haven't seen you for hundreds of years, Xiao Liuliu, you are still so old-fashioned. Okay, get up. Yang Xian lifted his palm slightly to signal Qiandaoliu to rise. Who knows that Qiandaoliu knelt there motionlessly? The disciple dare not, the disciple has two serious sins, and I hope the master will forgive. First, the master left the customs, and the disciple did not come to serve in the first time. This is not filial, it is a million death. Second, the disciple is not strict in disciplining the younger generation, and it is disrespectful to collide with the master. Master, please punish me. After Qiandaoliu said, his head dropped deeply, meticulously, and his body remained motionless. Get up, I don't blame you for being a teacher. Yang Xian was most afraid of Qiandaoliu being serious, so he would feel very awkward. If the master doesn't punish him, the disciple won't dare to get up. Qiandaoliu knelt unmoved. Hey, all right, it's the old rules. Yang Xian sighed helplessly and signaled Qiandaoliu to be faster. Yes. Qiandaoliu nodded, took out a slender wicker from nowhere, and looked at Chihiroji. No, Dad, you're a big mouth after you smoked me, so come. Chihiroji was about to regret his intestines at this time, and he knew why he came to provoke this master. You bastard, kneel down. Qiandaoliu got up and snorted coldly, but the dignified Pope Chihiro's legs became weak and he knelt. Kill you bastard! The wicker seemed to have eyes, carrying Qiandaoliu's spirit power, and slammed it on Kyungsunji's buttocks. With just one click, Kyungsunji's big man was shed tears. This time, you have suffered on behalf of your father. Pop! The wicker drew on Chihiroji's ass. This time, you are the one who contradicts the master. Snapped. This time, you don't respect your two uncles. Snapped. Uncle Shi, where do I have Uncle Shi? Chihiroji asked with tears and dissatisfaction. The two female disciples of your master ancestor, who are not your master uncle. Qiandaoliu said very ironically. Chihiroji looked at Bibi Dong, a former disciple. She became my uncle? Bibi Dong and Lu Erlong are also dumbfounded, so their seniority has been brought up? In fact, Yang Xian didn't even think of this, but Qiandaoliu was thoughtful and thoughtful. This one, hit you stupid head. Now, hit you when you were young and watch your aunt take a shower. Half an hour later, Qiandaoliu, Lu Erlong, Bibi Dong, and Yang Xian came to the main hall to talk. Chihiro slapped Lao Gao's and lay on the grass outside, with an expression of impossibility. The world is not worth it. Xiaolu, soon, your junior sister will return to the Hall of Souls. When she will take over as the Pope of the Hall of Souls, isn't the problem a big deal? Yang Xian asked casually, and directly helped Bibi Dong to assess the second level. Solved. Enlighten the master, there is no problem, even if you want to enter the consecration hall, you can. Qian Daoliu said without hesitation, not daring to disobey the slightest. This is not only the reason for Yang Xian's identity, but Yang Xian's strength and wisdom dare not let Qian Daoliu be at a loss. 100 years have passed, and I am already very old, but the master is still young. This is already very scary, okay? Besides, when you go back, remember to tell your son about marriage. If you give birth to a daughter, call her Qian Rongxiu. Give her to her since she was a child. Bibi Dong raises. Yang Xian glanced at Bibi Dong. www.readaloud.com continue to arrange. The appearance of oneself directly shot Chihiroji's careful thought to death, but Qian Rongxiu still deserves it, and raised by Bibi Dong since childhood, the two are also considered mothers and daughters. Ahem, I just don't want to spoil the plot, so I don't have any weird hobbies and plans. Yes, what mother and daughter sisters spend are all tricked by the children in the movie. This, the disciple obeys. Although curious, Qian Daoliu agreed. Don't think too much, do what I say, and promise your Wuhan Hall for tens of thousands of years. Yang Xian comforted casually, but this is also the truth. Thousands of roomers heard the words and hurriedly knelt down and thanked him. Only he knew how terrifying the master's layout and promises were. Don't talk about kissing his son, but just telling himself to kiss him, as long as he can keep the Wuhan Palace forever. Worse, everything is worth it. Okay, take your son back. Don't bother me. You don't need to serve as a teacher. By the way, you take these Yang Yuan pills. The boss is not young. Take care of your body. Don't go out and pretend to be too much. Fight. Yang Xian tossed Qian Daoliu a bottle of pill and started to drive people away. Thank you, master. Qian Daoliu received the treasure, carefully collected the pill, bid farewell to the three of them again, and left with Chihiroji, who was moaning and painful. After the two left, Yang Xian looked at Bibi Dong and said, just ask what you want. There is nothing to ask, master, you hate it. Bibi Dong blushed and ran away. The master has already let himself practice in taking care of children in advance. Doesn't this imply that what else can it be if you want to have children with yourself? Chapter 25, The Most Beautiful Moment of Bibi Dong and Lu Tuolong. Time rushes into the water, 2 months have passed in the blink of an eye. Early in the morning, Yang Xian called the two apprentices into the yard, and looked at them with a serious expression. Today, Erlong was promoted to the 6th ring Soul Emperor, and Donger is only 1 level away from the 80th level Soul Contra, and there is not much time to lead you as a teacher. Today, he took you to obtain the spirit ring. We should separate. At this point, Yang Xian sighed helplessly, because he got up this morning and the system had reminded him that he was about to enter his last deep sleep in 5 days. The time for deep sleep was about 10 years. Yang Xian probably forgot it. At this time, he should just meet 6-year-old Xiaowu and Tang San, and start the truly magnificent era of Douluo continent. Hey? Master, are you going to drive us away? Bibi Dong and Lu Erlong asked in unison, with grievances in their eyes. For more than half a year, they have been accustomed to this place. This is the happiest and most reassuring time in their lives, but now Yang Xian tells them that they are going to leave. No, it's mainly because I have to retreat again for some reasons. Don't worry, our masters and apprentices will definitely meet again. Besides, don't you have a few days to accompany you? Yang Xian said half-truth. I must not be able to talk about slumber, otherwise there is no way to explain it. All I can say is retreat. But, I don't want to leave. Bibi Dong's eyes were slightly red. Compared to the first time she came here, she planned to make do with her for half a year, and now she only wants to stay here for a lifetime. Lu Erlong is the same. She had already died of Yu Xiaogang and wanted to live her life safely on the mountain, but she never thought that Yang Ziyan unexpectedly announced today that they were about to become a teacher. Silly girl, there is no permanent banquet in the world, don't cry, go and organize it. I will take you to the Stardo Great Forest. Yang Ziyi walked slowly in front of Lu Erlong and Bibi Dong, and then stretched out his hand. Wiping the tears of the two, looked at the two women with some emotion. It was another parting time, but fortunately it was not long this time. As soon as my eyes closed and opened, 10 years passed. By then, the two apprentices should be mature peaches. Cough cough, peaches, the sweetest and most delicious ones that can produce water with a pinch. But master, I'm only level 79, and I'm still some distance away from level 80. Bibi Dong asked with a slightly hoarse voice looking at Yang Ziyan, who was close at hand. Level 79 and level 80, it looks like the gap is only one level, but this is like a gap that is difficult to cross. Bibi Dong thinks that he can't cross it in a short period of time. After all, who believes the contra in his 20s? Without Yang Ziyan's participation in life, no matter how fast she practiced, contra would still need to be more than 30 years old to reach. Don't worry about this, the master will definitely help you. Okay, you go and pack up, let's go to the Stardo Great Forest. Yang Ziyan first squeezed Bibi Dong's face, and then squeezed Lu Erlong's face. Provoked the two women to yell for a while. Master also started to play hooligans. But clean up this time. The second daughter seemed to be very tidy. Although Yang Ziyan had the experience of waiting for girls to go out, she was still a little anxious in her heart. No matter how many girlfriends I have in my last life, I must make up and match clothes when I go out. The time starts at least an hour. So his girlfriend is almost healed, he will silently pick up the phone and put on 3 or 4 handfuls of king pesticide. Of course, his rank was still in the Diamond Bureau before crossing. He was once a king, but he thought about visiting the Diamond Bureau and never went back. This time Yang Ziyan waited for more than an hour before the two girls walked out of the room together, holding hands. Then Yang Ziyan's eyes shined in the moment of dressing up. Bibi Dong is wearing a white pleated skirt today, about 8 minutes away, just showing her white tender and powerful calf, which makes people want to touch it. Her blouse is a purple waistcoat with a white tube top, her hair is half-tied, and the rest of her slightly curvy hair hangs over her shoulders. Purple cloth boots designed by Yang Ziyan are on her feet, which perfectly set off Bibi Dong's long legs. And Bibi Dong obviously used the lipstick given by Yang Ziyan today. Yin Tao's small mouth looked very rosy and attractive. She didn't need to take care of her long eyelashes, but she got a faint purple eyeshadow. It looks good. Seductive, generous, heavy-duty, coupled with noble temperament, today's Bibi Dong is definitely the most beautiful one ever seen by Yang Ziyan. Lu Erlong does not have Bibi Dong's temperament. But it has its own advantages. You can't see the stalwart of the toes when you lower your head. Moreover, Lu Erlong wears a red top that is biased towards tights today. His hot figure is better highlighted. The lower body is a pair of wide-legged black trousers, paired with black leather boots, giving people a kind of hot feel. Lu Erlong wore a heroic ponytail today, and also put on a light red eyeshadow, smeared fiery red lipstick, and even had a scent on his body. Hot, domineering, and tempting. I said, two beauties, are you just going out? You are like seeing a lover. Yang Ziyan's eyes didn't leave the second woman's body and teased. It's a fool if he is cheap, and he is not foolish. Aren't you my lover? Bibi Dong glanced at Yang Ziyan shyly, and remembered that Yang Ziyan asked her to take care of the child. And Lu Erlong also had a shy face, and didn't know what he was thinking. This time, it was because they were leaving soon, purely wanting to show their most beautiful side to Yang Ziyan, that's why they have this scene. Okay, don't be mean, you reading www.yuyugonshu.com, shall we go? Bibi Dong gave Yang Ziyan a white glance. Okay, Let's go. Yang Xian nodded, calculating the time again in his heart. Well, Naer is indeed in the retreat and absorption period these days, so there should be no chance of hitting the apprentice. It's not that Yang Xian was afraid of bumping into him. He just wanted to make the world more beautiful and less conflicted. Yang Xian's right hand is a yang, and the black and white reincarnation sword appears in his hand, and then he throws it at random. The reincarnation sword quickly grows larger and wider, and stops in mid-air. Let's go. Yang Xian jumped up first, and then Bibi Dong said softly and weakly below, Master, don't you pull this weak woman. Just you, still weak girl? Yang Xian vomited in his heart, but still the gentleman reached out and held Bibi Dong's delicate little hand to pull her up. If it were not for Yang Xian to prevent the invasion of Raksha's mind and rewrite the process, Bibi Dong might not have much innocence and happiness at all, and only indifference and resentment. Although Lu Erlong is not as deep-rooted as Bibi Dong, he has a lot of affection for Yang Xian. She also stretched out her hand and said, Master, I want to. Girl, what you said is a bit wrong. Yang Xian naturally knew that Lu Erlong didn't understand these jokes, so he stretched out his hand and pulled her up. Okay, let's go. A white light appeared behind the flying sword, and then with a swish, the three of them flew into the distance. In this flight, Yang Xian was in the middle, Bibi Dong was in front, and Lu Erlong was at the end. After all, Lu Erlong didn't fly very much. Yang Xian asked Lu Erlong to hold Bibi from behind. East's waist. What bad thoughts can the handsome master have? Chapter 26, A Soul Beast Suitable for Lu Tu Dragon. The Xingde Forest is located just south of the Tiandu Empire. The forest spans the two empires. Because of the large number of soul beasts here, this is also the most unclear place on the border between the two countries. From the map, most of the Xingde Forest is in Xingluo. Within the empire. Of course, the Heaven Do Empire has never admitted this. As one of the three major wild soul beast colonies, this is naturally the place where soul masters most hope to come, because every time they come here, it means they have to advance. How many years the Star Do Great Forest has existed in the Douluo continent is unclear, but after walking into the forest, the denseness of the sky and the sun is enough to tell people how long it has existed. Of course, flying over the Star Do Great Forest is something that no soul master would dare to do. Even title Douluo would not dare. After all, it was the Star Do Great Forest, with countless strong men, and title Douluo would not dare to go wild. But under this background, a giant sword floats in the sky above the Star Do Great Forest. On the giant sword are a man and two women. The man was dressed in white, with a face that was jealous of heaven, and he was also held by a woman on his waist. The woman in red was tightly attached to his back, but because of the figure of the woman, the two of them always they can't fit together perfectly. There is no him, just because of a big character. And the man also hugged a woman, and the woman he was holding also looked enjoyable. Although the figure in front of the woman was not as exaggerated as the one in the back, she had the temperament of a queen. Master, let's stop flying. This is already outside the Star Do Great Forest. Bibi Dong said hesitantly to the man who was holding her waist. It's okay, look at the soul beasts below. Yang Xian smelled the body scent of the beauties close at hand, and pointed slightly at the soul beasts below. Lu Erlong and Bibi Dong's eyes were attracted by Yang Xian's finger pointing at the same time, and then they saw all the spirit beasts crawling on the ground, as if worshipping something. 10 years, 100 years, 1,000 years, and 10,000 years of soul beasts all crawled on the ground, and no soul beast ran away or got up, as if they were welcoming their monarch. This. Bibi Dong turned to look at Yang Xian. Because of their closeness, their lips were only an inch at this moment. Yang Xian raised her back. Don't worry, the spirit beasts are very friendly, let's go down. Yang Xian's remarks obviously acquiesced that the spirit beast's behavior was due to his reasons, but there was no explanation. After all, this thing was quite complicated to explain. Although they are used to Yang Ziyan's greatness, Bibi Dong and the others still can't believe that Yang Ziyan can eat so well in the soul beast world. There are too many mysterious places about this guy. Okay, let's go down and have a look. Yang Ziyan took the initiative to speak again, controlling the whereabouts of Fijian. It is impossible for him to step on Fijian to the core circle. It would be embarrassing to be beaten by a small report. As they got closer and closer to the ground, the three of Yang Ziyan vaguely felt the fresh air blowing from the front, the refreshing smell with the fragrance of plants, and it was indescribably comfortable. Take a deep breath of fresh air, and the 36,000 pores all over the body seem to be stretched out. The feeling is unspeakably refreshing, the kind of refreshing second only to physical exercise. From the spiritual power of successful cultivation, he explored the distance. What Yang Ziyan saw was a green ocean. The endless green in front of him looked so shocking, and that comfortably refreshing breath came from this. Finally, they fell into the Star-Do forest, and what they saw were trees more than 20 meters above and the lush grassland. This was only the outermost part, but even so, the dense forest did not seem to be normal at all. The road can be followed. The shadows of the trees are heavy, and the real scene cannot be seen. When you come to the forest, the air becomes more comfortable, as if the temperature has dropped a bit. Refreshingly feel that the fragrance of the moist earth is constantly stimulating everyone. Smell. This. It is the Star-Do Great Forest, this. It is the heaven of soul beasts in Douluo continent, this. This is where Yang Ziyan's kiss disappeared. Well, it was taken by Guyuina. Okay, Erlong, it's easy to find some of your soul beasts. Let's look at your soul beasts first. With Yang Ziyan's arrival, the soul beasts also slowly faded. No one dared to provoke him. Obviously this is Yang Ziyan's handwriting. Lu Erlong belongs to the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family, but her spirit is a mutated fire dragon spirit, which is also a pretty good beast spirit, but it has also created Lu Erlong's irritable character, but in the past 6 months or so, I've been well raised, and I've never been angry. Your body has made great progress in the past 6 months. It is more than enough to carry a 50,000 year soul ring, preferably a fire-attributed dragon blood martial soul. Yang Ziyan seemed to be saying to himself, in fact, he was searching for memory and checking whether the soul beasts in the Star-Do Great Forest were not many days. He can give orders to the beasts, and naturally he must be responsible for the spirit beasts. He can't kill innocents, and can find the best fit. Moreover, with this skill, he doesn't need to run around looking for the spirit beasts. As long as it is settled with the spirit beast, let the family come over by themselves. If you have it, it's up to you. Come out, fire-breathing dragon. Yang Ziyan pointed his finger to the deep forest in the distance, but in the eyes of the second girl, he looked like a middle-two boy. But just after a while, the surrounding temperature suddenly rose up, and a rumbling sound came from a distance, and the earth seemed to be trembling. Roar! With a roar, the surrounding spirit beasts stunned, and a 20-meter-high, orange-yellow spirit beast that looked like a dinosaur appeared in the distance, pointing to the direction of Yang Ziyan's finger. It was a soul beast braving flames all over, and it was covered with scales, but its aura was very old. Stop it! Yang Ziyan shouted directly to the fire-breathing dragon, Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com, and they were all fine, but the clothes were about to be roasted. He didn't want to play with birds in the forest. Don't be so excited about the fire-breathing dragon, I know your vitality has been losing, I am afraid that time is running out. This is my apprentice, her spirit is a fire dragon, if you can, would you be willing to be her spirit ring? Yang Ziyan he pointed to Lu Erlong and said. Roar! This fire-breathing dragon has been cultivated for nearly 60,000 years, and naturally understands what Yang Ziyan said. If you agree, thank you. Yang Ziyan gently arched his hands at the fire-breathing dragon, and then looked at Lu Erlong. This fire-breathing dragon has been cultivated for as long as 60,000 years, and it has some dragon blood on its body. It is considered a very powerful soul beast. And if it is voluntary, you can absorb it, which is very suitable for you. Go. Lu Erlong still doesn't understand how Yang Ziyan did it, but he knows it's a rare opportunity. He smiled kindly at the fire-breathing dragon, and then walked towards it. Yang Ziyan followed and let Bibi Dong stay in the same place. After all, Lu Erlong cannot be afraid of fire. Yang Ziyan has the element of fire, but Bibi Dong is still somewhat resistant. She is responsible for letting out the wind here. Erlong, clothes. Yang Ziyan reminded him that he also had a flame-like energy body on his body. Lu Erlong's response was very simple: the spirit ring was released, the martial soul was released, the clothes on his body disappeared instantly, and his skin was covered by scales. Okay? Will I protect Erlong so that she can wear clothes? Ahem, this is just pure master's concern. Ian has already thought of a solution, and you are satisfied with it. I would like a recommendation ticket for money. Chapter 27, Bibi Dong Sikuyuina. The absorption process went smoothly. It should be said that Yang Ziyan was here. It was impossible not to go smoothly. Even the pain caused by the 60,000 year spirit ring made Lu Erlong feel as if he was absorbing the 10,000 year spirit ring. After Lu Erlong absorbed the fire-breathing dragon's spirit ring, Yang Ziyan also found a place to bury the fire-breathing dragon. After all, he could give orders to the beasts, and the spirit beasts could be regarded as his friend and little brother. After coming back, Lu Erlong had 6 spirit rings floating up and down, especially the 6th spirit ring. It was as dark as ink, and the quality was extraordinary at first glance. With a long roar, Lu Erlong rose directly into the sky, spitting out the joy in his heart. This is the strength of the Soul Emperor, and because of the fire-breathing dragon soul ring, her current strength has reached the 63rd level. Erlong, congratulations! Bibi Dong shot Lu Erlong in the distance with a smile. Although Lu Erlong is not as talented as her, but after more than half a year, with the help of Yang Ziyan, Lu Erlong is now talented. And potential, can already be said to be a first-class level. Besides, she slept with Lu Erlong for so long, and seeing Lu Erlong promoted, Bibi Dong was still very happy. Donger, you laughed at me again. I'm only level 63. You'll be contra right away. Lu Erlong, who was full of flames, said in midair, but the joy in his heart couldn't be concealed. She will definitely work harder in the future to not let her master down. So far, she can compare to Bibi Dong's, maybe it's just the flesh on her breast, right? Okay, Erlong, first find a place to put your clothes on, and then I will find a soul beast for Donger. Yang Ziyan's voice came from the side. Behind him is a huge tree, which seems to be dedicated to willows. What Erlong was looking for? Lu Erlong gave a shy then the whole person fell from mid-air and ran directly to the big tree behind Yang Ziyan. After reconfirming the safety of the surrounding environment, he took the martial arts and started to wear clothes from the storage soul guide. The tree Yang Ziyan was looking for happened to completely cover Lu Erlong's body, and he didn't plan to peek, it was just a quiet guardian. But after all, I was wearing clothes. Vaguely, Yang Ziyan still saw a white silk shorts accidentally protruding from behind the tree, and a pink silk wrapper. Well, Erlong, such a good apprentice, shouldn't be intentional, Yang Ziyan thought so. At the same time, Yang Ziyan also began to select suitable soul beasts for Bibi Dong. After all, Bibi Dong's current physical condition is not particularly problematic even if it absorbs a 100,000-year soul beast, but the premise is that the 100-year-old soul beast has to be willing. Hey, there is no 100,000-year soul beast close to death recently, and Dongerwahan is the light goddess butterfly, hey, this is okay. Yang Ziyan said to himself, after careful thinking, he hooked at the blue sky finger. Then after Lu Erlong got dressed and came out from behind the tree, a huge eagle flew over the Stardo forest, and then slowly landed in front of Yang Xian, rubbing Yang Xian with his head. That is an eagle that is more than 30 meters in length. It really gives people a feeling of covering the sky when it flies, and its feathers look soft and clean, and its aura is close to the strength of a human titled Douluo. Donger, this is a 99,99999th-year-old soul beast, named Lightning Eagle. Its biggest advantage is speed and double wing attack, which is just right for your current martial soul. Furthermore, because this Lightning Eagle failed to cross the tribulation, now there is only less than 10 years of life left to survive, but if you fit it well, you may be able to break through when absorbing the spirit ring and become a 100,000-year spirit ring. Yang Xian briefly introduced Bibi Dong and looked at the Lightning Eagle. He hadn't seen it once or twice, and the Lightning Eagle was now able to speak. Xiaohong, this is my apprentice, you can discuss it. If you don't want to become a spirit ring, I will not force you, and I will try my best to continue your life. Yang Xian touched the feathers on Xiaohong, then winked at Lu Erlong, and the two of them walked to the side first. Bibi Dong and Xiaohong were left to communicate separately. After all, it is to absorb this level of spirit ring, and if you want to go further, then the two parties must have a friendly exchange. Only if both parties are willing, can the best effect be achieved. After Yang Xian and the two left, Lightning Eagle lay on the ground and glanced at Bibi Dong. Are you his apprentice? S voice is like a dying old man. Well, what's wrong? Senior. Bibi Dong looked at the eagle curiously, not knowing how to communicate. You like him, don't you? Lightning Eagle suddenly asked a question that caught Bibi Dong off guard, but he didn't know the purpose. Bibi Dong flushed slightly, then nodded firmly. I don't know if that counts as a liking, I only know, I want to stay with him, and it's best to stay with him day and night. Lightning Eagle's eyes have a more kind and smile, it's nice to be young, in order to let you catch up with him, the old man will help you. Senior, you. An hour later, a horrible aura spread from the periphery of the Stardo Great Forest towards the surroundings, and countless soul beasts raised their heads and sensed that this is the breakthrough of the power of the human soul master. Behind Bibi Dong, the eighth spirit ring was red, and it was a red like jade. www.readaloud.com. With the effort of Lightning Eagle, it finally cooperated with Bibi Dong when it became a spirit ring. He broke through that step in one fell swoop and became a 100,000-year spirit ring. Although everything went well, it took a long time for Bibi Dong to absorb the spirit ring and spirit bone. Of course, her strength had also changed. Master, thank you. Bibi Dong got up from where she was, bowed deeply to Yang Xian who happened to protect her, and clasped his fists. If there is no Yang Xian here today, she can get an 80,000-year spirit ring at most, and it will definitely not be that easy. It seems that as long as Yang Xian is there, nothing is difficult. Ding, the apprentice has a deeper impression of you. Yang Xian dubbed himself a voice in his heart, and looked even more immortal than Bibi Dong said, thanks, no need to say, since it's all over, let's go back soon. Well, good. Bibi Dong and Lu Erlong nodded together. Although it took a short time to come this time, the harvest was gratifying. Master, why don't you tell me when you brought the younger sisters here? After all, this is my place, so I can also invite the younger sisters to have a meal and make the best of the friendship of the landlords. A clear voice came from the depths of the Stardo forest came. Yang Xian's face changed directly. In the next second, a silver figure appeared in front of Yang Xian's three with a smile. It was also a stunning existence among individuals. Silver Dragon King, Gu Yuina. Yang Xian, damn it, it's 1,000 words, but I still hit my apprentice. Although he didn't say a word, Bibi Dong and Gu Yuina's eyes met unconsciously. See the author's 3 o'clock in the middle of the night code word update, ask for a recommendation ticket. Chapter 28, Bibi Dong and Gu Yuina's contest. You two are little junior sisters, introduce yourself. My name is Guyuina, I am a disciple of the master, you can call me senior sister. Guyuina looked at Bibi Dong with a smile, and stretched out her slender right hand. Hello, my name is Bibi Dong, and I am also a disciple of the master. Bibi Dong also stretched out his hand and shook Guyuina, smiling and speaking softly. Then Lu Erlong, the little girl eating melon, also shook hands. Although I don't know what the situation is, just this kind of atmosphere makes Lu Erlong's scalp numb. It's too scary, it's too scary. Is this the pinnacle women's contest? Sure enough, I'm still suitable to be the biggest brainless woman that the master said. In fact, Bibi Dong and Guyuina are both superb figures in this world, regardless of appearance or temperament, no matter whether it is intelligence or other things, they are not bad, but Guyuina's advantage is that her strength is for Bibi Dong. Is crushed. Although the silent war has started, the two women are very restrained. After seeing each other, they started to call the senior sister and the younger sister shortly. A scene of joy and harmony, but every word of it has hidden murderous intentions. Oh, senior sister, I almost forgot to ask you. Since you apprentice before us, how old are you? Bibi Dong cordially stood with Guyuina and walked towards the depths of the Stardo Great Forest. Asked curiously. Ah, this? I haven't calculated it carefully, it's probably hundreds of millions of years old. Guyuina said with an embarrassed smile. Ah, sister, you are so old, but you look really young. Bibi Dong said, seemingly complimenting. But in fact, you are saying, you are so old, can you point your face? It's okay, how old are you, junior sister? Guyuina asked rhetorically without changing her face. I'm only in my 20s. Bibi Dong said proudly. Oh, isn't it? When I was in my 20s, my strength was about the same as yours, which is equivalent to your peerless Douluo. Guyuina said in a Versailles style. She has been a god-level strength since she was born, even if she is injured, she is stronger than peerless Douluo. Then the elder sister is really amazing. When I look back, I have to let the master continue to teach me. The master taught me hand by hand for half a year. People think it is not enough. As Bibi Dong rubbed his wrist, it was obviously caught by Yang Xian. Oh, that junior sister is really a blessing. Senior sister has never been taught by the master, but the master came to see me every few years. I can't remember how many times. Guyuina said in a trivial tone. Although she has not been taught by Yang Xian has been to see her and stayed overnight with her, so she asked if you were angry. Was right, that time the master went out, they were all right. Although Bibi Dong felt overwhelmed in his heart, but on the surface it was calm and continued to make moves. The two actually smiled and had a lot of moves. Come on, two younger sisters, sit down here, let me cover you in this Stardo forest, what do you want to eat? The four walked to a small stream, and then Guyuina waved casually. The sleeves, and then a large vacant lot was cleared. But it's nothing. The most terrifying thing is that the grass sprouts quickly in the clearing, and there are flowers in full bloom, beautiful and beautiful. This hand alone made Bibi Dong and Lu Erlong feel more pressured. Is this still a human? Whatever you want, we have eaten all the delicious food with the chef. Bibi Dong said with a smile, sitting cross-legged on the grass. Really, the master has also cooked me a lot of delicious food, why don't you work hard once today as the master? Guyuina said unwillingly to show weakness. Then there was cold sweat on the side, Yang Xian was shocked, why did he pull himself up again? Well, good, you guys chat, I'll cook. Yang Xian said silently, really scared. Come on, master, what are you going to do, I'll help you. Bibi Dong immediately rolled up his sleeves and looked like everyone was a lady. Well, everyone is pretty, and they are capable, Yang Xian thought silently. Although the meanings of doing and doing here are the same, the scenes are different, the same is the kitchen and the same is the boudoir. Of course, you have to have a kitchen, after all, you still have to have fun. Then Guyuina didn't dare to show weakness, she also leaned over. Master, let's make boiled pork slices, I will do this. Bibi Dong directly started to apply for the name of the dish, and then looked at Guyuina. Hey, sister, boiled pork slices, pay attention to the delicious meat. I have a century-old wild boar soul beast meat, and it is meat of the blood of the wild boar king. The effect is good. Guyuina directly took out her own star dode. The specialty of the forest, this is also her best. Sister, what you said is wrong. The meat is important, but the sauce is more important. Here is the sauce I personally marinated. It is most suitable for eating boiled pork slices. Yang Ziyan. Lu Erlong. With the concerted efforts of everyone, a delicious meal was finally out of the pot, and since the material was made by Guyuina, this time it was exceptionally delicious. Master, you said you are going to retreat again, when is it? Guyuina learned about this while eating, and confirmed it again. Well, about 4 days later, what's the matter? Yang Ziyi looked at Guyuina in a puzzled way, and asked, what's this? It's okay, just ask. Guyuina stroked the silver hair on her forehead and smiled, but she didn't know what she was thinking in her eyes. It's okay to retreat, she won't be with these 2 female apprentices after she retreats, otherwise she will be under a lot of pressure. Master, don't worry, after you leave the customs, you will see the beautiful Nair. Guyuina smiled and cast a wink at Yang Ziyan. Look, no matter how long the master retreats, I will remain the same. Master, only 10 years, Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com, I have already contra, and aging has almost stopped, and you will also see Mimi Donger. Bibi Dong also threw it at Yang Ziyan. Winks. I don't know, senior sister, what do you think of the relationship between soul beasts and humans? Bibi Dong had vaguely guessed the identity of Guyuina, and asked such a question. Well, in my opinion, although soul beasts and humans are natural enemies, they are inseparable from each other. If so, is worthy of high-level tiering. From the beginning to the present, the areas where the 2 confronted are different. Now it has reached the situation of the entire continent, but it is still difficult to distinguish between superiors. Yang Ziyan watched this scene silently eating melons. His biggest advantage is that he is not a vassal of any apprentice, or is exclusive to anyone, so they have to be obedient in front of them no matter what, and dare not be upright. The tearing force. And once Yang Ziyan gets angry or calls to stop, no one dares to resist. This is the biggest advantage of not falling in love. If you have someone you like, you will definitely be pressing one side tonight, and you won't be so harmonious. Well, it feels so good not to be in love, I'm such an ordinary genius. Just when Yang Ziyan was complacent, his mental power suddenly scanned somewhere in the Star-Do Great Forest, where 2 burly men and a woman in a blue dress were resting. He could feel that their martial spirits are so familiar with them, and that woman actually recognizes them. The spirit of martial arts is the Clear Sky Hammer. And who is that woman who is not a yin? It's not easy to tear up, it took 3 hours to write this chapter and I'm satisfied. I begged for the recommendation votes of handsome guys and beautiful women, and the rabbit has also begun to work hard to update. Chapter 29, A Yin, I want to go with Ian Gong. You wait for me here, I'll come as soon as I go. Yang Ziyan suddenly said to the 2 torn duo who were communicating. Then involuntarily got up from the same place, leaving behind a trail of afterimages and a dazed 3 people. Yang Ziyan left, so tearing is meaningless, but Guyuina admired and looked at Bibi Dong, you are not bad. Among the human beings I have seen, you rank in the top 3. You are not bad, you are the most outstanding woman I have ever seen. By the way, didn't you say that Xingde Dasan Lilan is your home? Quickly see where the master went. Bibi Dong also looked at Guyu appreciatively. Then suddenly thought of this. It's useless, I can't lock the master. He may not be as strong as me, but he definitely has more means than me. Guyuina smiled bitterly. I don't know what he is doing, I can't accept another female apprentice, right? Bibi Dong said jokingly. He dare. Guyuina said domineeringly, like a queen. Bibi Dong also nodded, the two of them still have a consensus on this point. Although the Star-Do Great Forest is very large, to Yang Xian, it was just a few flashes, so only a minute later, he appeared in front of the three of Yin. Who? Tang Hao and Tang Xiao were very vigilant. Although Yang Xian appeared very quickly, they still noticed it. Of course, they just felt a flower in front of them, and then Yang Xian appeared in front of them. As for how he appeared, no one could see clearly. Tang Hao and Tang Xiao are very similar. Both of them will be in their 30s, and they are in their prime of life. They have short, determined hair and a face that is not very good looking, but they are full of masculinity. And Yin's aura at this time has stabilized at the level of 100,000 years, and he has specialized in adulthood. What he exudes is a mature soul beast, not right, the aura of a mature woman. After all, she will be a mature period after her transformation. Before Yang Xian could speak, Yin ran over to grab Yang Xian's arm, and said cordially, "Benefactor, long time no see. A decent little girl." The Tang Xiao and Tang Hao brothers who saw this scene were a little uncomfortable in their hearts. Although they had only met each other for less than a week, they all had a certain affection for Yin. After all, Yin's personality was so gentle and watery. But they can feel that Yin has always had an indifferent sense of distance to them, and he is very distant from eating and everything. On Yang Xian's credit for training Yin in the first place. So like Yin did today, it was the first time they met. What kind of person was it that made Yin treat him like this? Long time no see, these two are. Yang Xian first touched Yin's hair, then pretended not to know, and looked at brother Tang Hao. Ah, these two are friends I made, this is the older brother, this is the younger brother. Yin pointed at the two and introduced. Hello, my name is Yang Xian, I am a relative of Yin. Yang Xian stretched out his palm and said with a smile. Tang Xiao also stretched out his palm and shook it with Yang Xian. Hello, my name is Tang Xiao, our two brothers are from the Haoshan school, I don't know your excellency. The current Haoshan school has not yet offended the spirit hall, and it is still the first one in the world. Said on his mouth, Tang Xiao's palm also began to exert a little force, to give Yang Xian a good start. After all, he was still at a young age, and seeing Yin like this, I was naturally upset and wanted to try Yang Xian Jin Liang. But Tang Xiao soon discovered that Yang Xian's hands were very soft, like noodles, so he didn't have any effort at all. Yang Xian was too lazy to be familiar with these juniors, shook his hand and pulled his hand back, looking at Yin said, I have something to do in a few days, but now I can arrange for you. How do you choose? The first time I met Yin, I didn't want the three women to be arguing on the mountain to cause him headaches, but now that he has no worries, he can arrange for a wave. As for whether there will be Tang San, Yang Xian is not worried at all. After living like this, he knows the correcting ability of this world. Although he has moved a lot of scripts, the will of the world is also subtly correcting. So Tang San will definitely have it. Of course I and Ian Gong Yu. Yin chose without hesitation. Yang Xian's strength is unfathomable, and he is also very good. The point is that Yang Xian is handsome. Well, let's go. Yang Xian took Yin's hand, nodded at brother Tang Hao and was about to leave. Wait a minute, Yin, didn't you say that you were rushing with us? It's only been 5 days since. Tang Hao shouted from behind. He had a more favorable impression of Yin than Tang Xiao. Tang Hao only felt like a blizzard in his heart, standing alone in the street desolately, there was still a desolate singing in his ear. Snowflakes fluttering, the north wind is dying. Sorry, two big brothers, I had no choice before, but now that my benefactor is here, I must follow him. Yin smiled embarrassedly. Why, Yin, where are we worse than him? Tang Hao frowned and asked, still a little unwilling. I'm better than you. Yang Xian replied indifferently, if it weren't for Xiao Chenchen's face, he would have smoked his two grandchildren. The powerful here refers to all aspects, including the size. Hey, it's impossible. Both of our brothers are of Contra strength, and they are only in their 30s. Can you be better than us? Tang Hao said unconvinced, his genius status is the first time being looked down upon. www.readaloud.com. Hey, young people, people can be arrogant, but not arrogant, don't you know, go home and play in the mud. Yang Xian smiled and took Yin's hand to leave. Has been alive for so long, he is already past the age of pretending to be forced, and these two are considered his great-grandchildren, and he doesn't bother to bully the junior. Hey, madly speaking, I must try you today. A black hammer appeared in Tang Hao's hand, and the heavy feeling made the air feel a little sticky. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 and black, 8 spirit rings floating behind Tang Hao, sold Douluo's strength at a glance. Hey, why bother? Yang Xian turned around helplessly. There was no way to die this time, so he could only simply teach Tang Chen the two juniors. Stop talking nonsense, brighten the martial arts, and I will convince you if I win against me. Tang Hao's rough voice came, and the clear sky hammer was getting bigger and stronger. I don't use Wuhan today, come on. Yang Xian took out a pitch-black hammer from the storage bag, and then enlarged it in his hand little by little. When he accepted Tang Chen as a disciple, the system presented a complete chaotic cloak hammer method, but he did not have a hammer to hammer, so the system also sent a hammer intimately. What do you mean? Tang Hao looked at the opponent's slightly larger weapon in confusion, thinking it was a kind of soul guide, but didn't care. Playing with hammers, I am an expert. I will play with you with hammers. A mysterious smile hung on Yang Xian's handsome face. A new day, beg a handsome guy and a beautiful woman for a ticket, 360 degrees. Chapter 30, Grab a Yin. Brush. The two hammers hit each other in midair, and then Tang Hao was directly shocked and backed up a few steps. Yang Xian stood there, fluttering in white clothes, and the wind was light. Humph, since you don't use martial soul, don't blame me for being rude. Tang Hao was naturally a little shocked when he saw that he suffered a loss, but it aroused his eagerness to win even more. I saw the first one behind him, and the third spirit ring lit up one after another. There is so much nonsense, come on. Yang Xian played a hammer with a hammer, and then hammered it again. Boom! Boom! Tang Hao was hammered to the ground by 3 times. You forced me. Haoshan True Body, Chaotic Cloak. A nearly 50-meter hammer appeared in the Stardo Great Forest, and with Tang Hao's superimposition, the hammer with the wind descended towards Yang Xian again and again. Hat, let you see my chaotic cloak hammer method. Yang Xian said in the same way. Although the hammer is not as big as Tang Hao, it is also superimposed on one hammer. Moreover, Tang Hao's hammer was stubborn, but Yang Xian's hammer was domineering and indomitable. How is it possible? How could he mess with his cloak? Tang Xiao, who was watching the game, immediately noticed something wrong, but he couldn't tell what was wrong. He always felt that Yang Xian's chaotic cloak hammer method seemed to be seen somewhere. By the way, Grandfather's chaotic cloak hammer method is also so imposing. Tang Xiao reminded him that the two hammers had already met, and every time they were superimposed, they collided violently, shaking the spirit beasts around him for dozens of miles. How is it possible? I can't beat you. Tang Hao waved the clear sky hammer in shock, but his heart was already cold. The first few times were okay, the gap between the two sides was not big, but from the back to the 30th hammer, the gap between the two people was getting bigger and bigger, and the power of Yang Xian's stack of hammers was far better than him. This is the terrible thing about Yang Xian. His chaotic cloak was very common in the early stage, but with so much more accumulating energy every time, the effect is terrifying in the later stage. This is the hammer. Yang Xian had already stabilized Tang Hao when he swung it for the 40th time. This hammer was enough to determine the outcome. I really don't care about the clear sky school. Another huge clear sky hammer appeared, blocking the hammer that Yang Xian hammered towards Tang Hao. Otherwise, if the hammer went down, Tang Hao would have to lie down for at least 10 days. 8 days. It's time for the two to go together. Yang Xian smiled indifferently, and continued to stack the chaotic cloak hammer technique. Benefactor. A Yin frowned and looked at Yang Xian with some worry. After all, it was the siege of two contras. It was really hard to say whether Yang Xian could resist it. Frowning Xiu eyebrows, A Yin looked at Tang Hao and Tang Xiao brothers displeasedly. She thought that these two brothers were good, but she suddenly became disgusted. Although Tang Xiao was trying to save Tang Hao and avoid him from being injured, but after all he did it. The benefactor has been treated unfairly, that's wrong. Tang Xiao, you are actually too late, because my chaotic cloak hammer technique has been superimposed to the 42nd style. Yang Xian looked at Tang Xiao with some regret. With the chaotic cloak now, the Tang Xiao brothers cannot join hands. If it doesn't work, try. Tang Xiao and Tang Hao cooperated very well, and the 8th spirit rings of the two were all lit up, as if they wanted to fight desperately. It's late, do you think I wield the hammer as slow as you? Yang Xian said, and the speed of wielding the hammer in his hand was getting faster and faster, almost to the point where only phantoms were left. And Yang Xian didn't hammer out either, he just swung it on the spot, and then superimposed, only after 3 seconds, Yang Xian swung the 80 hammer. Come on, get a good grasp of the 81st hammer of this chaotic cloak. Yang Xian smirked. This hammer is the last hammer of the chaotic cloak and the most terrifying one in stacking. Although he has recovered 90% of his strength, it is also extremely scary. And this, from the 40th hammer to the 81st hammer, only 3 seconds. Brother Tang Hao's 8th spirit ability is not ready yet. Boom! Boom! A Yin fell to the ground with the terrifying sound of the hammer. The terrifying wind directly lifted the Tang Hao brothers away. A deep hole with a radius of 50 meters appeared on the ground. Yang Xian held a hammer and knelt in the middle of the hole, like a demon god. All the plants around were wiped out in ashes, and the soul beast was stunned a lot, which was not terrifying. Okay, let's go. Yang Xian put away the hammer, and stopped worrying about the Tang Hao brother who was flying 50 meters away. He raised A Yin's little hand and felt the delicateness. Said gently. Although the 81st style of the chaotic cloak would not be afraid of Tang Hao's 8th spirit ability, they are still slowly releasing it. They can clearly reach the 81st style quickly, why not hurry up? I really don't understand some protagonists, so why give the enemy time to transform? Could it be easier? If you don't talk about martial ethics, don't talk about martial ethics. Anyway, for the Tang Hao brothers this time, the harvest is not small, it depends on how much they can comprehend. Is the grandson of his apprentice after all, or should he give something to him? Ding! Congratulations on successfully grabbing Tang San. Yang Xian dubbed himself a voice. After Yang Xian and the other two left, Tang Hao and the other two woke up from a coma, but their eyes were full of shock, as if the worldview had been subverted. Even if the opponent's chaotic cloak hammer technique is better than the two of them, it can also stack in seconds. This is simply subverting cognition. Brother, have you seen the identity of that person? Tang Hao coughed, and asked a little unwillingly. The other party is so terrible, how could it be an unknown person? Tang Xiao nodded in confusion. I remember that my grandfather was still there and took me to visit his master. I was only 5 or 6 years old at that time. I remember a little vaguely. I always feel that this person is a bit like my grandfather's master. How is this possible? Tang Hao frowned in disbelief. Help, help. A petite female voice came from not far away, a woman with blue hair who was not too bad and looked like Xiaojiabiu and ran out from not far away, and behind her it's 2 people dressed in Wuhan Hall. Save people first. Tang Hao hammered out again without saying a word. So, you are not all human, but half soul beast, half human blood. Half an hour later, the Tang Hao brothers looked at the woman in front of them in shock, and they also roughly understood the reason. The other party is a child born by the union of a soul beast and a human, but the blood of the soul beast accounts for more than 90% of it, so he is wanted by the people in the spirit hall. So, your father is? Tang Xiao asked. My father is a soul beast, a blue-silver grass with a successful cultivation base, or a blue-silver king, and his mother is just an ordinary person, so most of the blood in my body is my father's, and I am actually a soul beast. The woman sighed, and she didn't know exactly what kind of existence she was. Because of my blood, I can even turn into a spirit ring and offer sacrifices to others. This is why the spirit hall captured me. Don't be afraid, we will protect you in the future. What is your name? Tang Hao asked kindly. Don't sleep anymore, continue to finish the old book. New friends who are interested can read it. The title of the book is My Teacher is the Pope in Douluo. Chapter 31, This Night. On. Yang Ziyan naturally didn't know what happened after he left, otherwise he would yell at this thief, God, you are so persistent. Of course, he doesn't care about this now. He has 4 days left. He must arrange Yin and Bibi Dong. Lu Erlong will make arrangements first. When returning to Guyuina with Yin, Yang Ziyan suddenly felt cold behind her back. Guyuina, Bibi Dong, and Lu Erlong are all looking at him with the same eyes. What kind of eyes are that? Indifferent and cold, Yang Ziyan, who is still in the summer, feels like he is spending the winter. This is Yin, a friend of mine, I will leave it to Nair for you to take care of it. Yang Ziyan said bitterly, though he was scared. Friend, the 100,000 Lan Yin Huang? When did you meet? Guyuina's question was also the question Bibi Dong and Lu Erlong were expecting. Yes, that's right, it is indeed the 100,000-year-old blue-silver emperor. I have known each other for a while. If you refuse to help me, I can arrange her elsewhere. Yang Ziyan said silently. Don't think about it, you definitely want to arrange her in the far north, with your 2 little apprentices, right? I can't arrange it here yet. Guyuina got excited when she heard this. From now on, you will enter the core circle with me, go to the Lake of Life, and enjoy the treatment of the fierce beast, and you are my Guyuina's sister. Guyuina looked at Yin and arranged it directly, and she also planning to win over Yin. After all, it's too tired to fight alone. The 2 in the far north have always had little conflicts with her. Yin, the 100,000-year-old blue-silver emperor, is a good target. Thank you, Lord. Yin directly bowed to Guyuina on one knee, her clear big eyes were full of excitement. She really never thought that her benefactor could arrange her here. Yin, you go back with me first, I will teach you for 3 days, and then send you back. Yang Ziyan saw that everything was resolved, so he ordered. He had never thought about arranging Yin to go to the extreme north, which is not suitable for her, but Guyuina's character, if she doesn't excite her, it won't work at all. After half a day, Yang Ziyan and his party of 4 bid farewell to Guyuina, and stepped on the flying sword to fly to the unknown mountain range. Asked Yin to go to the room to tidy up things, while Yang Ziyan had a meeting with Bibi Dong and Lu Erlong. Donger, this is a 100,000-year spirit ring, it is your 9th spirit ring, so don't go to Stardo Great Forest to absorb your 9th spirit ring. Yang Ziyan handed a blood-colored crystal bead to it. Bibi Dong surprised Bibi Dong for a while. There is still such a gift for the spirit ring? Don't worry, this spirit ring is the best spirit ring for you. It fits perfectly. I sealed it with a special secret method. It is also my treasure. Now that you are leaving, I have nothing to give you. This is a gift. Yang Ziyan explained with a smile. This kind of spirit ring is of course not his secret method, but a gift from the system, only 2 or 3. The teacher doesn't want you to hunt the soul beasts easily, otherwise this will be the stain between you and Guyuina. Do you understand what I mean? Yang Ziyan asked again. This time, he was not only for Xiaowu's mother not to be hunted down, but more importantly, not to let Bibi Dong and Guyuina have a fight. Hunting 100,000-year spirit ring is different from other spirit beasts. Even if the spirit hall is extremely powerful, the grudges of Bibi Dong and Guyuina will be planted because of this. Okay, don't worry, master, I know what to do. Bibi Dong nodded, holding the bead tightly in his hand. She has not been invaded by Chihiroji, nor has she been corroded by Raksha's spirit, she is still full of love for this world in her heart. After you go back, the position of the Pope is yours. This is for sure. You can develop the Wuhan temple silently according to the method I taught you. Remember, when offending a small number of people, the interests of most people can satisfy most people. You can do it for your own interests. Yang Ziyan was referring to the fact that the Wuhan Hall was standing in line between the civilians and the nobles. Bibi Dong nodded silently. As a disciple of Yang Ziyan, she naturally knew the master's style and life. I will wake up in 10 years, and then I will go to the Wuhan Hall to find you and wait for me. Yang Ziyan continued to speak calmly. Chihiroji is married, his wife is also pregnant, she should be a daughter, I named her Qian Rongxiu, you take good care of her. Yes. At the mention of this, Bibi Dong blushed again, not knowing what he wanted to write in a mess. Your second martial soul has been fused with the Raksha spiritual mind, so it will also be the existence of a god-level martial soul, but generally it should not be easily exposed and used. The disciple will follow the instructions of the master. Master, I'll wait for you. Bibi Dong stood up and bowed after Yang Ziyan finished explaining, his eyes were a little red, and the eyeshadow was almost running out. After all, it's 10 years. Then Yang Ziyan saw Bibi Dong's white snow again. Well, today is pink. Erlong, you can go to Tiandu City to open a high-level Soul Master Academy. I named it the Blue Overlord High-Level Soul Master Academy. This is the title deed. Yang Ziyan took out a thin piece of paper from his arms and placed it on it. On the table. Teach well and educate people, your mentor and sister should keep in touch. If you have any difficulties, remember to find your mentor. If Yu Xiaogang comes to harass you, just sweep the floor and go out. Okay, I have explained everything, you will pack your things tomorrow and go down the mountain. Yang Ziyan got up and looked at the 2 female apprentices with some emotion, and then opened his arms. The 2 daughters had red eyes at this time, and they threw directly into Yang Ziyan's arms, each one with one shoulder, and embraced Yang Ziyan fiercely. Then Yang Ziyan felt a soft impact, which made his mind sway. After all, the scale of the 2 female apprentices is not terrible, especially on Lu Erlong's side, it is simply. Its feeling can only be understood, it is indescribable. Arranged 2 female apprentices, and Yang Ziyan called A Yin into the courtyard alone. A Yin, I also told you on the way here, I want to retreat, so I can't take you to practice, but in these 3 days, I will teach you well. You don't have to worship me as a teacher. We are just between friends. Relationship. Yang Ziyan looked at the mature and full-fledged A Yin, and silently gave a thumbs up. Long light blue hair, a delicate face like melon seeds, a simple green dress with a silk belt around his waist, which sets off A Yin's extremely fine waist. There is a kind of Yang Ziyan. The feeling of an ancient Chinese beauty in the last life. A Yin is not the kind of woman who amazes everyone at the first glance. She has her own unique charm, gentle and delicate, obedient and sensible, and exudes a light natural breath all over her body, full of femininity. Thank you, the benefactor, you have done enough for Ayin. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com. Ayin also doesn't know how to repay. Ayin's voice is still so weak that it makes people listen. It's so crispy. I see, this is just a fate between you and me, now I will teach you the necessary skills for the soul beast. Yang Ziyan waved his hand and said politely. It was late at night, and the window of Yang Ziyan's room was suddenly opened. A beautiful figure came in through the window, with light footsteps, for fear that it would startle others. This person is wearing a fiery red pajamas, 2 long legs are casually exposed, barefoot, delicate feet, and a black shawl. She at night is equally hot and charming. Master, are you asleep? Lu Erlong got directly into Yang Ziyan's bed and asked softly. I haven't slept, why Erlong? Yang Ziyan felt the heat close at hand, and moved his body a little hard. Tuer is leaving tomorrow. I want to sleep with the master for one night before leaving. Lu Erlong said shyly, but his eyes were firm. She is afraid of leaving this time, she will regret if she doesn't do this. Before Yang Ziyan could speak, Lu Erlong kissed him overbearingly. Erlong, listen to me. Yang Ziyan mumbled, but Lu Erlong completely ignored him and even blocked Yang Ziyan's mouth strictly. Okay, Erlong's tongue is rusty, but it's very moist. Boom. The window was knocked a few times suddenly, and the sound was very quiet. Master, are you asleep? I just came in if I didn't sleep. This sound is so, who else can anyone besides Bibi Dong? Kneel for a recommendation ticket. Crying. Chapter 32, This Night. Below, ask for a ticket. Hearing this sound, Lu Erlong on the bed stopped kissing directly, then looked at Yang Ziyan's room, his eyes rested on the closet. Without a word, Lu Erlong condensed his breath directly, and walked into Yang Ziyan's closet. This. Yang Ziyan thought silently, what is this? At this time, Bibi Dong also came in. She was wearing a pink shirt, just covering the pink silk shorts on the inner thighs, with bare feet. After seeing Yang Ziyan's bed, she went straight in. Donger, why don't you sleep at night? Yang Ziyan asked silently, feeling the little hand that touched her body. Goodbye is 10 years later, Donger wants to sleep with the master. The gentle lips kissed softly, making Yang Ziyan unable to speak for a while, and was kissed by the passive. This feeling is so familiar. The window was gently knocked, causing Bibi Dong to stop suddenly. Benefactor, are you asleep? Ayin's soft voice came from outside the window, making Bibi Dong and Yang Ziyan sweat on their foreheads. Bibi Dong glanced around the room, his beautiful eyes finally fell on the big closet, got up from Yang Ziyan, and then stepped into the closet. Yang Ziyan on the bed stretched out his hand, not knowing what was said. The closet swayed for a while, and then calmed down. Ayin also got in through the window, her hair was soggy, she seemed to have just taken a shower. But Ayin's clothes are still daytime clothes, except that the ribbon around his waist has been removed, so Ayin's walks give people a looming feeling. Ayin couldn't help but got into Yang Ziyan's bed, and his little hand gently stroked Yang Ziyan's cheek. Ayin, what are you doing here? Yang Ziyan asked, sweating profusely. Are these a few negotiated, and want to play mahjong with him? Benefactor, I don't have much time with you, Ayin can't honor you, so I can only give myself to you. Ayin's little hands are soft, very comfortable. Ayin, don't. Before Yang Ziyan finished speaking, he was gagged by Ayin. Although Ayin's kiss was not domineering, it was long, and Ayin's hand remained constant. What is groping in the quilt? Ka ka ka. The window was knocked up again, but this time the voice was extremely overbearing. Master, are you asleep? A deserted, elegant voice rang out the window. Who was it if it wasn't Guyuina? A Yin hurriedly stopped kissing, then Xiu looked at the closet with a blushing face, got out of bed quickly, and got in. Yang Ziyan. The closet swayed again, but it soon stopped. Guyuina is wearing a white skirt today, and it is that kind of tight skirt, the figure is very well highlighted, a pair of white tender feet enough to make people play for a lifetime on the ground, like the goddess of moonlight. Master, your window should be repaired, it is too loose. Guyuina vomited like this when she came in, and then she saw Yang Ziyan sitting on the bed and sighing, she didn't care about it. 71, got directly into the bed. Naer, what are you doing here? Yang Ziyan asked helplessly. At the beginning, he had let the formation recognize Guyuina, otherwise how could she come so easily now? Master has been in retreat for 10 years, people are afraid to miss Master. Guyuina proficiently kissed Yang Ziyan's lips and pressed Yang Ziyan under her body. In the closet, Bibi Dong, Lu Erlong, and A Yin, upon hearing this, they cursed together, Bah! Who? Guyuina wasn't alert at all when she came here, but she still heard the voice. She stared at the closet tightly, her face blushing, her Silver Dragon King's face is almost lost, don't really be regarded as Silver, Dragon King. Hee, sister, are you really too much, right? Bibi Dong took the lead out of the closet, followed by Lu Erlong and A Yin. Seeing that the three of them were more revealing than the other, Guyuina smiled directly, everyone should not laugh at me for 100 steps. When things have reached this point, it is impossible to accompany the master, but it is also difficult for the girls to leave like this. Yang Ziyan had no choice but to say, well, it's rare for everyone to have time. Why don't we play a board game called Mahjong? Actually, Yang Ziyan hasn't played Mahjong for a long time. After all, it is the limit for him to take 2 apprentices at the same time. Then, with his apprentice, 4 people play Mahjong together, so he won't be exhausted. And Mahjong is an artifact of communication. There is nothing you can't agree on in a circle of Mahjong. If there is, then make 2 circles. Who is Mahjong? Why do you want to rub it? Guyuina looked at Yang Ziyan's grievance. She felt really embarrassed tonight. I'll get it out for you. Yang Ziyan originally had a jade brand. Over the years, he has obtained a lot of good jade, so he chose the most expensive pieces of jade to make a mahjong, put it in a storage bag. Master, this is Lanshan jade, it is said to be extinct. You have 3 pieces of Lanshan jade, enough to buy a city. Bibi Dong was very knowledgeable and was shocked when he saw Yang Ziyan's mahjong tiles. Isn't this jade supposed to be cherished? What are you, master? This is the soul jade, the jade that the ancient gods have robbed their heads, a piece of jade that is enough to make the first level gods desperately, you use it to make mahjong. Guyu, it was also the first time that Yang Ziyan was accidentally arrived by a local tyrant. She knew that the master was rich, but she didn't know that the master was so rich. Master, this www.readaloud.com looks like an antique. Lu Erlong looked at the thing on the corner of the table and asked in surprise. That's the Xingluo token given to me by the first emperor of Xingluo, but commanding an army of 100,000, it's useless, just put the corner of the table to fit. Yang Ziyan didn't care. Said, these are really nothing, you shouldn't be so surprised, right? Come on, let me introduce to you first, this card is Yaji, and this one is Erbying. Half an hour later. Haha, I'm crazy. Yang Ziyan pushed the card, stepped on the stool and looked at Bibi Dong with contentment. Come again, come again. Guyuina said unconvinced, urging to start shuffling the cards. An hour later, Guyuina slaughtered the quartet. 3 hours later, there was a world of 4 girls on the table. Yang Ziyan was in charge of serving tea and squeezing his shoulders. Master, I have some feet, you see. Bibi Dong took the opportunity to stretch his feet in front of Yang Ziyan when she pinched her shoulders. Is very beautiful and beautiful, with thin feet like jade. Okay, I'll pinch it for you. Yang Ziyan said solemnly. Master, my legs are a bit numb. Guyuina's legs stretched out, white and tender, without any trace of fat, and very slender and smooth. Master, I am also a little numb. Don't worry, line up, and play with the master one by one. Oh no, let the master massage. Recommendation ticket. Ask for check-in comments to increase popularity. Chapter 33, Yang Ziyan's Secret Forces. After getting up early, having eaten the master's loving breakfast, the three apprentices left one after another, and Yin was also forcibly taken away by Guyuina. Both Bibi Dong and Lu Erlong agreed. After all, only Yin was left to live with the master alone. Inappropriate. Well, they are not jealous, just for the sake of Yin's safety. Yang Ziyan said to this, whatever. Anyway, he massaged his legs all night, and now he is focused on the Buddha, and he feels that the expression that color is empty is correct. After all, he massaged at least 2 legs in one night, and Guyuina, a bold chick, even added her own leg when Yang Ziyan massaged the legs of Yin and Bibi Dong. Of course, this leg didn't let Yang Ziyan massage, but put it in another place. Just asked Yang Ziyan to change his pants and wash his pants. After the 4 girls were gone, Yang Ziyan instantly felt that the entire nameless mountain range was empty, and there was an indescribable sense of desolation. Should they be here? Yang Ziyan stood on the edge of the cliff, in white clothes like snow, facing the cold wind, his eyes cast to the sky. After about 10 minutes, 2 red and black silhouettes appeared in the sky, very fast, and they arrived in front of Yang Ziyan in an instant. Murong Figs, you will never give birth to me, Kendo is like a long night. The voice has arrived before the person arrives. The black streamer is a flying sword. On the flying sword is a man in black. He is not only stepping on a black sword, but also carrying a black sword on his back. But the strange thing is that his head is not facing Yang Ziyan, only the back of Yang Ziyan's head is left. And that pretending poem came out of his mouth. 3 million sword immortals in the sky, you need to lower your eyebrows when you meet me. Your Excellency, dare to take me a sword. Yang Ziyan. I shouldn't have taught him to pretend to be forceful, but now he has become a hanger. But feeling the disciple's sword intent, Yang Ziyan is still very satisfied, has made a lot of progress. Okay, that's what you said. Yang Ziyan tapped the toes lightly, and then rose into the air like a daypen bird, leaping directly over Murong Chugzyu's head. At the same time, on a tree on the top of the mountain, countless leaves flew directly into the sky, flying around Yang Ziyan, forming a huge leaf barrier. And Na Murong Chugzyu still carried the back of his head, but he pulled out the black sword from his back, and then the 9 spirit rings on the back lit up. 2 yellows, 2 purples, 4 blacks and 1 red, 9 spirit rings flickering, they are the strength of title Douluo. The sword is coming. That black sword instantly became extremely huge, and then slashed towards Yang Ziyan. It seemed that there was only this sword in the world. Yang Ziyan didn't panic, countless leaves greeted him with sword aura, and the sound of breaking through the sky continued. If Murong Figzyu's sword is a sword of heaven and earth, then Yang Ziyan's sword is a sword of heaven and earth. Although Yang Ziyan doesn't study Kendo, he has the martial spirit of Samsara sword anyway, and he knows everything a little bit. Swipe. Countless leaves confronted the great black great sword. Although a single leaf was not enough to break the enemy, countless leaves directly blocked the progress of the great black sword, and even the blade of the great black sword appeared. A series of tiny cracks. With flowers and leaves, everything in heaven and earth can be swords. This is the highest state of swords, no sword is better than a sword. Murong Chugzyu's voice was obviously excited. Master, come on, teach me the highest level of sword. I saw Murong Figzyu suddenly jumped off Fijian, then knelt on the ground, facing Yang Ziyan with the back of his head. No, you are wrong. In my previous life, the highest state of sword was Dabayajian. Yang Xian looked at Mirong Fixu, who was still facing him with the back of his head, and kicked him on his ass. I let you pretend. Let the back of your head face people. Challenge me as soon as he comes back. It wasn't until Mirong Fixu's was kicked a few more shoe prints that Yang Xian stopped his violent temper. Then Mirong Fixu stood up calmly and patted the dust, muttering in her mouth. Before the rise of geniuses, they are always humiliated and tortured. Yang Xian didn't bother to take care of the whole goods anymore, and looked to the side of the white figure who had been staring coldly and silently. It was a woman, about 25 or 60 years old, with nice apricot eyes, but she was deserted. She had a melon-seeded face. Although the facial features were distinct, no matter if it was her eyes or her lips, they all revealed something. Coldly. She wears a delicate ponytail. She wears white clothes from head to toe, as are her boots, and they are spotless, even the patterns on the clothes are symmetrical. She is like a winter plum, cold, lonely, and inaccessible. Begonia, why did you come here by yourself this time, without your tenderness? Compared to the pretending eldest brother Mirong Chugzhu, Yang Xian is more willing to communicate with Xiajiabiu's Mirong. Busy. Mirong Haitang only said one word. Oh, that's okay. Yang Xian has automatically translated the meaning of this sentence to Mirong Haitang. The third sister is busy with business, I can't take care of it. I really cherish words like gold. As a traveler and an old sleep master, Yang Xian still knows the importance of cultivating power, so he established his own organization as early as 1,000 years ago. Name, Douluo fights more people. Can be regarded as a tribute to the last life. But it's not so easy for him to change the person's responsibility. At the beginning, it was divided into 3 major modules. The Dark Guards are mainly responsible for firepower output and spying on intelligence, all over the mainland and even overseas. Shangyi Itang, I hold several important chambers of commerce in the mainland, and have business all over the mainland. Although Shangyi Itang is not an overall chamber of commerce, almost 60% of the chambers of commerce belong to Shangyi Itang. The last one is the Law Enforcement Hall, which monitors itself and the other 2 departments. Although Yang Xian didn't want to develop the guards, he just gave a few words, but after more than 1,000 years, he found that the guards were already the second largest organization in the Douluo continent. If resources are integrated, Wuhundian may not be comparable. After all, his identity is here, so he can't do everything by himself. In the past few years, the 3 most gifted orphans he selected 30 years ago have been responsible for the replacement of the guards. Yu has been reading www.yuyugonshu.com for 30 years, using fairy grass and teaching, and let the 3 of them. They have all become titled Douluo strengths. Among them, Mirong Haitang is in charge of the Dark Guard, and she is also suitable for this purpose, while Mirong Fixu is in charge of the Law Enforcement Hall. His proud personality makes Mirong Chugzhu not to bend the law for personal gain. And the youngest third sister Mirong Ruking is in charge of Shang Yitang, and her temperament is also the most suitable. And this time the 3 people are called, it is Yang Xian's work report before going to bed, and some of his arrangements. But it's a pity that he loves communication most, and the gentle and dignified Mirong sentiment did not come, so Yang Xian once lost the desire to communicate. How are you going to call more recently? Yang Xian rubbed his eyebrows, intending to make a long story short. Good. Mirong Haitang said lightly. How is the Dark Guard progressing? Do you need help from the master? Okay. Nothing. Mirong Haitang continued to answer calmly, these are the answers to 2 questions. Where is Shangyi Itang? Where has the business expanded? Yang Xian continued to ask. If you don't believe this question, you can still answer less, at least a few words? Good. Many places. This sentence means that the development is very good and the business has expanded to many places. Yang Xian looked at Mirong Chugzhu, who was still facing him with the back of his head, and talked with Bai Wang. Kuang. Yang Xian kicked Murong Fixu's again. Master, why are you kicking me again? Unhappy mood. Please ask for a recommendation ticket. Immediately at the end of February, I will be on the list, please comment more, check in. Gaikyu, the child will code another chapter. Chapter 34, Murong Haitang's disease. Even though Murong Fixu doesn't like to look at people, he can still express his feelings normally, otherwise Yang Xian will really drive people away. That's it, Master. Oh, yes, there is a letter from the third sister here. Murong Fixu reported that he had finished his work and threw out a letter behind his back. Yang Xian didn't bother to care about this king, recalling Murong Rukin's figure in his mind, he couldn't help but smile. Murong Rukin is a strong woman outside, a business prodigy, but in front of him is Xiajia Baiyu, who is very gentle and smiles sweetly. Master, when you come back this time, you must teach me a few more words. Those few words of mine are almost boring. Murong Fixu's tone suddenly changed a lot, and he said with his back on his back. Impossible, you save me ashamed of going out. Yang Xian glanced at the owed goods, and then said, in addition to work reports this time, I have something to explain to you. Begonia, send a master in Anza to closely monitor Tang Hao, but don't let him find out. I want to know everything about him in the next 10 years. Although Tang Hao will be a dignified Haoshan Douluo in the future, Yang Xian was spied on with a single sentence, and he didn't think it was any difficult thing at all. This is the foundation of fighting more people. Murong Haitang nodded. She didn't say anything. She could not speak without saying anything. Throw out the dark child to Soto City. I will arrange it myself in the future, and then I will pay attention to an academy called Lanba Advanced Soul Master Academy. I will protect their dean and help if necessary. About 6 years later, I will go to Notting City to monitor a Wuhandian staff named Su Yun Tao, and just befriend him. Help me start paying attention to Tian Shui Academy, which is also in Tiandu City. I want a place for the deputy dean of their academy. In addition, all the chambers of commerce in Shanghai need to open stores in these places I arranged. Soto City and Tiandu must have better hotels. Besides, pay close attention to the Haoshan school, I want to know where they hide in the world. Follow Yu Xiaogang again. I have to know everything he has done in the past 10 years. Pay attention to the Star Do Great Forest. If a little girl in the form of a soul beast comes out, you must protect it secretly. Monitoring the Zhu family in Star City, Zhu Zuqing and Zhu Zuyun in their family should pay attention. All this is just attention, I may not want information, but you must have it before you want it. These things and characters will appear within 10 years. That's probably the case for the first time, is there a problem? Yang Xian looked at Murong Haitang and asked, hoping that she would say one more word. None. Murong Haitang said coldly, without any emotion. Okay, if it's okay, you can leave first. Master, I'm going to retreat. Yang Xian waved his hand and planned to send the two ancestors away. I never thought that Murong Fixu and Murong Haitang had not left, and stood motionless. Master, please teach me one sentence, just one sentence. Murong Fixu said miserably, as if he had lost the entire world. I don't know why, what he thinks is never pretended to be forced by the master, so getting a word from the master is his greatest wish. Hey, okay. Yang Xian took a step forward behind his back with one hand, his temperament suddenly changed, from being lazy to being domineering. I am the peak at the end of the Soul Master, and I climbed to the top of Ling Yun Peak. A mere word, but the domineering aura rushed toward his face, so Murong Fixu couldn't help but want to turn his face back to see the master. No, I have to hold back, a true king can't look at people with his straight eyes, neither can a master. Thank you, master, I will go too. Murong Fixu suddenly became lively as if she had received divine help, then stepped on the black flying sword and turned into a stream of light. A new sentence: if you don't fly out and pretend to be forceful, it will be very uncomfortable. Begonia, what's the matter with you staying? Yang Xian looked at Murong Begonia, who was silent for a long time, very curious. Murong Haitang blushed instantly when asked by Yang Xian, and opened his mouth, but he didn't say anything. Couldn't you be? Are you sick again? Yang Xian frowned and looked at Murong Haitang, who nodded gently. Because Murong Haitang was already very pale, but when his face turned red, it was as if blushing his cheek in an instant, and there was an indescribable embarrassment. It shouldn't be, my fairy grass is 1 million years old. It can be said to be the best fairy grass for controlling desires. How could it be? Yang Xian walked to Murong Haitang's side, holding the opponent's wrist, silently explored. The situation is terrible. At the beginning, Murong Haitang's martial arts spirit was somewhat flawed, and the side effects were very serious. He took a million-year-old fairy grass for Murong Haitang and gave his most precious thing, Jinhua, to make a medicinal introduction. Begonia martial arts have been supplemented completely, and progress has been made tremendously. Of course, Murong Haitang's original personality was cold. After the lust-controlling fairy grass served, it actually served to make up for the flaws in the spirit of martial arts, and it did not have much impact on her personality. But now, it seems that the medicinal power of that fairy grass has not been drawn by the drug, but more than half of it is left. After telling the truth about the situation to Murong Haitang fell into deep thought. When the master told her about the medicine of the fairy grass, he was at a loss. What kind of fairy grass was in the end? It was outrageous to ask the boy's thing to be the medicine guide. But then it was the master's, so she resisted swallowing it, and then her martial arts did repair the defect, but now she is ill again, and most of the fairy grass has not been refined. Please. Murong Haitang made up his mind and nodded. Although there is only one word, the meaning is very clear. Oral this time, right? Oral 2 or 3 times, I guess it's almost the same, even if you take it internally, you haven't taken it internally. For the disciple's martial soul, I can only dedicate my pure yang body again. Yang Xian suggested, and at the same time, he planned to eat something to make up for the first time. After all, there will be a seamless connection from last night to this place. Although his kidney is a Eucharist, he is hungry. Okay. Murong Haitang nodded, couldn't help but recall the first scene, blushing again. You go to the house first, the master first eats something. www.readaloud.com. In addition, you should try to see if it can contain hot water and how much it can hold. Yang Xian directly arranged. Although Murong Haitang was confused, why did master let himself practice hot water? Is it possible that he feels that his mouth is too cold? Well, the temperature of my mouth is indeed more than 20 degrees cooler than normal. Yang Xian naturally would not say that Murong Haitang was allowed to contain hot water because he had thought of a project. A project from the previous life. But Yang Xian's body can be said to be a super medicinal material library. His one used to make medicinal materials is indeed better than the world medicine. Murong Fixia went all the way to the west, Fijian took him to a major city, and then he landed, and then arrived at the gate of the Wuhan Hall in the city. I am the peak at the end of the Soul Master, and I climbed to the top of Lingyun Peak. You wait for the ants, dare to fight. In the martial spirit hall of the main city, 4 titled Douluo were seated, discussing something. This month is the usual inspection month of the Wuhan Temple. The 4 titled inspection group is only equipped with the Wuhan Temple, and the purpose is to show its strength. Then 2 arrogant words fell into their ears. Unreasonable, who is outside? The 4 titled Douluo rushed out one by one, angrily rushing to the crown. 10 minutes later, Murong Fixia covered his face, insisting on the last stubbornness, not allowing them to see his face, only the back of his head. Can't hit his face and kick his ass, shit. I know everything about the car, but I don't know how to understand myself. I don't dare to mess around. It's updated in the middle of the night. Ask for a ticket for a new day. Chapter 35, Master Su Yun Tao, please say that my martial soul is a waste martial soul. Time rushed like flowing water, and 10 years passed soon. Southwest of the Heaven Do Empire, in the province of Fasno. Holy Soul Village, if you just listen to the name, then this is definitely a very surprising name, but in fact, this is just a small village with only more than 300 households in the south of Notting City in the province of Fasno. Is named Shengun because in the legend, a spirit master of the soul sage level once walked out here 100 years ago, hence the name. This is also the eternal pride of Shengun village. Outside Saint Soul village, there are large tracts of farming land, and the food and vegetables produced here must be supplied to Notting City. Although Notting City is not a big city in the province of Fasno, it is very close to the border with another empire, and it is naturally one of the starting places for the businessmen of the two empires. Notting City prospered because of this. Incidentally, the civilian life in these villages around the city is much better than in other places. As soon as it was light, a faint white fish belly rose in the far east, and the village became lively. Because today is the annual martial arts awakening ceremony, the village naturally started preparations early. After all, parents of any family want their own children. Awakening a martial arts soul that can be cultivated, then the whole family will be changed as a result. But in fact, those who can awaken useful spirits are usually sect disciples, and civilians are only a few, but fortunately there are so many civilians, so many outstanding spirits and spirit masters can always appear in a year. On the forest trail to the Holy Soul village, the trail in the early morning was covered with dew, and 2 men were walking side by side here. One of the men is a bit older. This man looks in his 20s, with sword eyebrows and star eyes, and looks very handsome. A white outfit, a black cloak behind his chest, and a fist-sized soul character in the center of his chest. This is the standard dress of the staff directly under Wuhan Hall. On the left chest there is a badge engraved with a long sword. On the badge is a total of 3 long swords staggered. People like Jack who are familiar with spirit masters know that the number of 3 handles represents the 3rd class title of the spirit master, the Great Soul Master, and the long sword represents that the deacon from the spirit hall is a war soul. Division. Although the man next to him looked only 16 or 17 years old, his appearance was rare in the world. His features were elegant and graceful. He raised his hands and feet and only revealed a sense of harmony, as if he belonged to the entire world. The center is average. This boy is wearing an ordinary blue brocade top, a pair of black trousers, a pair of black gold silk boots, and a red bandage tied to his long hair. The shape is very unique. Master Su Yun Tao, it's annoying you to say to me, my martial soul is a waste martial soul. The young man said quietly while walking side by side with Su Yun Tao. Su Yun Tao stopped helplessly. I said, Brother Yang, can we stop making trouble? I said that your martial soul is a great martial soul, it's really not a waste martial soul. Master, just say one sentence, can you just say one sentence? Yang Ziyan said reluctantly, just to start. Well, Brother Yang Ziyan, your martial spirit is a waste martial spirit. Su Yun Tao took a deep breath and said without conscience. Yang Ziyan nodded with satisfaction, this is right. I have been blessed by Su Yun Tao. Crossing the Douluo continent, successfully clocked in Su Yun Tao. Yang Ziyan had previously imagined that if he traveled to a school, he found that the teacher was Bai Ji, the principal was Gao Yi, the classmate was Aben, and the guard was surnamed Qin. What should I do? But unfortunately, I did not travel to that world. But he also fantasizes about coming to Douluo continent. What should he do? One of which is getting blind? Ah no, it should be said that Master Su Yun Tao's personal blessing, this is a famous scene. So Yang Ziyan's first step after waking up, he came to Notting City, with the foundation and information laid down by the changers, he easily became good friends with Su Yun Tao, and today is Su Yun Tao coming to Holy Soul Village to awaken. In the days of Wuhan, Yang Xian followed. Speaking of the correction consciousness in this world, it is really interesting. Tang Hao still offended the Wuhan Hall for a girl with a bloodline of 90% and the bloodline of the Blue Silver King. That girl also sacrificed for him, and Tang San also existed. Oh, that girl's name is Xiao Fang. Kyung Sunji also died, but it was not Bibi Dong's hand that he was killed directly by Tang Hao. He was killed directly with the chaotic cloak hammer method. Tang Hao's chaotic cloak has improved greatly in this life. It still has to be attributed to Yang Xian. Without his original hammer Tang Hao would never practice the chaotic cloak hammering technique for a long time. He can only say that everything is fate. But there are still some changes. Although Tang San's spirit is still a twin spirit, the Blue Silver King is worse than the Blue Silver King after all. While talking with Su Yun Tao, Yang Xian and the two entered the Wuhan Hall of Shengun Village. Of course, this so-called Wuhan Temple is just a bigger wooden house. Because everyone has a spirit of martial arts, every year there are children who awaken the spirit of martial arts. Therefore, anywhere in the Douluo continent, you can see the figure of the spirit hall. Of course, these are just sub-temples, with different levels. There were 8 children in the martial arts awakening in Shengun village this year. After Yang Xian and 2 of them arrived, the village chief Jack brought the children in. Although the old Jack is also curious, why this year's adults have come, but he knows that this is not something he can deal with, but he silently obeys Su Yun Tao's instructions, while Yang Xian is walking around and wandering around. At this moment, old Jack came with the last child, making Yang Xian stunned, and then looked up at this lucky child. That was a child who was only 5 or 6 years old. Obviously, he was often exposed to the warmth of the sun, his skin showed a healthy wheat color, his black short hair looked neat, and his clothes were simple but clean. The most eye-catching pair of eyes, deep and gleaming, Yang Xian can even see the faint purple air deep in the eyes. At this time, Tang San's eyes met Yang Xian's, and the latter gave Tang San a kind smile. But for some reason, Tang San felt this person's casual glance, as if he had been seen through. There was nowhere to hide. How is this going? Hello, respected master of battle soul, I will trouble you this time. Old Jack respectfully saluted Su Yun Tao. Su Yun Tao's eyebrows showed a touch of pride, and he bowed slightly, which was not salty or not. It was a courtesy. I don't have much time, let's start now. Old Jack said, okay, children, this is the soul of War Master from Nodding City. Next, he will lead you to unlock your soul. You must cooperate with the Master to awaken the soul. Grandpa.ukansha.com looks forward to some of you who can become soul masters. The young man said impatiently, well, you also said these last year. Is it really that easy to become a soul master? In the past few days, I have walked through 6 villages, and there is no one with soul power. There is no suitable Wuhan. There was a trace of sadness in the old Jack's eyes, he sighed, and said, yes. Only the inheritors of the major sects are the easiest to become soul masters. It is too difficult for us ordinary people. While shaking his head, he walked out. Wuhan Hall. Su Yun Tao's gaze fell on the 8 children in front of him. As the deacon of Wuhandian inspection, helping ordinary people to awaken the spirit is his necessary job. He has long been accustomed to, children, stand in a row. To these children, his attitude is much gentler. The 8 children stood still in front of the young man, and Tang San stood on the far left. Compared with children of the same age, his body is a little thinner, but his eyes fall on Yang Xian from time to time. This one is not responsible for awakening. What is he here for? Su Yun Tao smiled and said, my name is Su Yun Tao, a 26th level Great Spirit Master, and I am your leader. Now, I will awaken you one by one. Remember, don't be afraid no matter what happens. Brother Tao, I will also help you come along, you are responsible for recording and guiding. Yang Ziyan said when he had nothing to do. Ah, that's okay, you try. Su Yuntao was shocked at first, but nodded. Although this is not in line with the rules, he and Yang brother are so good friends of wine and meat. It's okay to make him enjoyable. Continue to update, ask for recommendation tickets, ask for check-in comments to increase popularity, the last day. Vow. Chapter 36, Give Su Yuntao one good fortune. Originally Su Yuntao was worried that Yang Ziyan would awaken the martial soul, but Yang Ziyan's operation directly stunned him. The movement of flowing clouds and flowing water, that familiar posture, people who don't know think that Yang Ziyan is the person in Wuhan Hall. Just for some reason, Yang Ziyan didn't release his martial spirit, just controlling the black stone, he could easily help people awaken the martial spirit. Actually, Yang Ziyan already had some hands-on skills. 10,000 years ago, he also played this kind of profession, and then accidentally became the most famous high priest of Wuhan awakening in the mainland at that time. First Yang Ziyan said gently, and then the boy who was the first in line walked into the circle made of 6 stones, and the golden light instantly enveloped him. The boy couldn't help opening his hands, and a sickle appeared in his hands. Scythe martial arts soul, no soul power. If you don't believe it, go to Su Yuntao and let him test it for you. Yang Ziyan just glanced at the little boy at random and judged that his soul power does not exist at all, but to make him feel at ease, he still added the latter sentence. Ah, oh. The little boy naturally went to the test with hope, but the result was exactly the same as Yang Ziyan said, he has no spirit power. Brother Yang, how did you judge it? Su Yuntao looked at each other in surprise. He knew that Brother Yang was extremely talented and unfathomable. He was very familiar with Huaju and Zinmen Art Museum, and he never wanted to give it back. Have such skills. Nothing, go ahead. Yang Ziyan did not explain, but looked at the next one. Hose, no soul power, can be measured if you don't believe it. Yang Ziyan's efficiency was very fast, 1 every minute, his spirit power was reported directly, and then it was over until Tang San. Yang Ziyan looked at Tang San's eyes with a slightly different emotion. After all, he changed his mother before he was born, and he is also Tang Chen's great-grandson. Blue-silver grass martial spirit, 10th level of soul power, innately full of soul power. Yang Ziyan glanced at Tang San and said casually, but he admired the will of this world. It is reasonable to say that the quality of the blue-silver king is not worthy of the clear sky hammer, or that the chance of twin spirits is very small, but it still appears, which shows that the son of the plane does have his uniqueness. But this has no effect on Yang Ziyan. Even if Tang San is a 3-life martial arts spirit, he would not care about it. This is the self-confidence that has lived for hundreds of millions of years. Oh, it's another waste martial spirit blue-silver grass. Soul power will not be tested. My brother's mouth is more accurate than this crystal ball. Su Yuntao said casually. But then he froze in place, looked at Yang Ziyan, and asked word by word, innately full of soul power, level 10. Yang Ziyan nodded calmly. I don't believe it, come and try. Su Yuntao called Tang San to the crystal ball. Following the method that Yang Ziyan had taught before, Tang San controlled to take back his blue-silver grass. He found that it was not difficult. As long as he took back his gong power as he controlled Xian Tian Gong, he could do it. At the same time, he also discovered that when the blue-silver grass appeared, it seemed that his own mysterious power was gushing out, as if the blue grass was condensed from the mysterious power. As soon as Tang San's palm was put on the blue crystal ball, his body trembled violently. He was surprised to find that the beautiful-looking blue crystal ball had huge suction power, and his internal force seemed to have found a catharsis. Generally surging out. He wanted to break free, but he couldn't escape the strong suction. The blue crystal ball lit up, and the dazzling blue light spread from the beginning, and in the blink of an eye, the crystal ball shone like a bright gem. The faint blue halo was exposed, indescribably moving. It's really congenital, full of soul power. How can it be? Su Yuntao looked at Yang Xian, and Yang Xian shrugged helplessly. It's a pity, it's Lan Yinko, but you can still practice. The number of work-study students in your village is yours. Su Yuntao patted Tang San on the shoulder, and beckoned Yang Xian to leave. Who knows? Yang Xian stood there and said to Tang San, remember to be polite when you go to Notting College to study. Whether it is the guard or the teacher, you should be reasonable and remember to respect the teacher. After saying such a thoughtless remark, Yang Xian left with Su Yuntao, leaving Tang San and others with a bewildered look, including Su Yuntao also with a bewildered look. I don't know what Yang Xian said. What do you mean? But when I asked Yang Xian, the other party looked mysterious and refused to say more. Before leaving the Holy Soul village, Yang Xian glanced at the blacksmith shop in the distance. His eyes seemed to pass through Hung Yuan, and he saw Tang Hao inside. That's all, everything is fate, and I have nothing to intervene. Brother Tao, are you planning to stay in a muddle-headed life like this? Yang Xian looked at Su Yuntao who was walking on the road and asked suddenly. Suddenly? No way, I plan to earn some money, and then I will chase Sisi, and then make money to buy a house and have children. Su Yuntao couldn't help but show a trace of idiot when he said this. His smile is obviously obsessed with that Sisi. Yang Xian naturally remembers that Sisi is the woman Su Yuntao likes in the Wuhandian. He doesn't mind helping Brother Tao. After all living beings are fate when they meet. Besides, even though Brother Tao is a tool person, it's for many people. For Douluo fans, Brother Tao is very meaningful. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com. Today, on behalf of all Douluo fans, he gave Brother Tao a good luck, so that this supporting role can also be the protagonist. Brother Tao, this is a martial arts pill, which can evolve your martial arts after taking it. A pill jumped into Su Yuntao's hands involuntarily. At that time, you will practice hard, and I will protect you as a future Wuhan Hall elder. Sisi, this girl is a bit utilitarian, but she is still innocent. If you like it, I will tell you how to catch up with her. Besides, if you can advance to the 90th level in this life, remember to write to me, and I will protect you with a 100,000-year spirit ring. And Yang Xian said here, looking up at the sky, and the position of a god's priest. My words may make you a little uncomfortable, but you will understand after eating this martial arts pill. If you want to contact me, go to Zinman Art Museum to find the boss and get the token. I'm leaving, Brother Tao will see you later. I can't accompany you to Zinman Art Museum to listen to music and drink. You should also go less. After all, going too much is not good for your waist. Every time you go back and find Sisi. Remember, smear some green tangerines. Yang Xian patted Su Yuntao on the shoulder, gave him a token and a secret book for picking up girls, and disappeared in place, like a gust of wind, and as if it had passed by in the future. Su Yuntao was digesting these things blankly. Either Yang Xian was crazy and fooled him, or Su Yuntao really wanted time to work. Looking at the pill, Su Yuntao looked more grateful. I am an ordinary deacon, thanks to my brother Yang's love. A new month, I'm asking for tickets for handsome guys and beautiful girls. Chapter 37, Those Days When I Was the Deputy Dean of Tian Shui College. Tian Shui Academy is one of the 5 element academies, and the 5 element academies are all facades in the Tiandu Empire, so the status of Tian Shui Academy in the Tiandu Empire can be imagined. Moreover, as everyone knows, to join Tian Shui Academy, in addition to the necessary martial arts must be the water element, there are 2 hard conditions. First, only girls are accepted, and second, all must be beautiful women. So walking in Tian Shui College, you can easily see beautiful women. Loli, who is as young as 12 years old, and Yuja, who is as old as 20 years old, are all beautiful women, and even the dean and teacher are all properly beautiful young women. It is simply not too beautiful. But today is a special day, because Tian Shui College is about to welcome a new deputy dean. This is not important. What matters is that the deputy principal is a male. Yes, Tian Shui College, where even the dogs of the college have been bitches, is about to welcome the first male deputy dean, and it is said that the deputy dean has a mysterious origin, and even the dean can't refuse him. But the academy's speculation about the deputy dean is just like everyone else. Some people speculate that it's an old man. After all, if young people are allowed to be the deputy dean, not to mention it's inappropriate, just so many beauties in the academy may be brutally murdered. But so far, the official has not given a clear answer. Everyone knows nothing about the appearance and strength of the vice principal. Today is the day when the deputy dean took office, but unfortunately the other party did not show up in public. Instead, he called some teachers and students into his office, and then closed the curtain, not knowing what he was discussing. Looking at the women in front of him, Yang Xian nodded in satisfaction, and the system also rang randomly. Ding! The 87th apprenticeship task is released. Apprentice Shui Binger, Reward Domain, Ice World. Then, her gaze was directed towards the girl who seemed to be only about 11 years old. The girl is very well proportioned, with long light blue hair and delicate facial features, although it is not fully extended, but she has the foundation of a beauty embryo, and she is also very durable, belonging to the kind of beautiful beauty embryo. Shui Binger is still young, but her immature face is extremely mature and steady, and she has been looking at herself curiously. Compared to Shui Binger, her younger sister Shui Yuer is not that mature. She is sexed like Shui Binger, even more weird, and she dared to stare at Yang Xian with piercing eyes. After all, I've been in the academy for a long time. It's really a rare thing to see a boy. If it weren't for the principal and they were standing by, Shui Yuer would probably have to go up to touch Yang Xian's face. I haven't seen it before. In addition to the Shui Binger sisters, there are also the Dean and the Dean of Education in the office, both of whom are beautiful young women, especially the principal. He wears a black tunic skirt and outlines the thin waist that Ying Ying is holding. On that unique young woman's temperament, she seems to want to commit crimes. The Dean is also a mature young woman, but she doesn't have the urge to commit crimes too much, mainly because she looks too peaceful. My lord, this is what you want to find the two children. Shui Binger is smart since childhood, and has leadership qualities. Our college has already cultivated her as a successor. The Dean said with a smile. And as the Dean opened his mouth and smiled, it actually gave people a feeling of spring breeze. Really deserves to be the Dean of Tian Shui College. Sure enough, there are a few brushes, and even talking makes people feel warm. Actually, it's not that the Dean deliberately wanted this, but Yang Xian's identity was a bit terrifying. As the Dean of a senior Soul Master Academy, when did she succumb to others, but this background is indeed. What's more, as early as 10 years ago, someone over there was planning the position of Deputy Dean, and now he has no other choice but to recognize it. But don't tell me, this little brother is still pretty handsome. Okay, thank you Dean. Shui Binger, are you willing to worship me as a teacher? Yang Xian smiled directly and looked at Shui Binger. Counting this apprentice, he can already be promoted to the 87th level. It's one step closer to level 99. Worship you as a teacher. Shui Binger looked at Yang Xian, and then shook his head. I am already a disciple of the Dean, and Shui Binger can't live. Dean hurriedly said to the side, it's not in the way, it's not in the way. You can also worship twice. The teacher doesn't mind sharing an apprentice with Deputy Dean Yang. Hearing what the Dean said, Yang Xian looked at Shui Binger and waited for Shui Binger to follow. Sorry, I still can't promise you, I don't know your strength, as a human being, as my mother said, you should be a teacher for a day and a father for life. You can't worship a teacher lightly. Shui Binger continued to shake his head very assertively, with a look in his eyes. very firm and clear. Girl, you may not understand the true meaning of being a teacher for a day and being a father for life. As soon as the words were spoken, Yang Xian was shocked. The dean was very happy, but he was afraid that Yang Xian would lose his temper. He taught the director that I was a crowd eating melons. Then if I want to accept you as a disciple, how can I prove my character? Yang Xian got up and looked at Shui Bing'er with sincere eyes. If you can refuse the marriage of the heavenly family for me, I will believe in your strength. Shui Bing'er met Yang Xian's gaze, and something seemed to be touched in his heart. I always feel that this boy will have endless entanglements with himself in the future. Tianjia. Yang Xian looked at the dean, who had already spread the information of the Tianjia softly through sound transmission. The heavenly family, one of the Heaven Do City Spirit Master family, the family power is not big, but its young master is lustful. Heaven Do City is famous far and wide, and the patriarch is the strength of the Contra, and it is also quite famous in Heaven Do City. Bing'er, the teacher promised you that he would take care of this for you. Why should you take out this matter to make trouble with the deputy dean? The dean was a little bit resentful. I looked at Shui Binger www.readaloud.com and looked at Yang Xian. Sorry. Although the dean is also the strength of Contra, he wants to negotiate with the heavenly family. It involves all aspects. The cancellation of the marriage contract can be cancelled, but the things involved cannot be done in a short while. Teacher, the disciple doesn't want to make you embarrassed, and this person wants to prove his character and strength. Tianjia is the best target. The girl the young master of the heavenly family has hurt in this day Dushan is not 30 or 20, and there are still a few pregnant women who don't admit it. Do you care or don't care? Shui Binger's immature voice said this timidly. Although he was very confident, he could not conceal his fear. Furthermore, the young master of the Tianjia family, the engagement is between me and my sister. Shui Binger's last words instantly made Yang Xian break the defense. It turned out that this product still wanted to be received by the sisters. He is meowing, he just thinks about it, he is so shameless. Okay. Yang Xian walked to Shui Binger and stretched out his big hand. Would you like to follow me to witness the demise of the heavenly family? Why don't you dare? Shui Binger's little hand was placed on Yang Xian's, showing his first smile since he came in. This man, believable. Xiao Yuer, you are here to wait for my sister and me, we will come as soon as we go. Yang Xian gently stroked Shui Yuer's head with another palm, and the latter showed Yang Xian a cute little tiger tooth. Go. Yang Xian took Shui Binger's little hand and disappeared in place. I stayed up late every day, my body is a little tired, sorry, everyone is late, please beg for recommendation tickets. Chapter 38, Those Days When I Was the Deputy Dean of Tian Shui College. When Shui Binger discovered that she was being held by this man with her little hand, her first reaction was to break free, but unfortunately, Yang Xian's big hand was so warm that she couldn't break free. Just felt the wind whistling in my ear, and then reappeared in the air. How is this possible? Shui Binger's young heart was greatly impacted. She knew exactly how long the time had passed during this period. She just struggled with Yang Xian's hands a few times, and then the scene in front of you has changed the world. How is this possible? The strength of this person is probably even more powerful than the dean. Then it is really possible to get rid of the marriage contract of the young master of the Tianjia by myself. In this way, it is not too bad to be a teacher by myself, let alone this master is still so young and handsome. Wait, Shui Binger, what are you thinking about? Looking at Yang Xian's profile, Shui Binger blushed suddenly, and what he was thinking about in a mess, I must blame Shui Yuer, this little girl, who tells herself some books in the middle of the night. Do you recognize the mansion underneath? Yang Xian looked at Shui Binger's ruddy face, and asked when he pointed to the huge mansion 100 meters below the sky. This is a huge mansion covering an area of more than 100 acres. There are countless families and maidservants, and the guards of the courtyard are also master soul masters, and there are many masters with strong aura. This is the heavenly house. Shui Bing'er stammered at the mansion below, and looked at Yang Xian in disbelief. Although she knew that the spatial position had changed, she couldn't believe the change so much. This has crossed half of the Sky-Do city in an instant, and half a Sky-Do city within a few breaths. This is no longer what can be described as terrifying in strength, but terrifying. Yes, heavenly family. Yang Xian's eyes were much better than those of Shui Bing'er. He could see all changes in the heavenly family, such as the actions of a young master in the back garden. Under a grape trellis in the back garden, there is a huge swing swinging around. On the swing, a fat man with big ears is sitting naked and swinging around, looking like a greasy uncle. And what makes people gritted the teeth most is that this man actually has a young woman who is also naked, and behind this pair, there are two maidservants wearing aprons pushing the swings, and there is a woman standing beside him. A woman in a light veil is feeding this big fat man one by one to eat grapes. Really, by Xian number. Seeing the swing, coupled with this scene, Yang Xian couldn't help but think of the scene of a banned book in the previous life. Really play? No wonder Shui Bing'er said that this fat man is lustful, and that there are no more than 30 women who have harmed him. This is simply a beast. A burst of cheer and laughter spread throughout the back garden. I don't know how powerful this fat man is. The voices of the girls spread throughout the garden, but only Yang Xian saw that this fat man was actually a peanut. In order not to pollute Shui Bing'er's eyes, Yang Xian controlled the two figures to fly upwards near the entrance of the Tianjia, standing some distance from the entrance, and then taking advantage of the one of the Tianjia. When the young master reached the critical moment, he roared loudly, "Patriarch of the heavenly family, come out!" The voice was so loud that I almost heard it in the entire Tianjia mansion, and then I saw the big fat man shivering all over. Passed out. Okay, I can't stand the wind and waves, this one has been abandoned. At the same time, Yang Xian opened an invisible barrier to directly isolate Tianjia from Tiandu city, in case any unrelated people come over. Where is the rat, dare to come to my heavenly house to make noise? A voice sounded like a Hong Zhong, but a male voice with a weak air came from the mansion, and then the door of the heavenly house opened in an instant, and a group of people walked out of it. The last one was a big fat man, or a replica of the big fat man in the garden, just a little older. Yang Xian looked at the big fat man blankly, then looked at Shui Bing'er and asked, "That's it? Heaven-Do City Tycoons?" Shui Bing'er didn't understand the meaning of Yang Xian's words, but he nodded. Just a ghost emperor with kidney deficiency in this area, coupled with a guardian house with the strength of a group of souls, dare to be called a big family of Heaven-Do City. Yang Xian asked this directly, and faced the big fat man. Asked. Although I know that there is a contra ancestor in the heavenly family, but his descendants are too bad, right? Boy, you say it again. The Tianjia Patriarch was instantly irritated by Yang Xian's words, his hand-edited rattle, like a tiger that would attack at any time. Dad! At this moment, a cry came from the yard, and it was the kind of heart-piercing cry. Oh, my dear, what's the matter? Looking at the son who was running over naked and covered with mud, the heavenly patriarch's heart was broken, and his child was afraid of breaking when he held it in his arms. Why is it like this now? His son who was still playing in the back garden before, why is this all of a sudden? Dad, I can't do it anymore, the child is abandoned, the child. The young master explained his body to his father heartbreakingly. In short, there are no grandchildren to hold. What did you say? The patriarch of the heavenly family directly held his son by the shoulder, his eyes were red, his grandson, gone? Yeah, Dad, I can't do it anymore. The young master can only say this. Reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Nurse's gaze is also a little curious to look at the young master. I heard that the young master was like a wolf and a tiger every day, but now when I saw it, it turned out to be a peanut. Well, the lord of the heavenly family, I didn't want to fight. Your son is on his own account. As long as you release the girl who has been harmed by you, and then announce the cancellation of the marriage contract with my disciple, the matter of your heavenly family is over. Yang Xian still held Shui Binger's little hand like this, and the latter did not refuse. It's just that Shui Binger's eyes were covered by Yang Xian when the young master came out to prevent children from being unsuitable. Dismissed the engagement. The Tian family patriarch looked at Shui Binger, and then remembered something. His face became even more hideous. So, Shui Binger, your family had an appointment with our heavenly family first, you are like this now, I will protect your family from ruin. I said. Yang Xian felt that he was being ignored. When he was about to speak, he was suddenly pointed at by the young master of the heavenly family. It's this voice, Dad, he will soon be abolished, I want him to be an eunuch. I said, little fat man, don't hold your finger at me. Yang Xian frowned, wondering if he was punished too lightly. This little fat man is not light, probably in his hand. There are also many lives. Here you are, how are you? The little fat man continued arrogantly, since he was born until now, he has never been afraid of anything. You asked for this. A gherkin appeared in Yang Xian's hands. Also, please ask for votes, please point out if there are bugs, please collect, comment, check in, handsome guys and beauties. Gaiki. Chapter 39, then play music, then dance. Yang Xian has always felt that he is a literati, not a crude martial artist, and that he must be civilized in fights. Therefore, he can use the sacred body to hammer people in fights, instead of cutting people with the samsara sword, and can use the Fuxi Qin to influence others, and he does not go casually. Hammer man. So for the young master of Tianjia, although he singled his finger and wanted to be an eunuch, Yang Xian calmly took out his Fuxi Qin, then sat down cross-legged and began to play. Fuxi Qin can control people's minds, and the sound of heaven and earth is naturally very lethal. If it is supplemented with singing, it will have unexpected effects. So Yang Xian just said softly, continue to play music, continue to dance. Then the Tianjia family danced on the streets of Tiandu city for a day, and it was that kind of extremely shameful dance. Okay, you go and rescue those girls. Yang Xian put Fu Ziqin away, then said faintly at Shui Binger. Yes. Shui Binger is a disciple gift for Yang Xian. This is not only respect, but more importantly, her recognition of Yang Xian. This one is indeed qualified to be her master. All the so-called masters of the heavenly family are controlled by the bullet. This strength is beyond the reach of others. In addition, he has already punished the heavenly family for wrongdoing, which has also proved his character. But Shui Binger still had a shocked expression, it was too fast to reverse, and it caught people off guard. After half a day, the office of the Deputy Dean of Tian Shui University. Disciple Shui Binger, I would like to worship Yang Xian as a teacher. Shui Binger respectfully offered a cup of tea, and Yang Xian nodded in satisfaction when he was in the main position. Ding, you have successfully accepted Shui Binger, reward field, ice and snow, and the spirit power level is currently 87. Hope to continue working hard. System evaluation, you have nothing except being handsome and crushed by beautiful apprentices. Cough cough, automatically ignored the evaluation of the system. Yang Xian looked at Shui Binger softly, although Shui Bing's temperament is a bit cold, and the body is cold, but he does not believe that Shui Binger has no hot place. At least he knows 3. Since you have worshipped me as a teacher, then I will teach you for a period of time. In the next 20 days, I will be responsible for all your courses. Also, since I am the Deputy Dean of the college, then I will not fail. Dean, do you have an elite class in your college? Arrange a 20-day class for me, and I will teach there. Yang Xian said the first words to Shui Binger, and the back was addressed to the young woman Dean. Both nodded, without any comments. This is the benefit after showing their strength. It is said that the Tianjia is walking with its head down and dancing for a day. Their people are considered to be lost. Well, Bing you call Shui Yu over, and I will teach both of you at the same time. Yang Ziyan, in the attitude of studying with sisters, also asked Shui Bing to call Shui Yu over, which is quite satisfactory. Competent. There is no other careful thought. Okay, thank you, Master. Shui Bing was overjoyed and hurried out to shout. Only the dean, the young woman in black professional uniform, was left in the office. Well, Dean Tan, if you have something to do first. Yang Ziyan issued a eviction order to this young woman. After all, it was always up to him to figure out what was going on. I'm still a pure and innocent virgin. Well, I will arrange the lecture for you. Dean Tan gave a wink at Yang Ziyan before leaving, and then suddenly stopped when he walked to the door. By the way, when will Mr. Yang come to my place when he is free? I have something to ask you for advice. Okay, I will sit down when I have time. Yang Ziyan nodded as he looked at the fascinating young woman who was not paying for his life. Okay, whether you want to sit or do it. I welcome it. Dean Tan looked at Yang Ziyan's piece of fresh meat and licked his tongue, then stepped on high heels to say goodbye. After leaving, Yang Ziyan was left with an endless aftertaste. Wipe, it seems that this comrade Dean is also an old Siji. Yang Ziyan suddenly felt a bit of a match. Master, we are here. Shui Bing'er knocked on the door of the room, and then walked in with a lovely Shui Yu'er. Hello, Master, my name is Shui. Shui Yu'er thought that she could also be a teacher, but Yang Ziyan stopped when she was about to bow and salute. Yu'er, I accepted your sister as a disciple for some reasons, but between you and me, it is not suitable to be a master and disciple. Yang Ziyan said unbearably, and then saw the latter's tears. Tick to flow down, looking wronged. Yu'er is not worthy. The inner world of the little girl is not that complicated, only knowing that the handsome master accepted his sister but not himself. Okay, don't cry, you will be my named disciple in the future, and you can turn up at any time, how about it? Yang Ziyan finally said helplessly, which made Shui Yu'er stop her tears and become a naughty kid again. Well, Bing'er, your martial arts soul is Ice Phoenix, isn't it? Yang Ziyan sat in the seat and looked at the two humans with the same appearance but completely different personalities. Yes, Master. Shui Binger replied calmly. Then you see my ice is pure enough. Yang Ziyan snapped his fingers, and a hexagonal icicle appeared between his fingers. It was crystal clear, but what was even more frightening was that with the appearance of the icing, the temperature of the whole room are all falling fast. That's right, this is just a small display of the ice and snow field presented by the system, at best it can be regarded as fur. Shui Bing'er was surprised by Yang Ziyan again. She clearly remembered the martial soul of the master, it was a weird piano, but how could the ice element appear? This is totally irrelevant. The ultimate ice element is purer than my ice phoenix. How did you do it? Shui Bing'er suddenly discovered that what she had been pursuing was easily accomplished by her master, except for curiosity. www. Readaloud.com. The only thing left for her in a girl's mood is admiration. The so-called extreme is just a qualitative change caused by a certain element to a certain degree, and the prerequisite for a qualitative change is that the spirit of the martial arts reaches a certain degree. But there is another way. Yang Zi calmed the mind mysteriously said, making Shui Bing'er and Shui Yu'er curious. That's a supplement from the day after tomorrow. Your Ice Phoenix is one of the ultimate martial arts souls, but it's not pure, so the first lesson the master will teach you today is, what is a local tyrant? Yang Ziyan's hand is in the storage. With a touch of the bag, a pile of fairy grass appeared on the desk. There were at least a dozen kinds of dazzling arrays. The age of these fairy grasses all started in 100,000 years, and you can take whatever suits you as you like. It is considered as an apprenticeship ceremony for you by the master. Yang Ziyan looked at the two sisters with a smile and motioned for them to come forward and get them. Although the two of Shui Binger don't know what immortal grass is, Yang Ziyan said that the value of these immortal grasses is more than 100,000 years old. My master is a local tyrant? Master, how come there are shoe prints on this fairy grass? Sui Cutie asked suddenly, making Yang Ziyan embarrassed for a while. These are his footprints. Ahem, this is left by the bad guys when the master competed with the bad guys for the immortal grass, so you must not let down the master's painstaking efforts. Yang Ziyan said, preaching by example, with a more difficult expression on his face. Xin looks like. Do you dare to think about it? Yesterday, I wrote a chapter of the fight against the heavens. Seeing that you are not satisfied with the water, think about the positioning of our book, so I deleted it all and rewritten it. A chapter. So, ask for votes, comments, and rewards. Try to write another chapter. Chapter 40, Those Days When I Was the Deputy Dean of Tian Shui College, Part 2. After a long time, sisters Shui Binger and Shui Yuer walked out of Yang Ziyan's office sweating, and their breaths were very chaotic, their cheeks flushed. It's too much. That's all. Although the clothes are messy and the cheeks are flushed, the faces of Shui Binger sisters have an unconcealable smile, because their martial arts are so good by the master this time. Shui Binger's Ice Phoenix martial spirit has completely evolved, becoming a pure, extreme Ice Phoenix, and most importantly, Shui Binger's physical flexibility, mental power and spirit power have been transformed by the fairy grass. Again. If her original potential can only stop at title Douluo, then her current potential can already aspire to peerless Douluo. Shui Yuer's situation is similar to Shui Binger, but her aptitude is not as good as Shui Binger after all, so the improvement is not as obvious as Shui Binger, but the same progress is also huge. Such benefits can be met but not sought, so it is strange that the two sisters are unhappy. Especially the master, in order to let them fully absorb the medicinal effects of the fairy grass, personally used as a medium to hold their hands to transmit the medicinal effects, and then the master was exhausted. Such a conscientious master is simply a rare encounter in a century. It is strange that the two little girls are not moved, even Shui Binger feels so. The next day, the elite class of Tian Shui College was surrounded by water, because today the legendary deputy dean is about to give lectures in the elite class. As a boarding college, the beautiful women of Tian Shui College who rarely go out heard the news and naturally came over to join in the fun, and there were even a few teachers and dean of teaching. Well, they are in the first row to maintain discipline, not to get the moon near the water. Who is the sacred first male teacher of the college? Today, I will reveal his identity. There are many rumors about him, but the most are the words from Shui Yuer, the youngest student in the elite class last night. It is said that Shui Yuer's expression at that time was so admiring, gentle, and said with bright eyes. The deputy dean is very handsome, very young, and it makes my heart beat faster. Some girls expressed disdain for this. After all, there is no such a man. It must be the little girl Shui Yuer who has never seen the world. They are all 10 or 20 years old. They have never seen any big winds and waves, and what kind of tricks have not been seen? Have you played? Come, here. With the paging of several girls, the crowd suddenly surging, and then instantly calmed down, the needles fell, and they seemed to be afraid of disturbing this person. A boy with a height of about 1.8 meters, a white shirt, and a black pants appeared in the public eye. The clothes were simple and without any decorations and patterns, but when worn on the boy, it was perfect, as if these two pieces the clothes are tailor-made for him. It's not amazing to wear luxurious clothes to look good, but few people wear the simplest clothes to look handsome. The boy's hair is not long, it just falls to his shoulders, and there are some casual bangs on the forehead, which adds a little more handsomeness to the boy. Handsome facial features, elegant temperament, natural walking, and then I saw the boy bowed slightly to the girls. Hello everyone, I am the new Deputy Dean of this college. You can call me Deputy Dean Yang or Teacher Yang. The voice is very hearty, the words are round and full of magnetism, and it sounds clearly in everyone's ears, just like speaking in your ears, or in other words, speaking in your ears. Wow! What? Do not. Many girls are blushing by the sound that matches the appearance of their ears, and without exception, their ears are red. Even a few girls could not stand directly and fainted to the ground, and most of the girls squeezed forward desperately, just to see him more and more clearly. So handsome! So handsome! Teacher Yang, how old are you? Teacher Yang, I want to invite you to dinner after class, do you think you are free? Teacher Yang, my toilet is broken, can you go to my house to help you see it at night? Go away, don't stop me from seeing my husband. Fuck you little hooves, Teacher Yang is mine. My mother is proficient in the 36-way bed method, Teacher Yang is mine. Yang Ziyan. Well, he should continue to cover up some more, not just to let his classmates remember him, his temperament and appearance are all open. First, a staff was arranged to a few girls who had passed out to rest, and then Yang Ziyan walked into the classroom in the eyes of the girls. If it weren't for his skill, I'm afraid the clothes would have been stripped. Now go back to class, class. Dean Yang will give lectures to our teachers and students in the college auditorium. You can wait for notification. The dean showed up in time to avoid an accident and made this decision temporarily. Really, thank you Dean. Great, I'm going to buy clothes now. A large number of students dispersed, only a small number of students belonging to the elite class stayed, and then prepared to go back to class. At least Mr. Yang's first lesson was given to them, and I'm content for the first time, lecture, I can get Mr. Yang. Shui Binger and Shui Yuer are also members of the elite class, but they are just the ones who just entered the class and are still the youngest. www.readaloud.com. Today's Shui Binger wears a light blue shirt, one on her calf the light blue patterned dress at the office. Thanks to the special nature of the Soul Master, she is now like a 15 or 16-year-old girl. She is decent, but after the martial soul is born again, her temperament is even more deserted. But the appearance is even better. As for Shui Yuer, it's only 30% worse than her sister. Seeing Yang Ziyan coming in, Shui Yuer, who was sitting in the first row, waved to Yang Ziyan, while Shui Binger nodded gently and smiled in return. Hello everyone, I believe you all know me, my last name is Yang. Yang Ziyan brushed his surname on the blackboard, and the writing on the blackboard was very beautiful. He usually walks in the world, leaving only his last name but not his name. In the next few days, I will lead everyone to study. Before the class, you can ask me questions about your confusion on Wuhan. Yang Ziyan asked with a smile on the podium with his hands on the podium, and asked in a persuasive tone. Teacher Yang, do you have a girlfriend? The first girl was a 20-year-old girl, with an upright appearance and unrestrained personality. Please don't ask me personal questions, thank you. Yang Ziyan replied politely. Then Teacher Yang, what do you think is the most important thing about a soul master? The question was a girl with short hair, not tall. This question is a good question. I think the most important thing for a soul master is character. A soul master, a person, if his behavior is not correct, then he is not worthy to be a soul master. But just good behavior is not enough, and updated at 1 o'clock in the middle of the night, and the class at 7 o'clock in the morning. Please check in, recommend tickets, increase popularity. Chapter 41, Those Days When I Was the Deputy Dean of Tian Shui College, Part 2. Yang Ziyan's lecture is very interesting, and very fascinating, drooling. He does not stick to the podium in his lectures. He often gives examples of practical operations. He will also walk off the podium and hold the hands of the little girls to interact with each other amiably. In short, the deputy dean conquered all the girls in the elite class in just one class. Those who have conquered the elite version means that they have conquered half of Tian Shui College, because the elite class is not only a representative of Tian Shui College, but also because those who can enter the elite class of Tian Shui College, in addition to representing the most talented classmates of Tian Shui College besides, it also represents one of the most beautiful girls in Tian Shui College. So that after class, Yang Xian received a lot of small notes, candies, and some other gadgets. Open a small note at random, they all call Yang Xian to have lunch, either for dinner, or for dinner at home, or for seafood at home. There is even Shui Binger in the note. In order to thank Shui Binger for what happened yesterday, Shui Binger invited Yang Xian to eat in the cafeteria. Choose to choose, Yang Xian chose his own little apprentice. After all, in terms of quality, Shui Binger is the most beautiful one in the elite class, not one of them. There are many canteens in Tian Shui College, which are divided into 4 major canteens, North, South, and North. The place Shui Binger invited is in the North Canteen, which is a relatively remote canteen, and Shui Binger has already gone to the canteen to wait in advance. Yang Xian just stepped out of the door of the classroom, and found that there were several girls waiting for him at the door, and they were all dressed up. Some of them were not as good as Yang Xian's top coat. "Mr. Yang, have you eaten? If you haven't eaten." "Hey, Teacher Yang, Teacher Yang." The girls found out that Yang Xian disappeared in the same place before she finished her words, not knowing where she went. The girls at Tian Shui College are so unrestrained, children are really overwhelming. Yang Xian patted his chest downstairs in the North Canteen, and said after some thought, "I thought I was a wolf entering the sheep pen, but now it seems that he is a sheep entering the wolf pen." After investigating and finding out that Shui Binger was in a private room of the canteen, Yang Xian once again hid his figure and quietly appeared in Shui Binger's private room. "Master." Shui Binger looked at Yang Xian, who was sweating profusely, and couldn't help covering her mouth and smiled. Yang Xian was a handsome boy, forced to be like this, and her classmates were too unrestrained. "Shhh, Binger quietly, I finally ran out of the encirclement, but I dare not be caught by those ants again." Yang Xian touched the sweat on his forehead with some fear, and then sat on the chair. Now he feels a bit like playing with funds in his previous life. At first, he saw it well, but after entering the game, he found that his money had been losing money, but he didn't want to run when it was time to run. "When I didn't come, I thought Tian Shui Academy was a group of treasure girls, but later I found out that they are just a group of female perverts who cannibalize people without spitting out bones. But if you want him to leave, it's really impossible." "Master, hurry up and eat some food, there are still classes in the afternoon." Shui Binger reminded Yang Xian, and then pointed to the food on the table. "Shui Binger is not rich. I only ordered 3 dishes, 2 vegetarian dishes, 1 meat dish, but in order to take care of Yang Xian, he also ordered a good bottle of sake, which was considered very thoughtful. After all, Shui Binger's family is not considered rich and expensive, and the soul master is also a money-burning profession, so she is not rich herself, and it is already the limit to be able to buy this meal. The food is okay, thank you Binger." Yang Xian nodded with satisfaction. He is not the kind of proud master, and certainly not Se Mimi's master. Master likes it. Shui Binger poured Yang Xian a glass of wine in a strange way, and then raised his own juice. "This cup of respect to the master, if there is no master, I am afraid it will be difficult for me to make a heavenly marriage contract. Respect the master for this cup. If there is no master, my martial arts will probably stop here. Respect the master for this cup. If there is no master, the talent of my sister is probably limited to this." Although it was only the first meal between the teacher and the apprentice, the two recalled this meal many years later. Shui Binger and Yang Xian would both say that their real friendship began with this meal. After dinner, Yang Xian quietly left the North Canteen again. He didn't dare to go with Shui Binger, otherwise the consequences would be absolutely terrible. In the afternoon, Yang Ziyan arranged an outdoor class, which made many girls a little excited. After all, in general, extracurricular courses are about martial arts, and there may be martial arts practice sparring. Yang Ziyan will definitely go out to practice and give pointers. If you can take the opportunity to touch Teacher Yang's muscles and see Teacher Yang's martial arts spirit, then it's not great. But Yang Ziyan's arrangements in the afternoon were a bit special, because every girl had to take a 2-meter long and 1-meter wide mat to class, and if she couldn't wear too loose clothes. Although Teacher Yang asked strangely, would the beauties in the elite class be afraid of showing off? So during class in the afternoon, I watched the 30 girls in the air on the playground, who were dressed in tights and outlined their figures well. Yang Ziyan felt that the scenery here was unique. Today's course, we don't talk about the comparison of martial arts. You are all geniuses. Naturally, you know the importance of martial arts. Today I want to talk about the importance of the body. If you compare soul power to inner power, then your body is external power. Although your body will increase as your soul power increases, it is a passive increase, not an active increase. Every titled Douluo in this world, his spirit power and physical body are polished to the extreme. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com, and those titled Douluo above level 95, their spirit power, mental power, and physical body are indispensable. So today the teacher teaches you a physical exercise, called yoga. Yang Ziyan stood there, waiting for everyone to digest the information, before continuing. Yoga can increase your body's flexibility, increase your body's strength, and it can also increase women's curves, promote blood circulation, remove blood stasis, lose weight, relieve stress, and the benefits are numerous. Mr. Yang, don't say anything, hurry up and start. Several girls said expectantly. Well, okay, you guys do it with me first. Yang Ziyan first split himself onto the grass, then leaned back and did a yoga gesture. Although the girls were curious, they all followed suit, and a few girls did feel very different, and their bodies did undergo a slight stretch. Carry on. Yang Ziyan continued to do the next move. After completing a set of basic movements, at the request of the girls, Yang Ziyan came down to give instructions and correct the wrong place. The hips are too up, no way, lower it down. Yang Ziyan gently patted the buttocks of a 20-year-old student and corrected. Not only did that girl have no plan, but she did a little bit wrong. I won't let you come back. Your legs are not straight enough, yes, keep your chest tall. Yang Ziyan bothered to point to another girl. After seeing that the other girl couldn't do it, after sighing, he could only get started by himself and taught again. Is very tired. Please check in, ask for comments, ask for recommendation tickets. Children continue to code, try to see if you can continue to update. Chapter 42, Bibi Dong, Zero Rongxiu, and Hulina. Wuhan City. Wuhan City is located between the two empires of Tiandu and Xingluo. It is one of the two holy places of the Wuhan Temple, and it is also the location of the Pope Hall of the Wuhan Temple. Its status can be imagined. The scale of Wuhan City's wall was built completely in accordance with the scale of the capital-level main city. The 80-meter-high wall is all made of fine granite, which looks very majestic. The most peculiar thing is that Wuhan City is not quadrilateral like ordinary cities, but hexagons, that is to say, it has 6 walls in total. All those responsible for patrolling on the city wall are spirit masters, wearing special costumes for the spirit hall. Even those with strong financial resources, seeing the 7 treasure glazed glass sect, can't help but admire it in front of Wuhan City. You know, this city didn't exist in the first place, it was built entirely with the funds of Wuhan Hall. How easy is it to build such a city? It symbolizes one of the 2 most lofty halls of Wuhan Hall. The Papal Palace is located in Wuhan City. This newly built Pope's Palace is known as the most magnificent building in the entire Douluo continent. And Wuhan City is precisely because of this newly built Pope Hall, it has become a holy land for all soul masters. It was also a capital-like existence established by the Wuhan Temple for itself. 10 years ago, the previous Pope of the Spirit Hall died under the haunted cloak of the vast sky Douluo of the Clear Sky School, and then the Saint Bibi Dong, with the full support of the great envoy, successfully succeeded to the throne of the Pope and ruled the Spirit Hall. Bibi Dong is a Pope who combines appearance and strength. Her wrists are extremely superb. She is not at all like a fledgling Pope. She is proficient in management and checks and balances. In just 1 month, the Wuhan Temple has been completely mastered by her, of course. The support of the great worship is also crucial. But it is undeniable that Bibi Dong's strength and wisdom are among the top popes in Wuhan Hall. At this time, a snowy young man in white was walking on the streets of the Wuhan Hall. His destination was the Pope Hall in the center of the Wuhan Hall. What's strange is that he seemed to walk in a leisurely manner, but every step when I crossed out, it was all 10 meters away, but no one noticed it. This is exactly the reward that Yang Ziyan received after accepting the apprentice Lu Erlong, shrinking to an inch. At the time when Bibi Dong was accepted, the system was very strange and did not give any substantial rewards, which made Yang Ziyan think that the system was broken. But fortunately, it seems that the system still exists. It's good, it's great. After being a teacher at Tian Shui College for a month, he left. Shui Binger also ended his short-term teaching, but Yang Ziyan promised that Shui Binger learned the most in this month. During the 1 month in Tian Shui College, Yang Ziyan didn't need to wash clothes by himself, and was fed by people when he ate. If he was in a bad mood, he would have a fragrant embrace. When he was all right, he went to sit with the dean in the dean's office. Is so uncomfortable. I don't know, when the team composed of the elite class he leads meets Tang San and the others, will Tian Shui Academy be defeated? I'm still looking forward to it. In front of the Pope's palace. Stop! 2 temple knights wearing silver armors blocked Yang Ziyan's path, and a total of 100 temple knights raised their swords at the same time. This is a forbidden place, take 1 step closer, don't worry about killing. Faced with hundreds of patrons whose strength is the Soul King of the Soul Sect, Yang Ziyan still looks unchanging. His heartbeat speeds up only when facing beautiful women. Slowly raised the slender and white palm that made women jealous, Yang Ziyan showed the luxurious token that Bibi Dong had given himself before he left. Although Bibi Dong had not succeeded before she left, it was because Bibi Dong had already contacted the Wuhan Temple under Qian Daoliu's instruction, so before she left, she had made a Pope order and sent Yang Ziyan. But after all, it was the Pope order made by Bibi Dong herself 10 years ago. No one knows whether she changed this after she succeeded. Yang Ziyan just took it out and implemented it. I saw a paladin headed quickly stepping forward. When he saw the 6 patterns on the token and the symbol of the Pope, he couldn't help but shiver. With a puff, he knelt down on 1 knee. See the messenger. Hundreds of temple knights made the same movements uniformly, and they were extremely pious. As long as he held the Pope's order, it would be like the Pope's presence, and they couldn't help being disrespectful. Yang Ziyan comfortably put away the papal order. It seems that Dong'er has not changed the papal order for decades for his own convenience. Instead, he has established the style of the papal order with his own efforts. Of course, if you can't get in, you still have other tokens, but compared to those, Dong'er's tokens are better. You don't need to be polite. I want to see the Pope, don't you know, can you? Oh, yes, my surname is Yang. Yang Ziyan took the token back and asked faintly behind his hands. Thanks to the messenger, wait a moment, I'll come as soon as I go. The knight commander headed immediately ran into the papal palace to report, while Yang Ziyan stood there with a little expectation. Not surprisingly, Hulina and Qian Rongxiu should also be in the papal palace, and they are both in their teens. It depends on whether these 2 are apprentices required by the system www.readaloud.com. By the way, Bibi Dong, I don't know how the relationship with Qian Rongxiu's mother and son is? Shouldn't be too bad, right? At this moment, the door of the Pope's palace suddenly opened, and a woman in luxurious clothes came out with two young girls. Although the woman walked very calmly at every step, she walked a little anxiously. At the first sight of this woman, Yang Xian had only one sentence from his previous life: "Go to Shrek of your mother, long live the Wuhan Hall." What kind of woman is this? The solemn and luxurious purple Pope robe is just to set off her nobleness. A face with distinct features is even more exquisite. This woman has a 20-year-old face, but she has a charming 30-year-old and a mature 40-year-old. Her skin looks very delicate and delicate, it seems that no pores can be seen on her face, and this woman is born with a sense of nobleness when she appears on the stage, coupled with the slightly curled up hair, even more it makes people feel beautiful. Compared to 10 years ago, Bibi Dong is more mature, and every move has the temperament of king over the world. It seems that raising hands and feet can stir the world. And the woman on Bibi Dong's left hand is about 10 years old. She has short brown hair and fox-like eyebrows. Although she is only over a dozen years old, she already has a little charm between her gestures. On the right-hand side of Bibi Dong is a teenage girl with blonde hair. A beautiful melon seed face looks a little deserted, with a little nobility on her body. At this moment, Yang Xian's system suddenly sounded. Ding! The Apprentice receiving system is activated. The Apprentice receiving request, 2 people. Recommendation ticket, continue code word. Chapter 43, I call you the Pope. Quest requirements, collect thousands of students, get rewards, the Sword of the Archangel. Quest requirements, accept Hulina, get rewards, charm immunity skills. After accepting the 2 disciples, they can be promoted to the 89th level, and prepare for the title Douluo mark. Sure enough, these 2 are also the key to their promotion, and they are both their own apprentices. Master! Bibi Dong just wanted to start shouting, but Yang Xian stopped him with his eyes. After all, Bibi Dong continued to shout the words of the master, so he didn't have to mess around in Douluo continent. Direct exposure is possible. The 2 have been together for half a year. Bibi Dong naturally understands Yang Xian's meaning. Instead, he regained his cold face and nodded to Yang Xian. Emissary Yang, long time no see. Long time no see, under the crown of the Pope. Yang Xian also raised his head slightly, saying hello. Also please Yang envoy to enter the Pope's hall with this seat, Nair, Shuer, you all follow. Bibi Dong said, seemingly ordered, his tone of voice was just right. Such a good kidney. Yang Xian followed Bibi Dong into the papal palace. He deliberately fell behind Bibi Dong a step. Seeing the purple Pope dress dragging the floor 3 or 4 meters long, he suddenly felt a little emotional. His donger has grown up after all. Well, growing up in various senses. After entering the palace of the Pope, Bibi Dong did not stop, but continued to take Yang Xian into a side hall. It was a place for her to take a temporary rest after the meeting. Although it was not big, it was better than being quiet and no one dared to bother. Besides, there is a bed to rest. As soon as he arrived at the Piandian, Bibi Dongs immediately turned his head and glanced at Yang Xian. His eyes contained a bit of resentment, a fifth of a yearning, and a quarter of desire. My God, what are you thinking under my Pope's crown? Nair, Shuer, this is what I have mentioned to you, my master, the most handsome man in the world, and the most capable man, Yang Xian. Bibi Dong proudly said to Hulina and Qian Rongxiu. Did not conceal the praise and show off to Yang Xian. Master, this is my daughter, Qian Rongxiu, and this is my personal disciple, Hulina. Bibi Dong then introduced to Yang Xian. The relationship between Bibi Dong and Qian Rongxiu in this life is simply not too good. After all, Bibi Dong raised Qian Rongxiu by one hand, and the relationship between Hulina and Qian Rongxiu is not bad. As for Qian Rongxiu's father Chihiroji and his unnamed wife, they are just tool people. Junior Hulina, Qian Rongxiu, pays a visit to senior. The two daughters gave Yang Ziyan a salute. Looking at Yang Ziyan's face that was not much bigger than them, the two girls felt this senior Sheng shouted awkwardly. But if he is said to be the best in the world, the two women cannot refute this point for the time being, and even think that is the case. But if it is said that Yang Ziyan is also the best in the world, it is a bit suspicious. I'll see you when you call senior, Donger. I think these two have a relationship with me. Why don't you let them all worship under my door? Yang Ziyan said directly, looking at the two daughters. He stayed in Wuhan City for more than a month at most, and then it was time to go to Notting College to accompany Xiaowu to sleep, so he simply planned to get on the bus first, and then make up for the ticket. As for the relationship between master and disciple, it is the so-called long-term love. Hey! Bibi Dong was stunned for a moment, and he wondered if Yang Ziyan was joking, but the latter's expression showed that he was not joking. This, I call my daughter junior sister in the future? Call your own disciple and junior sister? That's so messy. If Yang Ziyan knew what Bibi Dong was thinking at this time, he would definitely tell Bibi Dong, is this a mess for you? Qian Rongxiu was still your daughter when she was in bed, and Hulina was still your disciple. That's good, master, your teaching and guidance must be much better than mine. Nair Shuer, don't you hurry up to see your master. Although Bibi Dong was a little messy, he made a decision quickly. In addition to being unable to refuse Yang Ziyan's request, she also has a little consideration. If Yang Ziyan is more concerned about her, can she take the opportunity to keep Yang Ziyan here? After all, the pressure that Gu Yuina brought to Bibi Dong was huge. Yes. The second girl looked at Yang Ziyan and Bibi Dong with a dazed expression, but after all she nodded, Apprentice with a puzzled face. After all, he is such a handsome master, and he looks seductive, isn't it? Hehe, you two don't have to be so confused, come and give you a meeting ceremony. Yang Ziyan looked at the two girls in doubt, not surprised, but intended to let them know how good they are. Of course, it's not that powerful. Gently grasped Qian Rongxiu's wrist, Yang Ziyan's eyes flashed a golden light, and then Qian Rongxiu felt that her spirit power had broken through. You must know that Qian Rongxiu was blessed by the angel gods, her innate soul power was 20th level, but because of this, Qian Rongxiu is extremely talented, but she is still stuck at the 29th level and can hardly exceed 30th level. Level threshold. After all, breaking through the soul veteran is regarded as the next step of the soul master, and Qian Rongxiu is still a little hotter now. And what Yang Ziyan did was to help Qian Rongxiu cross this last barrier, and it was no different from helping Ayan to break through the membrane, just a little bit. But with this move, Bibi Dong couldn't do it, so this is the reason for Qian Rongxiu's surprise. Many, thank you, master. Qian Rongxiu's words of master are convinced, or her own master is really the best in the world. The soul venerable who is less than 10 years old, if you say it, I am afraid that it will subvert history, right? Especially the theory of a certain master, it would be slapped in the face. Master. Hulina took the initiative to lift up her baby-like delicate and smooth arms. She also wanted to be touched by the master to break through the first level. Okay. Yang Ziyan looked at Hulina who was brought to the door, and smiled gently, then gently held Hulina's wrist, feeling the warmth, and then the golden light flashed in his eyes. Hulina felt like he seemed to be after being empowered by Daigo, his spirit power has directly risen by 2 levels. You must know that Hulina has just broken through the second ring. Yang Ziyan's operation directly laid the foundation and future of Hulina. She is also a soul respectable before the age of 12. Thank you, master. Hulina's words of master are also much more sincere, and compared to Qian Rongxiu's desertedness, Hulina's words are more gentle and charming, like a little fox scratching his heart. Okay, www.readaloud.com. Today's things both of you must be kept secret. Let's go out and rest first. I have something to tell the master. Bibi Dong saw that the three masters and apprentices had finished touching them, and asked Hu Lina and Qian the two Ren Shui left first. She hasn't told her master well yet. Yes. The two little girls only treated them as they had something to discuss, and respectfully bid farewell to Yang Xian and Bibi Dong, and then closed the door. After confirming that the second daughter is gone, Bibi Dong immediately pounced on Yang Xian's body, holding Yang Xian hotly. You have no conscience, you came to me for so long. Bibi Dong said and kissed Yang Xian's lips, and attacked all the way. Today I am going to give you my most beautiful things. I know yours is still there. Give it to me. Bibi Dong in the papal uniform said like a queen giving orders, and then she faded away. Purple robe, the crown. Yang Xian sighed silently, why my apprentice is like this? But, I am not at a loss. 3 hours later. Yang Xian hugged Bibi Dong's beautiful body and said, Donger, can you put on the papal uniform again? Put it on. Bibi Dong was a little puzzled, but still did. She is now the little woman who has been opened to the new world. Well, Donger, you don't need to wear a jacket, just wear a jacket, and then don't call my name, call my master, well, I call you the Pope. Master. The two words seem to have magical powers, making Bibi Dong feel even more excited all over. Hey, okay. I ask for a ticket, I ask for a reward. Chapter 44, Take Hu Lina and Zero Rongxiu shopping. So, my boyhood is just gone? Yang Xian looked at Bibi Dong who was lying on the bed and smiled. He didn't know what he was smiling, but he still covered Bibi Dong with a quilt. His eyes could not help but fall on Bibi Dong's fragrant shoulders, and then Yang Xian went on again. Swallowed. The shoulders are very white, very smooth, and very fragrant. He has tasted it just now. This is for sure. Looking at Bibi Dong's tiny feet still exposed, Yang Xian gave up playing with those gentle white jade feet, and instead covered them together. Quickly washed Bibi Dong's jacket with water element, and then Yang Xian used wind element to dry Bibi Dong, and then he left the side hall intimately. Using the 7 elements from Guyuina to serve Bibi Dong is very exciting. Having said that, although Bibi Dong is the first time, it is after all the strength of title Douluo, his body has been improved by immortal grass, his combat effectiveness is still very strong, but who is Yang Xian, is a figure who has cultivated the Yellow Emperor's internal classic, come again he is not afraid of 10. Ding, congratulations on completing the hidden mission, and finally got the reward of accepting Bibi Dong, say what you say. Reduced version. Speaking method, it can be done within a certain range. The existing rules can be changed. The duration depends on the host's strength. Note, the speaking method will be backlashed every time it is used, and the cooling time is 1 day. Yang Xian? What kind of operation is this? System, you are not serious, Donger pushed me backwards before giving me a reward. Doing so will make me think that I will recommend an apprentice to give me a reward. No, no, this idea is very dangerous. I can't think like that. Yang Xian shook his head and didn't think about it anymore, but checked his own skills. The words come out of the way, this is the words come out of the way. Although it is an extremely weak version, it is the magical skill after all, and the words come out of the way. If it wasn't because of backlash, or because there was a corresponding backlash, Yang Xian really wanted to say, I am the king of God to rule everything. But if you change your mind, use this skill when you are in bed, say number. That's so cool and crooked. When left, Yang Xian specially arranged a barrier for the partial hall, and it would not be automatically lifted until Bibi Dong woke up, and he went to find his 2 newly acquired little apprentices. Although the martial spirit hall is very large, for Yang Xian, finding someone is an idea. Without going out from the front door, Yang Xian reappeared, and it was already Hu Lina and Qian Rongxiu's practice room. This is a quiet room located near the Pope's Hall. It was transformed into a practice room by Wuhan Hall. It is also a specially furnished practice room. For example, the vitality of the heaven and the earth inside is stronger, but there will also be some light pressure flooding the surroundings. It is still very helpful for cultivation. Because of different strengths, the practice room is divided into many rooms. Some rooms are suitable for the Soul King and the Soul Emperor, and some rooms are only suitable for the cultivation base of the soul. At this time Jian Rongxiu and Hulina meditate in the practice room to stabilize their strength. Although Jian Rongxiu has already advanced, she is not in a hurry to hunt the soul beasts. The Wuhan Hall has its own forest of soul beasts, the 1000-year soul. The beast can still be found. Therefore, Jian Rongxiu's spirit ring had long been hunted by a special person from the spirit hall. By then, Jian Rongxiu only needed to make the last cut. Yang Xian directly scared the two of them when he appeared, but after seeing the person who came, Hulina directly showed a charming smile, and Jian Rongxiu, although she was not so excited, got up and went to see her master. Well, we don't need to be so polite and outsiders between our schools. Your consolidation is very good. Master invites you to dinner. Yang Xian looked at the two little beauties and waved. But I haven't finished my homework today, I'm afraid. Jian Rongxiu said with some fear. Although Yang Xian is a master, Bibi Dong's majesty is not just talking. In many cases, Bibi Dong is a kind mother and teacher, but more often than not, she is still the Pope, the woman who rules the world, and the requirements for the second daughter are extremely strict. Occasionally, it's okay, let's go. Yang Xian walked forward directly and took Jian Rongxiu and Hulina's hands, and then walked towards the door. Master. Jian Rongxiu frowned unhappily, always thinking that the master was like a child, but Hulina spit out her tongue at Jian Rongxiu and said, Shuer is fine, the master takes care of things, didn't you want to eat that barbecue a long time ago? Let's go. Yang Xian looked at the naughty Hulina and couldn't help squeezing her little hand. Naer, tell me, where is Cher's favorite barbecue restaurant? It's on that pedestrian street, I know the master. Hulina said happily, and she betrayed Jian Rongxiu without hesitation. Okay, the master will take you out to eat barbecue. With these two young apprentices, Yang Xian has a sense of seeing a baby, and he is the hard-working old father. Master, is this really okay? Although Jian Rongxiu was led by Yang Xian, she hesitated to ask. It's okay, if your sister Dong'er dares to have an opinion, I will let her know what is swelling and itching. Yang Xian showed off his car skills again, but unfortunately the two women didn't understand it. Although Jian Rongxiu was still a little scared at first, when she arrived at the pedestrian street, she was like Hulina, unraveling the child's nature, and there was a lot of stretched smile between her eyebrows. Master, I want to eat candied haws. Hulina said softly, and the other little finger pointed at the store's candied haws. Yang Xian didn't say a word, and immediately bought two, Jian Rongxiu and Hulina each. Master, it's so sweet, you can taste it. Hulina took a mouthful of candied haws and took the initiative to hold it to Yang Xian's mouth, which made Yang Xian very pleased that there was a kind of child who was grown up and sensible, the sense of sight. Shuer, what do you want to eat? Yang Xian tasted the candied haws with Hulina's saliva and looked at Jian Rongxiu. The other party was eating candied haws quietly, without looking at him. Ah, I have nothing to eat. Jian Rongxiu waved her hand again and again, saying that she would be enough to eat candied haws. Yang Xian doesn't think so. He has been observing Jian Rongxiu's attitude, and found that her eyes stayed on the popsicle for a second longer. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com so naturally had a care. This season is autumn. Although popsicles are also sold by merchants, they are a type of luxury. After all, those who can make popsicles either have a soul master or have their own ice cellar to store them. But at this time, Yang Xian is true. Can't flatter me. Is ugly. Come with me. Yang Ziyan took the two to a luxurious popsicle shop, and then threw a gold soul coin to the boss. Boss, I want to make my own popsicles. You help me prepare pure water, milk, fresh fruits, cane sugar, and I will use the ingredients here. It's easy to do things with money, so the boss naturally agreed, but Yang Ziyan asked the second girl to wait here for a while before entering the counter by herself. He can quickly freeze the water, and add milk or something. It is not a big problem to make some delicious fresh fruit shaved ice. Under the surprised gaze of the boss, Yang Ziyan made 3 shaved ice fresh fruits in 5 minutes, and then handed them 2 to the second daughter, making Jian Rongxiu's eyes moved obviously. Master actually noticed that he loves popsicles? What are you doing in a daze? I made it for the teacher, and try it soon. Yang Ziyan looked at the second woman in a daze, and then reminded him that he took a bite by the way. The craftsmanship is still there. Master, my wife is delicious. Hulina's eyes were almost bent into crescents, and then she stretched her spoon to Yang Ziyan's mouth. Master, you have a taste of mine. Master, you too, you also have a bite of mine. Jian Rongxiu also raised her shaved ice spoon. Continue with the code, make the list tomorrow, ask for votes, ask for rewards. Check in, and comment, everyone, kneel and ask for support. Chapter 45, Gu Yuina's Voice Call. After having a barbecue with Jian Rongxiu and Hulina, Yang Ziyan asked the two to go back to sleep, which was considered a day off for them. It is worth mentioning that after I roasted some meat for the second daughter, the chat box was opened, and the 3 masters and apprentices also had a good conversation. Well, this fully illustrates the importance of good barbecue grilling. Of course, the hand-shaved ice technique along the way is also very important. I would like to ask such a handsome and superb master who can cook barbecue, which female disciple will have what resistance? After the second daughter returned, Yang Ziyan did not go back to the Pope Hall for the first time, but turned around and went to the Temple of Worship. Temple of Worship, as the name suggests, is the place where Wuhan Temple enshrines their lives, and Yang Ziyan's apprentice Jian Douluo is the great elder of the temple. It can be said that Wuhan Temple is so strong that the deterrence of the temple is a big factor. After all, the elders who can enter the worship hall are at least titled Douluo in strength. The hall of worship is very large, but it is solemn and solemn. Yang Ziyan didn't bother to come to Jian Douluo's residence, and Jian Douluo had long been waiting for Yang Ziyan in a white elder suit. Is the strongest person in the Wuhan hall after all. As long as Yang Ziyan does not hide his trace, Jian Douluo will find his trace when he reaches the vicinity of the worship hall. This is for sure. Master. Jian Douluo still salutes and greets meticulously, strictly observing the etiquette of a disciple. Well, Xiao Liuliu, you are still so boring, how have you been in the past 10 years? Yang Ziyan held Jian Douluo with both hands, and then sat on Jian Douluo's seat, feeling the power enshrined in Wuhan Hall. Throne. Master, disciple's child. Jian Douluo was asked by Yang Ziyan, and the whole person suddenly became heartbroken again. Although Jian Xuanji has been dead for so many years, he has always been there was a thorn in his heart. I know this. I can only say that everything is determined by the heavens, but fortunately, you still have Jian Rongxiu. Be strong, Xiao Liuliu. Yang Ziyan patted Jian Douluo's shoulder and comforted. Yes, fortunately, I had listened to the master's words and arranged the marriage for Jie. Otherwise, the disciple has all these years left, and I really don't know how to pass it. Jian Douluo still sighed and sighed, but from him to Jian's judging from the training of Rongxiu, he did spend a lot of time on Jian Rongxiu. But Shuer will probably not be by my side for a while. Jian Douluo suddenly thought of something, and Tang Tang Peerless Douluo cried again. Hey! Yang Ziyan frowned and looked at Jian Douluo. Shuer volunteered to participate in the undercover Tiandu Empire's plan for the undercover plan of the Wuhan Palace. In less than a month, Shuai will go to the Tiandu Empire. Qian Daoliu said truthfully. Yang Xian was stunned when he heard this. In the original work, Qian Rongxiu participated in the undercover project because of a bad relationship with Bibi Dong. But now, although the mother-daughter relationship is an adoptive mother, it is not bad. Why? Would you still want to go out? Are you agreeing to this matter? Yang Xian looked at Qian Daoliu with some dissatisfaction, so that if he wanted to see the baby apprentice, he would need to go to the Heaven Do Empire, and he couldn't see it honestly. Well, Shuai has a tough personality since she was a child. I can't refuse her, so I can only arrange more guards at that time. Qian Daoliu was like a helpless parent at this time, unable to hold the child. The little Liuliu, in addition to the Heaven Do Empire, Xing Luo also has an undercover plan. Although Yang Xian didn't pay much attention to this kind of thing, he still needs to know the basic direction of the mainland. Yes, but the selection of the Prince of the Star Luo Empire is different from Tiandu's side. Our undercover personnel cannot access high-level secrets. Qian Daoliu would not conceal Yang Xian at all. He knew that his master never worried about such things. Xiao Liuliu, tell me, what step do you want to achieve in the Spirit Hall? Yang Xian asked suddenly with interest. The disciple doesn't know, but the disciple always remembers the teacher's teachings, and always takes most of the people at dawn. Qian Daoliu said very seriously, for fear that Yang Xian would be angry. After all, he knows Yang Xian. If Yang Xian is really angry or unwilling, then the Wuhundian movement must be cancelled. Very well, I know this, remember this, it's enough to do this, I'll go, practice hard, and in my lifetime, the master will take you to that step. Yang Xian finished this sentence and got up from his seat. Then tidied up his clothes, and said lightly. Within one step, I'm in the papal palace. The way to speak depends on the skill. Then Yang Xian took a step forward and disappeared in place. Seeing that his master disappeared with a single word, and there was no fluctuation in his soul power, Qian Daoliu was shocked again. He is working so hard now, but even the master's clothes are not worthy of. And the master's move, is there a warning? As a great sacrifice, Qian Daoliu will inevitably think more. But the only question Qian Daoliu didn't think about was, why did Yang Xian reach the papal palace in one step in the middle of the night? Yang Xian reappears, he is already Bibi Dong's side hall, and the method of speaking is indeed well deserved. Ahem, he quietly added a few words at any time when he spoke, and he reached the papal hall, partial hall, within one step. But at this time he also felt the backlash, his legs trembled and he almost knelt down. His knee bones are breaking, this is the price of one step, but Yang Xian himself is a bug existence, and his healing speed is much faster than the breaking speed, so this backlash is invalid for him. At this time, Bibi Dong was still dreaming sweet spring dreams, with a faint smile on the corner of his mouth, but Yang Xian judged by his breath that the Pope was about to wake up immediately after his crown. Just when Yang Xian made this judgment, Bibi Dong stretched out on the bed, the perfect curve was unobstructed, and then with a soothing groan, Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com slowly opened his beautiful eyes. I saw Yang Xian looking at her from the side. Master! Bibi Dong shouted shyly, then buried his head embarrassedly in the quilt. When she saw Yang Xian, she remembered her previous initiative. At that time, she was lying on the bed, and Yang Xian shouted at the Pope's crown from behind. When she remembered the scene, she felt shy and exciting. But as Bibi Dong put the quilt on his head, the white and slippery calf was exposed. Because Yang Xian had done the basic exercise before, Bibi Dong's calf looked very tough. And it's the kind of calf that doesn't have too much extra fat, and it's not suitable for a trace of meat. The delicate and smooth ice muscle and bones, and even the beautiful lotus feet are silently enchanting. It is a pair that is enough for people to play. Legs for a lifetime. So when Bibi Dong looked at Yang Xian secretly, Yang Xian was already undressing. Master! Bibi Dong looked at Yang Xian in surprise. When did this master take the initiative? Yang Xian undressed and said, Donger, don't blame me for this, blame you. At this moment, a miniature dragon scale on Yang Xian's pants started to glow, and Yang Xian was stunned. That's his contact information with Guyuina. The two parties can use this voice chat. She should figure out that she is out of the customs, and there is something wrong with the meeting. In desperation, Yang Xian chose to answer. Hey, sir, what are you doing? Guyuina's excited voice came from across from the dragon scale. Not sleeping in the middle of the night, updated at 2 or 3 in the middle of the night, ask for a ticket, ask for a reward, handsome guys. Chapter 46, Give pointers to Rongxiu and Hulina. What am I doing? You are right to replace the last word with junior sister, but I can't tell you. Yang Xian, as an old SI, didn't show any rush or nervousness. Bibi Dong also silenced her voice immediately, and now she doesn't want to face this senior sister. No matter whether it is strength or temperament, the other party is not inferior to her, she is really scared. I'm exercising. Yang Xian said and gently patted Bibi Dong's peach-like buttocks. Bibi Dong immediately understood. Doing exercise? Master, you have long been strong, and your body is close to invincible, why do you need exercise? Guyuina asked inexplicably. You don't understand it, the plan for a day lies at night. Yang Xian was sitting and exercising while chatting with Guyuina. He was not peacekeeping at all, and he was extremely skilled. Look like. And Bibi Dong also managed to silence the voice, but the expression on his face expresses how he feels at this time. Is very exciting. After the incident, Bibi Dong also asked Yang Xian for such a communication tool. Yang Xian naturally has no shortage of such a tool for making voice calls. In fact, he has a tool for making video calls, but how could he have it? So he really couldn't help Bibi Dong, so he gave Bibi Dong a conch as a contact tool. Bibi Dong is very satisfied, so that she can check the post at any time. Early the next morning, Yang Xian brought Hulina and Qian Rongxiu to the outskirts of Wuhan City and started today's class. Today Hulina is wearing a cowhide-colored vest with a white sweater inside, a pair of cropped leggings on the lower body, and a pair of black boots. The students' heads are scattered randomly on the shoulders. Although there is no makeup, the upgraded Hulina looks at it. It looks more charming. On the other hand, Qian Rongxiu, her blonde hair, casually dressed in a white kungfu, stepping on a pair of white boots, but just by looking at her temperament, we can see that Qian Rongxiu has already reached the strength of the soul, obviously. The spirit ring was absorbed last night. 2 completely different female apprentices. The place where Yang Xian took the 2 of them was a small forest, of course, it was a very serious small forest. Today is the first day of your class. In the previous week, your courses were all the same. They were all soul power and martial arts training. But for a while, I will start targeted training based on your characteristics. Yang Xian, looking at the 2 female apprentices behind his hands, said solemnly. For example, Cher, you will go out for a hidden mission soon, then I will give you training for hidden training, including character disguise, temperament special training, enemy investigation, intelligence summary. You may have a teacher teaching these, but mine is definitely the best in Douluo continent, there is no one. For example, NAER. Your next training is mainly focused on the special training of the control department, and the team leader's control, and the combination of martial arts skills. Although Yang Xian speaks very casually, the self-confidence that he reveals casually cannot be ignored, or he is self-confident and will involuntarily influence the people around him. Yes, it means self-confidence, not arrogance. Moreover, in just a few words, Yang Xian clearly pointed out the current status of the 2 girls and the missing things, which can be described as hitting the nail on the head. Well, Yang Xian's needle is the kind of Dingai Shenzhen. Now the Wuhan special training begins. Shuer, you will attack me first. Yang Xian motioned Hulina back and watched, then stretched out his palm towards Qian Rongxiu, and took a step forward with his left foot. Qian Rongxiu also took a few steps back very seriously, bowed slightly to Yang Xian, and then a warlike light flashed in his eyes. War! A ray of light suddenly shined from Qian Rongxiu's body. It was a brilliant golden light, starting from her forehead, it spread all over the body instantly. One by one spirit ring appeared on her body, 2 yellow and 1 purple, that was actually 3 spirit rings. She turned her golden hair into a shiny golden color, each one glowing, the clothes behind her back split, 2 pairs of white wings pouring out and spreading out from behind, her body slowly seemed to be out of the control of gravity, floating and stagnating at a foot off the ground. Under the strong golden light, Qian Rongxiu's eyes became completely golden. A huge phantom with an invisible face appeared behind her body. The only difference between the golden light and her body was the number of wings. The wings behind the golden light and shadow are 3 pairs of 6. 3-ringed Soul Lord, Seraphim. The seraph symbolizes the spokesperson of God. People with this kind of martial spirit are not only innately full of soul power, but also innately 20th level. If Qian Rongxiu wants to make her head, she is the true golden generation of Wuhan Palace. Qian Rongxiu's martial soul was released, and a strong sacred aura filled Yang Xian could not help but silently nod in praise. It is indeed Qian Rongxiu, stronger than Qian Douluo before. With the release of Qian Rongxiu's spirit and spirit ring, she herself became extremely holy. The first and second spirit rings lighted up one after another, and the golden halo on Qian Rongxiu's body instantly condensed towards her right fist, and she punched suddenly. Go straight to Yang Xian and wave it away. The condensed golden light rushed towards Yang Xian's body like a huge round shield. Yang Xian did not release the martial soul at this time, but lightly accepted Qian Rongxiu's punch, and then said, the strength is not enough, the first soul ability is not used like this, you have very little fist intent, and no take advantage of your seraph characteristics. Speaking of Yang Xian's wrist exerting light force, Qian Rongxiu was shocked and flew out, and then Yang Xian's fist also brought a ray of golden light, lightly hitting Qian Rongxiu. Look, this is boxing, and it also contains the characteristics of an angel. Compared to Qian Rongxiu's attack www.readaloud.com, Yang Xian's attack was as dazzling as a small sun, and it was almost impossible to hide. Yang Xian had the experience of teaching Qian Douluo, and all his spirit abilities could be easily obtained, and Qian Rongxiu's first spirit ability was naturally no exception. Looking at the kind of light that was more terrifying than Grandpa's fist, Qian Rongxiu's small eyes were dumbfounded. She did not expect that the master could easily use her first spirit ability, and her understanding of angel martial souls was even higher than grandfather. Yang Xian's fist stopped an inch away from Qian Rongxiu. Looking at the little beauty close at hand, Yang Xian withdrew his fist and turned into a palm and touched Qian Rongxiu's head. Okay, try again. No hurry, take your time, the master will accompany you. Yang Xian's words are like a ray of sunshine shining on Qian Rongxiu's heart, making Qian Rongxiu more confident, and nodding heavily, Master, I know, thank you. Qian Rongxiu clenched her fists again, and the first spirit ring lit up. Yang Xian, the old father stretched out his hand again to take the move. Is it wrong, Cher? Your posture is wrong. Shuer. You need to be faster. Nair, it's your turn. The two women found that no matter what soul skills they used, Yang Xian would easily imitate them, then pointed out the shortcomings, and then let them use them again. The effect of doing so was the most significant. Yang Xian is like a mirror, showing the shortcomings of the two women, making them progress by leaps and bounds, but this kind of cultivation method is unique to Yang Xian, because only he has this talent, accumulation and soul power, and others People simply can't do it. Woo woo woo, handsome guys and beauties give a ticket, can you punch a card? Chapter 47, Yu Xiaogang's Plan. 1 month later, Notting City. Today is the day of registration for Notting College freshmen. Notting Junior Soul Master Academy is located in the west of Notting City. Old Jack asked passers-by a few times, and finally brought Tang San here. From a distance, they had seen a tall archway. The archway was 20 meters wide and 10 meters high. It was all repaired from hard rock. There were 2 iron gates underneath, dark. Tang San Yi, I can tell that it is made of fine iron. Through the iron fence, you can see the winding path inside. A large road leads directly to the inside, with tall trees on both sides. In the middle of the arch, there are 4 characters, Notting College. Just from the gate of the academy, you can see how important the profession of Soul Master is in Douluo continent. This is only a junior Soul Master Academy. Old Jack brought Tang San to the gate, and was immediately stopped by the young man at the door. What is it for? Is this a place where you villagers can come? Old Jack's clothes are already considered glamorous in the Holy Soul village, but when he arrived in Notting City, he looked like a countryman, and the concierge looked at him with some disdain. Old Jack hurriedly said with a smile, "This little brother, we are from Shengun village. This child is a work student sent by our village this year. You see, what procedures do we need to go through?" The doorman frowned, and said in a strange way, "Can the grass nest still produce the golden phoenix? There are people in a small village who have spirit power. The college hasn't graduated for many years. You are not fakes, right?" A trace of anger flashed in old Jack's eyes, but he still swallowed his breath and took out the certificate issued by the Deacon Su Yun Tao of the Wuhan Hall last time, and handed it to the concierge. The concierge received the certificate and looked up and down. "Wuhan Lan Yinko? Still full of spirit power? Funny, this is really a big surprise. I have been working as a concierge in the academy for 4 years, and I haven't heard of it. A student with innate soul power. This kid's martial arts is blue-silver grass, can it still be full of soul power? I think you must have forged the proof of this martial arts palace. You. No matter how good Jack's temper is, he can't bear it anymore, you're deliberately making things difficult. Okay, wait, I'll go to the deacon of the Wuhan branch hall. Mistress, let's go." Talking, Jack turned Tang San and walked towards the city. The proof of the Wuhan branch hall is naturally impossible to be false, and the concierge also knows it. However, people who come to send new students are generally more interesting, especially civilian families. This is the reason that the so-called Hades is better off, and the little devil is difficult to deal with. But Wuhandian is not something he can afford. When old Jack did this, he naturally made the guard depressed, and he subconsciously vomited. "What Holy Soul village? What did you say?" Old Jack turned his head and looked at the doorman with anger, and almost wanted to jump on him. That was his pride. But how could he be the opponent of the guard? Under the dispute, Tang San naturally fell over the guard in a direct fake action, and at the same time the silent sleeve arrow on his wrist was silently held in his hand, opening the insurance. If this door guard takes a step forward, he can't guarantee whether the opponent is still alive. District Guard, dare to make mistakes and take the way of death. Tangman Suane Shanbailu General Outline. Third, make sure the opponent is the enemy, as long as he has a way to kill, don't be merciful, otherwise it will only add trouble to yourself. In Tang San's view, the concierge had done something to an old man like Jack, and coupled with his meanness, he already had a way to kill him. At the same time, he also has absolute certainty, including old Jack, no one will find that he issued the sleeve arrow. Without evidence, who can say that he murdered? The Tang sect's silent sleeve arrows are extremely fast, and there will only be a shadow, how can the concierge be able to dodge it? Tang sect, it is the existence of both righteous and evil. Okay, stop it. At this moment, a somewhat hoarse voice sounded, preventing the porter from moving. The doorman froze for a while, and then, his anger suddenly turned into flattery. The change was so fast that it was unimaginable. He nodded and bowed to the person. "Master, you are back." Tang San turned his head to look, only to see a man of medium build, a little thinner, not knowing when he had come to them. It seems that this person is about 40 or 50 years old. The short black hair is separated, and the appearance is very ordinary, with his hands behind his back, but there is a special temperament on his body, and there is a bit of laziness and decadence between his eyes. Master just slanted a glance at the concierge, and ignored him, and said to old Jack, "Old sir, can you show me the proof of Wuhan Hall?" After a while, the master's gaze shifted to Tang San again, and he looked up and down a few times. I don't know why, although the master's gaze is not sharp, Tang San has a transparent feeling of being seen. But what Tang San didn't know was how excited the master at this moment, Yu Xiaogang, was. It was right, everything was right. This situation is exactly the same as the expert said at the beginning. I have been expelled from the family for 10 years, and the young man in front of me may be my only chance. And it is his chance to become famous. The data that the expert gave him back then, combined with what he saw and heard, it is not difficult to infer that this child is the twin martial arts that the expert said. Only in this way can it be explained. And the twin spirit masters are all geniuses, so they should not be so easily defeated by his theory. Besides, even if they are accidentally abolished, they can still avoid the instability of the twin spirits. This Tang, the life and death of San, has nothing to do with him. But if it succeeds, then everything that belongs to me will come back. All gains and losses are considered carefully, Yu Xiao just said. It turns out that it is really right. www.readaloud.com. Sir, I apologize to you on behalf of the college for what happened just now. Leave this child to me. A person who is at least a soul master apologized to him. Old Jack's vanity was greatly satisfied, and he hurriedly shook his hands and said, "No need to apologize, no need to apologize. We are not good either. Master, then this kid will trouble you. Xiaosan, follow the master, but you must be obedient." Yu Xiaogang glanced at the concierge lightly. This is the first and last time. If you commit another crime, you don't need to stay. His voice was hoarse and calm, but there was an irrefutable feeling. After all, many years ago, he had also been the elder of the Wuhan Hall branch hall for a few days, and this kind of momentum can still be obtained. Cold sweat broke out from the back of the door, and he hurried to the side in response. Yu Xiaogang looked down at Tang San, trying to squeeze a smile on his face. His facial muscles seemed to be a bit stiff, and the way he laughed was a little bit flattering. But for the sake of his own future, Yu Xiaogang doesn't think hypocrisy and snakes are bad, even if they are pretending to laugh. Raised Tang San's hand and said, "Let's go in." Yu Xiaogang specially used a magical stone to make his hand soft and dry, making it very comfortable to hold, which invisibly gave Tang San a sense of trust. But at this moment, a boy in white came up and shouted, "Wait, Tang San, do you open your right wrist first? And who do you want to shoot with the sleeve arrow?" Yu Xiaogang, first take away the power of Yunyunshi in your palm. A big master, let your palm become so warm and kind. What are you doing? Sorry, Carvin, I stay up late to write another chapter. A new day, ask for votes. Chapter 48, Sister Xiaowu is here. Embarrassing, embarrassing to death. The Shijian in Tang San's hand did not retract at this time. He did intend to shoot the guard just now, but after the master appeared, Tang San gave up temporarily, but he remained vigilant, even now. So he did have Shijian in his sleeve. If this were to be exposed, then Tang San would expose a lot of things by then. Therefore, Tang San skillfully retracted the Shijian and hid it in his sleeve. Then Tang San's expression became innocent, like a 6-year-old child. As an old river and lake, Yu Xiaogang reacted naturally faster. The soul guidance device was released instantly, and the cloud stone was taken back, but then his palms became less warm, and there was something that could not be said. The stiffness and unnaturalness. Until the two of them have dealt with it, they turned their eyes to the boy in white, the boy who walks with his own temperament. And this person Tang San naturally recognized that it was the spirit awakening that he followed Su Yuntao to the Holy Soul village at the beginning, and the strength of this young man was so strange that Tang San couldn't see the depth. Yang Xian left the customs again, and his appearance changed a lot. In summary, he was more handsome, and Yu Xiaogang didn't know his name at the beginning, so it was Tang Sanyi who recognized him. And Yu Xiaogang would not believe that an expert like Yang Xian would walk in the world. "Senior, it's been a long time." Tang San hurriedly saluted, and his eyes were so clear that he didn't seem to know what Yang Xian was talking about. But he was deeply jealous of Yang Xian. He never thought that something as hidden as Shijian could be exposed. Yang Xian smiled slightly. "Hey! Don't call me senior, I'm only 7 or 8 years older than you. You can call me Brother Yang." "Brother Yang!" Tang San yelled very clearly. Although he was afraid of this person, he knew more clearly how to score. "How did you know my name?" Yu Xiaogang lost his demeanor at this time, and looked at Yang Xian with an incredible face. He has been incognito for so long, and now anyone knows him? Hehe, I naturally remember that the scene where the master gave a speech in Tiandu City is still fresh in my memory. Yang Xian said with admiration. As for the disclosure of the two just now, it seems that the three of them subconsciously chose to forget. "You have something to do when you go to the college, Master, Tang San, let's see you later." Yang Xian clasped his fists at the two, and walked into the academy amidst the stunned guard, leaving behind the two who looked at each other. Yu Xiaogang smiled awkwardly. "Tang San is right, follow me in, I know how to solve your problem." "Okay, thank you, Master." Tang San smiled politely, but this time he didn't let Yu Xiaogang hold his hand again. Although neither of them clarified what was just now, after Yang Xian opened his mouth, they still let them feel with grievances. Once there is a gap, it will be difficult to heal anymore. Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy is not as big as it looks. It is mainly divided into several areas, the main teaching building, the playground, and the dormitory building on the east side of the playground. Even though it is only a Junior Soul Master Academy, the requirements for students here are very strict. Even if the home is next to the academy, the students must stay in the academy and accept unified management. The Academic Affairs Office is on the first floor of the main teaching building. It is a teacher who looks more than 60 years old who is responsible for receiving freshmen, and there are 2 young teachers who are less than 30 years old to help him. Yang Xian is also a freshman reported, but the difference is that he is a freshman consultant for the college. In other words, his career at Notting College is similar to a freshman teaching assistant. He has been playing more people for many years, and this is easy to do. "Hello, I am a new teacher, where do I live?" Yang Xian took out the certificate and put it on the table. The affinity of his own body made people feel very comfortable involuntarily. "Ah, the new teacher." The old teacher looked at the certificate, then looked at Yang Xian, and asked a few questions before confirming his identity. "In that way, Mr. Yang, the new teachers in our college are all living in double rooms. I am afraid it is difficult to handle the single room you requested." Yang Xian didn't say a word, put 5 gold soul coins on the table, and said lightly, "What about now?" "It's easy to talk, easy to talk." The old teacher nodded immediately, saying that everything is easy to talk about. After all, the other party's money is in place, and it is not difficult to even out a room. Yang Xian naturally wouldn't live in a double room. He plans to bring Xiaowu to live in after he has cleaned up. How could he live in a double room? Well, he just wanted to do all the accusations that a master should do, and let the apprentice sleep better, so he didn't have any strange thoughts. Soon after Yang Ziyan left, Yu Xiaogang and Tang San also walked over. Yu Xiaogang put the certificate on the table, and said to the older teacher, Director Su, this is a work student sent to Shengun village this year. Could you please help him register? Director Su smiled and said, Master, why are you here, rare guest? Sit down for a while. Yu Xiaogang shook his head, and said to Tang San, you register here yourself, and these teachers will tell you how to do it. I'll go first, and I will look for you when I look back. Tang San nodded and said respectfully, Goodbye teacher. Master smiled, touched his head, and turned around. Director Su immediately stopped Yu Xiaogang again. Master, you applied for a better single-room dormitory. It doesn't have a place yet, please wait. The dormitory was naturally moved by Director Su to Yang Ziyan. After all, this master has always been eating dry food at school. How can there be a handsome and rich teacher Yang? Well, the old dormitory can still live, it's okay. Yu Xiaogang sighed helplessly and left here. He just wants to change to a better dormitory, why is it so difficult? After Tang San finished the accommodation, he went to the dormitory building. There is only one dormitory building, which is easy to find. The students and teachers of the college live here. As old Jack said, there are very few people who can become soul masters, especially in a remote city like Notting. The number of students and teachers in the entire college is not large, and a dormitory building is completely affordable. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. The lower 3 floors of the dormitory house hosts 7 large dormitories where students live, and each dorm has a teacher responsible. Kishi is a relatively special existence among the 7 student dormitories, and the conditions are also the worst. It is a place dedicated to work-study students. After all, the college is not a shantang. Although the tuition fees for work-study students have been reduced, the treatment cannot be as good as ordinary students. Kishi is also the only dormitory with mixed ages. Regardless of grade, all working-study students live here. Then there was a normal battle for the boss. Tang San had no choice but to become the boss of the dormitory. At this moment, a crisp voice came from outside, Is this Kishi? Everyone looked at the door at the same time, and their eyes suddenly became a little straight. I saw a pretty young girl standing at the door. It seemed that she was about the same age as Tang San and almost the same height. The pretty little face is white and red, and the pink and tender appearance is like a ripe peach, which makes people very urged to take a bite. Although her dress is very simple, she looks very neat. His long black hair was combed into a scorpion braid and hung over the hips. A pair of big watery eyes were curious. She was also holding a brand new school uniform in her hand. The students in the dormitory were all boys, and suddenly they saw such a beautiful little girl appear, all of them were dumbfounded. This girl is so cute. After all, Tang San's mood is so mature. It will inevitably be a little excited to see Xiao Wu. But at this moment, a white figure also appeared at the door of the dormitory. Xiao Wu, right? How about you and brother going to live together? The ranking is gone, ask for votes, ask for rewards, ask for comments. Chapter 49, Xiao Wu, where did I see this brother? Yang Ziyan had actually covered the entire academy with mental power long ago, just to monitor when Xiao Wu came over. After all, Xiao Wu's fight with Tang San was a bit too ambiguous, and he didn't want his wife to be swayed by Tang San. And as far as his current performance is concerned, Tang San, an old pure young man, is still somewhat interested in Xiao Wu. Along with Yang Ziyan's appearance, everyone looked at him. After all, everyone in the dormitory looked almost the same, but only Yang Ziyan was an alternative. He looks like a family prince, but his clothes are simple and he doesn't have that kind of local tyrant. You are. Xiao Wu stared at Yang Ziyan with big innocent eyes, and then she suddenly thought of something. She seemed to have seen this brother somewhere, but she couldn't remember it for a while. Hehe, although you don't know me, but Xiao Wu, I know your parents, and I have a good relationship. I learned that you are going to school here, and I came here to see if I can help." Yang Xian continued to tell the truth. Gu Yuina is indeed Xiao Wu's elder. As far as the relationship is good, this estimate is coming soon. "Xiao Wu, you are a work student. You should live in Kishi and you don't know him. What if he is a bad guy?" Wang Sheng and other work-study students are on the sidelines. Said, Tang San also nodded approvingly. After all, it was so hard to come to such a timid little girl, what a pity if she left. Saying here, Wang Sheng and several people have already stood in front of Xiao Wu. Although Tang San didn't show his attitude, he was also prepared, but he didn't want to be an enemy of this mysterious big brother Yang in his heart. Even though his Tang sect skills are already a bit hot, but he has a deep fear of Yang Xian. Yang Xian didn't care about Wang Sheng's small shrimps, and even Tang San didn't look at it very much. Instead, he looked at Xiao Wu and gave Xiao Wu the right to choose. "Well, I'll go with this big brother. Although I don't know him, I think he may really be a friend of my parents' generation." Xiao Wu said with the of both hands pointing together. The Lord said so. Wang Sheng and the others naturally couldn't stop him, but Tang San asked at this time, "Big brother Yang, dare to ask what your status at Notting College is?" Tang San is worthy of being a man for 2 generations. This problem can be said to have hit the nail on the head. After all, if Yang Xian had no identity and took Xiao Wu away like this, it would not work. Xiao Wu is now a member of Notting College. But it's a pity that what he asked was Yang Xian, who was a gangster. With countless gangsters in his hands, it didn't matter what Tang San's little obstruction was. "Ahem, I am now a teaching assistant in the freshman class. You may also meet me in the future. My name is Yang. If you have any questions, you can check it out." After Yang Xian finished speaking, he took Xiao Wu and left, leaving behind puzzled everyone. He is only 15 or 67, how could he be a teacher? But do you think he looks like a lie? Boss, what do you think? Wang Sheng looked at Tang San. Tang San shook his head and didn't say anything. He just felt that Yang Xian's mind seemed to be more mature than him. The staff dormitory is naturally different from the student dormitory. It is a separate area, and then houses are built, just like a community. And because of the money available, Yang Xian's room is the best in the location, the newest dormitory, so that after Xiao Wu came in, he was bewildered and shocked. When she first entered human society, she didn't know how to conceal her emotions at all. Everything was written on her face. "Big brother, which elder do you know in my family? How do I think you are familiar?" Xiao Wu asked after arriving in the dormitory, although she felt that Yang Xian's affinity was very comfortable. But she was still a little wary. "Hehe, you are optimistic about the little rabbit." Yang Xian said, his body was slightly revealed, and he commanded the beasts, "I am the only one. 100,000 years bone rabbit Xiaowu, see the master." Xiao Wu hurriedly said on one knee respectfully, her timid eyes full of fear. Although she doesn't know this person, the suppression of this momentum is real. It is an aura that subconsciously makes her surrender. She has only felt a similar aura in the Lord. The host? "I don't have any weird hobbies, Xiao Wu, don't do that. What kind of bunny girl, what kind of maid costume?" He really didn't think about it, and there is no such kind of clothes. Yang Xian raised Xiao Wu with both hands and smiled, "Don't be like this, I am also a human, but I only know your Lord Silver Dragon King. You can call me Big Brother Yang or Brother Yang. Don't dare, the master has the breath of a dragon god, how can Xiao Wu dare to go beyond?" Xiao Wu still said respectfully, her big eyes flickering. "Hey, let you call it whatever you want, obedient." Yang Xian patted Xiao Wu's amusedly, Xiao Wu's face turned red, and then she changed her words, "Yang, Brother Yang. Well, be good. Yang Xian nodded with satisfaction, and then said, "Would you like to worship me as a teacher?" Yes, Xiao Wu is also one of the apprentices designated by the system, and once Xiao Wu accepts his apprentice, his strength will be completely promoted to level 90, that is the strength of title Douluo. After reaching the titled Douluo strength, his spirit ring power can be mobilized more and more terrifying, and there will be qualitative breakthroughs in spiritual power and soul power. The same is true for the physical body, and the Yellow Emperor's inner meridian mental method will enter the next stage. In short, once he steps into the titled Douluo strength, he will no longer be in danger when he meets the gods under the king, and he can even fight back. So after seeing Xiao Wu, the system prompt sounded, making him feel that it was the sound of nature. The breakthrough is right in front of him, how could he not be excited? Ding! The task of accepting apprentices is on, and it is detected that the host has come into contact with Xiao Wu. Task requirements, accepting apprentices, task rewards, and mastery of soft skills. Spirit power is increased by 1 level, and you are promoted to title Douluo. Ah, no, no, no. Xiao Wu hurriedly waved her hand after hearing the words, "No, Brother Yang, you are the master, master. I told you that Brother Yang has already violated the rules, and I will worship you as a teacher. I am afraid Mother will kill me." In this life, Bibi Dong used the spirit ring that Yang Xian gave to the 9th ring www.readaloud.com and did not hunt the spirit beast, so Xiao Wu's mother was still alive. Hey, worshipping me as a teacher has a lot of benefits. Yang Xian continued to persuade me, and the promotion is just in front of him. How could he let it go? But to put it bluntly, Xiao Wu just refused to be a teacher. This made Yang Xian wonder if he had become ugly, and he had no choice but to give up. First, he had a friendly exchange with Xiao Wu for a period of time. The relationship between the two people matured, and then it was not too late to talk about apprenticeship. Okay, you go wash first, and then pack your things. Your little bed is over there. Yang Xian pointed to the little bed in the house. The room is so big, it is not a big problem to put down 2 beds. He is a serious man. Master, can Xiao Wu go to bed with you first? Xiao Wu usually hugs her mother to sleep at night, and leaves her mother's arms all at once, a little uncomfortable. Xiao Wu blushed. Said, she didn't think she would suffer, but was afraid that Yang Xian would disagree. After all, Yang Xian's identity is here, he is so handsome, Xiao Wu just regarded him as an elder. In this life, because Xiao Wu's mother did not pass away, Xiao Wu never learned to sleep alone, she only slept with her mother, so she developed this habit. And this pot, in the end, Yang Xian has to carry it. Ah, this. Looking at the budding Xiao Wu, Yang Xian had some embarrassment. Tomorrow's class at 6 o'clock, but I feel I'm really sorry for everyone, so I won't go to bed to give you an update. Please ask for a reward, ask for a check-in, ask for a ticket. The school just started recently, the class is busy, and there are so many girls to see, I'm sorry, I will work hard. Chapter 50, The Sensible Xiao Wu. Yang Xian had only one sentence in his heart at this time, starting in 3 years, the highest is indefinite. It's a pity that this is the Douluo continent, and Yang Xian is also a serious master. Well, only this time, you have to learn to sleep on your own in the future. Yang Xian comforted, and then rubbed Xiao Wu's head, with a sense of lowly formation. Well, thank you, Brother Yang. Xiao Wu, after all, has a childish heart, and she responded sweetly, not feeling that there was anything wrong with it. Then Xiao Wu went to pack her own things, and Yang Xian also simply took out the toiletries and some basic daily necessities. Although he will not live here for a few years, he will spend a lot of time here, so this is his temporary home. At that time, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zuqing, and Ning Rongrong will all gather at Shrek Academy. They will accept 3 apprentices at once, and their strength will definitely skyrocket. There is no need to run around scattered over the past few years, especially if they rashly accept Zhu Zuking and Ning Rongrong would be more complicated, but it would be much simpler if they were conducted in Shrek Academy. As for whether Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zuking are his apprentices, Yang Xian said that they must be, just like the system, these two must be his apprentices. Well, the kind of pure apprentice. After everything was cleaned up, Yang Xian took Xiao Wu, the pink and tender little loli, to the cafeteria. At this time, the playground is already lively, and many students in college uniforms can be seen walking towards the teaching building, obviously all going to eat. The dining hall of the Norton Junior Soul Master Academy is large enough to accommodate 6 classes plus a teacher for a total of more than 300 people to eat. At this time, the canteen's wound had lined up. The cafeteria is divided into 2 floors, and the hall on the first floor alone has 300 positions. Isn't this the poor ghosts of Wang Sheng? As soon as they entered the canteen, Yang Xian and Xiao Wu heard a discordant voice and passed them over. Looked at it, it turned out that it was Tang San and a group of people from Kishi who came here to eat. Yang Xian looked in the direction of the sound with interest, and saw a group of senior students standing on the stairs on the first and second floors, looking at Tang San and the others condescendingly. Was talking about a handsome-looking male student who was about 11 or 2 years old, with deep disdain in his eyes, and he was shaking his finger towards Wang Sheng. The poor ghost is the poor ghost. I'm afraid I can never eat on the second floor. On the way here, Wang Sheng told Tang San the rules. Now that someone is picking up the matter, Tang San will naturally come out. But the young man turned his gaze to Yang Xian. After seeing Xiao Wu, the other's eyes lit up. Forget it, I am going to eat now, I have no time to talk to you. That little beauty. Are you interested? Come upstairs to accompany me for a meal. The handsome guy next to me is your brother, let's come together. Xiao Wu stayed in Kishi anyway for a while. Coupled with this man's provocation, Xiao Wu's temper naturally came up. She rolled up her sleeves and was about to rush to fight, but her hand was firmly pulled by Yang Xian. Living boy, because you said I'm a handsome guy, forget it, let's play it by myself. Yang Xian was naturally not interested in making trouble with this group of dudes, only waved his hand to signal the other to get out. You. The young man faintly wanted to get angry, but looking at Yang Xian's dress and imposing manner, he was a little bit unsure about the identity of the other party, teacher, too young, student, and a little big. Although he is the son of the city lord, he is not a fool, knowing that some people can't afford it. Silently stopped talking, and disappeared on the second floor with people, making all the audience a little regretful. Yang Xian nodded to Tang San and the others, and brought Xiao Wu up to the second floor to eat. He is not the virgin, so he has no interest in asking people to eat. The food on the second floor is much better than that on the first floor. Yang Xian asked Xiao Wu to eat with just one sentence, Xiao Wu, order whatever you want. Then Xiao Wu bounced and left. At this time, the young man who molested Xiao Wu on the second floor naturally saw Yang Xian and the others come up, and naturally understood that the two were not poor people, so while Xiao Wu was cooking, the young man walked to Yang Xian's table again. Hello, Xian Tai, my name is Xiao Chenayu, a 6th grade student, Wuhan and Wolf. I am an 11th level and 1-ring battle spirit master, and my dad is the lord of Notting City. Xiao Chenayu, it turned out to be this one. Yang Xian instantly remembered the identity of the other party, so he looked up at the rich second generation and said, I heard something about it, can I ask you, classmate, what's the matter? It's okay, I just want to make friends with your excellency. I'm also a little curious about your identity. Xiao Chenayu lost his momentum at this time. The expression on the other person sitting there talking to him made him feel I was talking to his father. This person is really extraordinary, and this alone feels terrible to me, but fortunately, I didn't continue to provoke the opponent. Xiao Chenayu is the 2nd generation of officials after all. He has family education and knowledge. Naturally, he will not be easy. Bullying people is just bullying those working students. For a mysterious person like Yang Ziyan, he will choose to befriend him. Haha, you don't need to know who I am, but you did a good job, not stupid, you can call me Teacher Yang. Yang Ziyan said a few words casually, and sent the other party back to eat. From start to finish, he didn't disclose it. What? By the way, Xiao Chinayu, what is your father's name? Yang Ziyan suddenly asked when the other party left. My dad's name is Xiao Huo Huo. Xiao Chinayu didn't understand what the other party meant. Could it be his relatives? It's okay, it's not like Xiao Yan, let's go back. Yang Ziyan smiled and didn't explain too much. At this time, Xiao Wu came over with a plate. www.readaloud.com. Brother Yang, there is a lot of delicious food here. You see that there are so many methods for radish, and this bamboo shoot. Xiao Wu, who has just entered the world, is like a child who has never seen the world, showing off to Yang Ziyan one by one. But it may be because of the rabbit. Xiao Wu only took some vegetable dishes, not meat dishes. Hehe, where is this? The noodles under my brother are delicious, I will give you a taste and eat. Yang Ziyan invisible dragging along. Really? Okay, thank you brother. Xiao Wu licked her tongue expectantly, and then she immersed herself in the meal. After eating for a while, Xiao Wu found that Yang Ziyan hadn't served the meal, so Xiao Wu simply took another tableware. I gave half of my food to Yang Ziyan, brother Yang, did Xiao Wu eat too much? You have no money to eat, you eat Xiao Wu. Looking at the bowl full of food, Yang Ziyan looked at the little girl distressfully and tenderly, brother don't have to eat, just eat it. No, brother Yang, try this. Xiao Wu picked up the diced carrot in her bowl and handed it to Yang Ziyan's mouth, signaling Yang Ziyan to eat it. Okay, thank you Xiao Wu. Yang Ziyan ate the carrot dices that contained the little girl's love, and motioned to Xiao Wu to continue eating by herself. He looked downstairs. At the gate, Tang San and Yu Xiaogang had already left. They just walked together, but they felt a sense of distance. It seems that the barrier caused by Yang Ziyan's words at the beginning is no matter what. Can't disappear anymore. Please ask for a reward, ask for a ticket. I will go to travel with the subject tomorrow, plus it is time to pay public food, so there will be updates in the next few days, but it will not be too much, everyone. Chapter 51, The Story of Xiao's Mother. After eating, Yang Ziyan took Xiao Wu back to the dormitory. Today is just reporting time and does not require class. Tomorrow there will be a welcome party for freshmen and school leaders will speak or something. The real class time will be 3 days later. Because Xiao Wu just came out of the Stardo forest, she didn't bring much clothes, just a school uniform and her own coarse cloth. After Yang Ziyan learned about it, he took Xiao Wu to a shop and customized some clothes. Back to the room. But there is one thing to say, Yang Ziyan is still relatively resistant to sleep, after all, he has slept for so long, and then continue to sleep, afraid that it will not be the white silkworm baby. Of course, Yang Ziyan expressed his understanding and support for coaxing children to sleep. After all, everything is for the flowers of the motherland. After Xiao Wu finished washing, she walked out wearing a pink night dress. Although Xiao Wu hasn't opened up yet, her figure is still very good because of her soft body. Especially Xiao Wu in the night did not wear scorpion braids, but scattered her hair at random, looking very cute. So, the next step is to sleep? Yang Ziyan first let Xiao Wu lie down, and then covered her with a quilt, but Xiao Wu turned over and couldn't sleep. The reason was that Yang Ziyan got a very speechless answer. Brother Yang, my mother hugs me to sleep. Xiao Wu said truthfully, leaving Yang Ziyan speechless for a while. Okay, brother hug you to sleep. Yang Ziyan reluctantly took off his coat and lay on a bed with Xiao Wu, and Xiao Wu got into his arms as well, like a gentle bunny. felt that there was almost no distance between her immature body, and Xiao Wu was young, and there was no other clothes in her pajamas, so there was actually only 2 layers of clothes between the two. And Xiao Wu's little feet happened to reach Yang Xian's thigh. Xiao Wu, where do you live with your mother in the Star-Do Great Forest? Yang Xian could only ask without words, meditating on the core values of socialism in his heart. My mother and I have always lived near the core circle, but my mother never let me get close to the core circle, saying that there are many terrible soul beasts there, and they are not very familiar with us. Xiao Wu fiddled with her feet carefree, and said truthfully to Yang Xian. What about your father? Yang Xian didn't know why he would suddenly ask this question. It was so awkward that he was actually concerned about Xiao Wu's mother. Dad left many years ago, saying that he went to the inner circle of Star-Do Great Forest to fight for a piece of land for his family, and then he never came back. Although Xiao Wu said plainly, her eyes were already red. Rabbit eyes, she misses Dad too. But from Xiao Wu's words, it's not difficult to hear how terrifying the Star-Do Great Forest. Even a veteran spirit beast that is as strong as 100,000 years may be obliterated. However, it is confirmed that Xiao Wu's father has passed away. I actually thought of her. Where's your mother alone? Yang Xian felt the little feet, a little contemplative. Later, my mother did not allow me to go to the core circle of the Star-Do Great Forest. Until Ming Erming grew up and was selected as the tentative Star-Do Great Forest King through her own strength, the group of soul beasts fell asleep, so I dare to go to the core circle play. Oh, by the way, Yang Ji, Daming, and Ming, you should know. Xiao Wu was afraid that Yang Xian didn't know who she was talking about, and asked when she looked up at Yang Xian's chest muscles. Naturally know that Sky Blue Niu Mang and Titan Giant Ape, one of them has the blood of the Dragon God, and the other has the blood of the Titan clan, otherwise their 100,000 years of cultivation will not be enough to convince the public. Yang Xian was right. Seeing Xiao Wu's gaze, he replied, he found that the feet on the inner thighs were dangling. Yet, my mother said that Ming Erming has surpassed our ordinary level of 100,000 years, so I don't want to call them nicknames, but I am still good friends with them. Why does it feel like number? Xiao Wu asked in confusion. Then he stretched out his little hand to grab. Embarrassing all night. But fortunately, Xiao Wu is not a real 6-year-old child, and he doesn't really understand anything. Fortunately, Yang Xian abides by the law, but Xiao Wu's hands are a bit hard. Early the next morning, after Xiao Wu completed the school opening ceremony, Yang Xian took Xiao Wu to the Wuhan Hall in Notting City to register. After all, Xiao Wu didn't need Wuhan promotion, she was already a part of it. Up on the Douluo continent, whether it is the Heaven Do Empire or the Star Luo Empire, the Spirit Hall in any city will be a landmark building in this city. Yang Xian didn't use mental energy to investigate, but just asked a passerby, and he successfully found the place where the Spirit Hall was. Stop, this big friend and this little friend, this is the Wuhan Hall. You can't rush into it. Yang Xian brought Xiao Wu to the Wuhan Hall when he was stopped by the guard at the door. Wuhan Hall in Notting City is a huge dome building. The width of the facade alone is more than 100 meters, up to 20 meters, and it is divided into 3 layers. The whole building is brown, and there is only a long sword on the Wuhan Hall logo on the front door. There is only one pattern on the logo, which means that the Soul Hall in Notting City is the lowest level Soul Hall. There are not many Soul Masters in Notting City, and Yang Xian looked so young that it is difficult for anyone to regard him as a Soul Master. After all, a young genius is only available in large places. 2 uncles, I'm here to certify Soul Masters, can I go in? Yang Xian pointed to himself, and then his soul power revealed slightly. It is a bit troublesome to say that Xiao Wu came to authenticate, so I might as well talk about myself. Sure enough, when Yang Xian said so, coupled with the reveal of soul power, the 2 guards instantly cast envy eyes. Yu reading www.yuuganashu. calm. You must know that none of them have spirit rings yet, this young man is really amazing. It turns out that this is the case, then you can go in. Go to the reception hall on the first floor and find the great spirit master Matthew Nyo there. He will help you. Thank you. Yang Xian nodded politely, and walked through the door with Xiao Wu. It turned out that this is the feeling of pretending to be tender and young, so good. What kind of atmosphere is the 20-meter-high dome? Yang Xian may not feel it, but when he walked into the hall of Wuhan Hall with Xiao Wu was immediately infected by this magnificent aura. The dome of the whole hall is covered with frescoes. In each of the small squares, various Wuhan graphics are drawn. The background color is shining brilliant gold, which looks resplendent and yet simple. There are huge crystal windows around the martial spirit hall. The sunlight is refracted by the transparent crystal windows and scattered on the murals. The golden light shines even more dazzlingly. There are not many people in the martial spirit hall, and only some servants are cleaning it around. Yang Xian saw an acquaintance at this time, blind Douluo. Ah no, it was Su Yun Tao, a tool man. Yang Xian casually took Xiao Wu to greet him. At this time, there was also a female soul master with Su Yun Tao. She was tall and plump, and her appearance could be considered upper middle. The two talked and laughed, not at all noticing someone coming around. At this time, Su Yun Tao's spirit power was already fluctuating in the third ring, and the woman was also a little flattering towards Su Yun Tao. All this can show that what Yang Xian left behind brought Su Yun Tao a lot help. After all, that is the secret book for picking up girls written by Yang Xian, and the martial arts pill is also a rare good thing. Hold your waist, ask for a ticket. Chapter 52, Communication between two-tier masters. Brother Yang, why are you here? Su Yun Tao was showing off to Sisi that he had just been promoted not long ago. When he turned around, he saw Brother Yang who hadn't seen him for a long time, and Brother Yang was also holding a pink and tender little Lolita in his hand, which looked very good. Lovely. Could it be that Brother Yang likes this? Su Yun Tao thought about going to the Zinman Art Gallery with Yang Xian, thinking that Brother Yang is not such a person. Yang Xian looked at Su Yun Tao amusedly, and then nodded her head. This is my sister-in-law. My surname is Yang, a friend of Brother Yun Tao. Yang Xian's eyes are so harsh. Just a single glance reveals that she had only been smashed. Combining with Su Yun Tao's soreness, it is easy to analyze the answer. My anger was trembling. My brother Su Yun Tao finally stood up. The relationship between Sisi and Su Yun Tao was so when Su Yun Tao went fooling around with Yang Xian, she didn't know Yang Xian, but now she heard such a handsome boy as Yang Xian calling her sister-in-law, one time didn't know how to answer, but his face was a little red. After all, as far as the heart is concerned, Sisi does not reject the name Yang Xian. After all, she is more and more satisfied with Su Yun Tao. Especially in the past 2 months, Su Yun Tao has broken through the third ring and Wuhan happened. Mutation, was re-entrusted with important tasks by Wuhan Hall. And over the past few days, Su Yun Tao has spoken nicely, and he is very happy in doing things, and every sentence can contain a few yellow paragraphs invisibly, making Sisi shy and curious at the same time. So 3 days ago, Su Yun Tao successfully turned Sisi into bed, and with the strength he trained in Zinman Art Museum, directly let Sisi understand what is called a fairyland on earth. So now Sisi, a heart is hung on Su Yun Tao, and she has become very empathetic in front of Su Yun Tao, and everything behind this is driven by Yang Xian. Hurt, what are you talking about nonsense, but in a few days, you will indeed be called a sister-in-law. Su Yun Tao grabbed Yang Xian's shoulders, and said with excitement and ostentation. At the same time, Su Yun Tao gave Yang Xian a few winks, one that only their veteran critics know how to winks. Roughly means, who is that little loli, won't it be yours? No. What does Big Brother Yun Tao think, is this kind of person Yang? This is my new apprentice, and I don't have any other thoughts about her. Come on, brother, you were chatting with your 30-year-old mother at the Zinman Art Museum, and the one who touched your 13-year-old child. Brother Yang is a rare visit. Let's drink some water first. Are you coming to Wuhan Hall? Sisi had already got up at this time and poured 2 glasses of water for Yang Xian and Xiao Wu and put them on the table, beckoning them to drink casually, and there were some sweets, obviously for Xiao Wu. Oh, this, I'll bring Xiao Wu for an advanced appraisal. Yang Xian said casually, as if he was talking about eating and drinking as simple as possible. Advanced appraisal, Brother Yang, are you breaking through, what? Su Yuntao didn't react at first, but later looked at Xiao Wu, and said with a little stammering tone. Do you give her an advanced appraisal? Yang Xian nodded with a smile, expressing affirmation. She's only 6 years old, how could it be? Su Yuntao was about to refute, suddenly something came to his mind. You mean, she is born full of spirit power? Yang Xian nodded again. Su Yuntao was affirmed by Yang Xian, and suddenly felt that the world was born with full soul power to become Chinese cabbage. Over the past 2 months, he followed Yang Xian to witness 2 children who were born full of spirit power, combined with what Yang Xian gave him. Now even if Yang Xian says he has broken through the level, he Su Yuntao believe it all. Then Sisi, wait for me, I'll take them first. Su Yuntao said to Sisi, who nodded gently. Su Yuntao took Yang Xian along the stairs to the 2nd floor of Wuhan Hall, and came to the corridor on the 2nd floor. Yang Xian only saw a circle of rooms here, and from here you can also see one directly. The hall on the 1st floor, don't ask, this is the office of Wuhan Hall. With the improvement of his status and the time he has been here for a long time, Su Yuntao walked in without knocking on the door. Who is this, rashly? Some old voices rang from the room. This is a bright office. Behind a large desk sits an old man, neat and tidy spirit master costume, and the standard 3 swords logo on his body, showing that he is a great spirit master level war spirit master. It turned out to be Yuntao, and he is going to be promoted. Why are you still rash? Su Yuntao complained a little and said, Master Matthew, don't be fussy. This kid is here for advanced appraisal, so please. Su Yuntao specifically pointed to Xiao Wu in order to prevent the other party from making the wrong person. Su Yuntao obviously has a very good relationship with this old soul master. The old soul master chuckled, a little surprised when his gaze fell on Xiao Wu. Yuntao, are you sure this kid is here for advanced appraisal rather than Wuhan awakening? Su Yuntao nodded, of course, this little girl is innately full of soul power, so don't underestimate her. After saying that, Su Yuntao stood aside and waited. Obviously he wanted to wait for Yang Xian to recount the old and learn from the past. After all, he felt that he knew more than Yang Xian. Innately full of soul power, the old man is really a little ignorant. While talking, Matthew led the 3 people out of his office and walked towards the inside of the Wuhan Hall along the corridor on the 2nd floor. When they came to the end of the corridor, 3 tall arches appeared in front of everyone. Matthew smiled and said, this is the Wuhan lab where the Wuhan temple conducts advanced appraisal, come on boy. Said, he opened the door on the far left and walked in with the 3 of them. This room is very wide and very tall, measuring 200 square meters, and a huge floor-to-ceiling window provides enough lighting in the room. On the surrounding walls, UU reading www.uuganshu.com is inlaid with a total of 5 black stones the size of a fist. It seems that the material should be the same as the stone that Su Yuntao used to awaken the martial spirit. It's just that this arrangement makes Yang Xian feel very familiar, but I can't say where it is. This Wuhan laboratory is the latest proud work of our Wuhan Hall. It is said that it was handed down from the great worship of the main hall. It has solved many Wuhan's firm troubles and is known as the invention of a generation of magical skills. Watching Yang Xian's eyes keep gazing around, the old man also explained specifically. Yang Ziyan just remembered that this was the concept of Wuhan Lab that he had talked about with Jian Daolio when they were in class. I didn't expect Jian Daolio to use it. I accidentally changed a lot of things. The identification process is not complicated. Xiao Wu released her martial soul, and then tested her spirit power, and the identification was easily completed, but Xiao Wu's talent and strength really stunned Matthew Nyo and Su Yun Tao. Ahem, this little girl. I don't know if you want to work in the Wuhan Hall. Matthew Nyo showed a professional smile. Do not lift up. Xiao Wu directly grabbed Yang Ziyan's palm, and then said lovely and lovingly, "This is my master, are you going to grab me from my master?" Xiao Wu said that, Matthew Nyo would naturally not continue to ask questions. After issuing the certificate and the golden soul coin, he sent them away. It's worth mentioning that Xiao Wu received 1 gold soul coin and 5 silver soul coins this time. Those 5 silver soul coins were rewards from the Wuhan Temple's own funds. They were only given to poor soul masters, which was regarded as a subsidy. The bonuses of the 2 empires are irrelevant. It is said that this rule was made by the female pope. Backache, back pain, still have a few days to hand in, kneel for a ticket. Chapter 53, Comb Xiao Wu's hair. After Xiao Wu's certification was completed, Yang Ziyan took her to have a meal with Su Yun Tao and Sisi, which was regarded as a gathering. Of course, I didn't drink at the gathering, otherwise Yang Ziyan was really afraid that Su Yun Tao, who would not be able to drink enough, took a few sips, stepped on a stool and carried a hip flask, and said to him, "Brother Yang, go, let's go to the Zinman Art Museum to find a few little ladies to play with. His bright image will really be ruined." Besides, he went to the Zinman Art Museum to chat with the girls who missed their feet and let them understand some principles of life, just like going to some high-end barber shops in the previous life. Those high-end barber shops, Yang Ziyan was very daunted when he went to the first time, because they used blow cuts and washes for 300 yuan, but for haircuts and shampoos, it only costs 30 yuan. At that time, he was still curious about how awesome the first word was. Just adding a word would cost him 200 or 300. After eating, Yang Ziyan left with Xiao Wu, and Su Yun Tao said that he must continue to get together again when he is free. Yang Ziyan nodded, and did not object, but Su Yun Tao estimated that he would go to the provincial Wuhan Hall in the near future, and although he looked a little leisurely in the past 6 years, there were actually a lot of things. Sitting at the table in his room, Yang Ziyan briefly sorted out his thoughts. For example, I went to the Stardo forest to see what happened to A Yin. Then I would care about Xiao Wu's mother, and then Guyuina couldn't be too cold to deal with it, and the Emperor Rui Beast was probably about to break through the barrier and successfully awakened. Calculated like this, going to the Stardo Great Forest will not burst into the Azura field, right? Shaking his head, Yang Ziyan continued to think about other things. For example, he should also go to the Watchman, because he hasn't seen Murong Ruqian, a caring little girl, for a long time. I want to miss Murong Haitang, a cold girl with few words. Although the 2 sisters seem to be 90% similar in appearance, their personalities are completely different, so every time they face sisters Murong Haitang and Murong Ruqian at the same time, Yang Ziyan has some strange thoughts. As for Murong Fixu's pretense, I hope he is still alive. Other than that, he should also go to see Lu Erlong. After all, 10 years have passed. I don't know if the hot chili peppers have become mature peaches. Can a pinch produce water? As for Nodding College, Yang Ziyan still needs to take lessons. Although it is said that a monk hits the clock one day, he is a famous teacher in mainland China, and the clock hits the best clock. And Bibi Dong also wanted to go, not because Xiao Wu could only make him feel a little guilty with his hands, feet and mouth, but he felt that Dong'er could solve his problems even more now. And I should also go to Tiandu City to see how my precious apprentice Jian Rongxiu is undercover, and how the seductive apprentice Hu Lina is studying at the academy. Have you done the homework that I have assigned? And he also wants to visit Tang Yuehua, the current master of musical instruments, at some time. I don't know if her musical instruments have reached the pinnacle. Can they really complete everything? Well, especially the first item. Counting this way, I actually have a lot of things to do. Yang Xian looked at Xiao Wu, who had changed her pink pajamas and went to bed barefoot, and gave up thinking about the next thing, because he thought Xiao Wu's feet were pretty, white and tender, and he can now use one hand. The 2 feet can just add up to play. Thinking of this, coupled with Xiao Wu's somewhat lonely and lovely eyes at this time, Yang Xian decisively chose to go to bed and tell Xiao Wu the bedtime story. Xiao Wu, brother, continue to tell you bedtime stories, how about? As soon as Yang Xian went to bed, Xiao Wu automatically got into his arms, as if looking for his father's embrace. Okay, thank you brother. Xiao Wu won't let brother tell Xiao Wu a bedtime story for nothing. Xiao Wu gave Yang Xian a look that you also understand. After all, he is not a pure child. After all, he is a 100,000-year soul beast, and Xiao Wu knows some things. Yang Xian was telling some popular stories from the previous life, while taking Xiao Wu's feet from the bed in his hands, gently massaging and playing. The restless night is over. Yang Xian took Xiao Wu to wash up after getting up. Xiao Wu was good at washing, but today he gave Yang Xian a comb for him to comb his hair. This, Xiao Wu, this is not suitable, after all. Yang Xian washed his pants and put them up, and looked at Xiao Wu with loose hair a little dazedly, wondering if he should or shouldn't pick up. After all, he had some guesses about the meaning of combing his hair, but he only wanted to accept Xiao Wu as his apprentice now. Breaking through title Douluo was the most important thing, otherwise he would not be able to do well in the face of the targets of the God realm. Brother, you said it was my elder brother. What's wrong with combing my hair? Xiao Wu looked at Yang Xian with big eyes, showing an expression of expectation, and her cheeks were bulging, and she looked angry. 2 people lie down together for a few days. Xiao Wu's fear of Yang Xian is gradually reduced, and more of a dependence on Yang Xian, similar to the dependence of daughter on father and sister on brother. If Yang Xian knew Xiao Wu's thoughts, he would definitely talk to Xiao Wu about 2 island country animations in his previous life, corresponding to these 2 identities. Then, okay, brother will comb your hair. Yang Xian finally gave in. After all, such a cute little sister, how could he be willing to annoy him? Yang Xian's skill in combing her hair has not been lost or regressed, but Xiao Wu's hair is indeed very long, hanging directly near her calf, but it feels very smooth to the touch, and it is very enjoyable to comb it down. And Xiao Wu has the fragrance of the little her body and hair, which makes people feel very refreshed and happy to get up early. Yang Xian didn't change Xiao Wu's hairstyle, but still gave her a scorpion braid, so that Xiao Wu still looks cute and loving. Okay, Xiao Wu, you should go to class. Today is the first day of class. Don't be late. www.readaloud.com. Yang Xian looked at the neatly dressed Xiao Wu and pinched Xiao Wu's face. That brother, as a teacher, won't you go to the class with me? Xiao Wu looked at Yang Xian puzzled. Her face looked a little pale because she had been pinched by Yang Xian. Which teacher have you ever seen come to the class with your classmates? Go find a good seat and sit down. Brother will be over in a while. Yang Xian gently patted Xiao Wu's ass, provoking the latter. Shi ran out by himself. Hey, this little girl. Yang Xian looked at Xiao Wu who was running away, smiled helplessly, and then found the teaching material, unpacked it, and looked at it silently. Yes, as a teacher in the freshman class, Yang Xian hasn't looked at it after getting the textbook, but he can simply read this stuff. After a few thoughts, Yang Xian changed into a black teacher's uniform again to make himself look more mature, then picked up the teaching materials and walked out of the room. As soon as he left the house, Yang Xian saw a group of school leaders patrolling something on the playground in the distance. The head of the school was the principal of Notting College, and Yu Xiaogang, who was eating for nothing, was standing beside him. Yang Ziyan didn't need to worry too much, walked normally, and after a little seriousness, he easily heard the conversation of a group of people. "Master, are you sure you want to take the first grade? But the first grade is not suitable for you, and there are teachers in the first grade. There is a disciple of mine in the first grade, and I also want to contribute to the college. As for the teacher, I would like to give a lecture with him on the same stage. Sage mode in the middle of the night, I should have been tired of sleeping, but I abandoned the object and gave you mobile phone code words. My thumb is about to swell, please ask for a ticket, ask for a reward, ask for a card, ask for more comments, ask for collection." Chapter 54, Yu Xiaogang's Blind Confidence. "Try it with me?" Yang Ziyan showed a crooked smile at the corner of his mouth, shook his head and walked towards the first grade classroom. "Still dare to do this with myself, Yu Xiaogang, do you still have your own self-confidence? Don't forget that you learned most of your knowledge from me. Do you really feel that you are invincible in this small place, you can do whatever you want?" No more thinking about it, Yang Ziyan walked into the classroom with a book in his hand. If Yu Xiaogang didn't take the humiliation, then forget it. If he really didn't know what was good or bad, then he wouldn't be merciful. The first grade classroom is on the first floor. It is in a good location, but there are only 3 classes. After all, the whole Notting City and nearby villages add up to a small number of freshmen, and the college will not increase the input of classrooms. Yang Ziyan's class is 3, which is a mixed class of working students and paying students. It is the most difficult class to bring. After all, there are more contradictions and more naughty bears. But this doesn't matter to Yang Ziyan, what he has is the means to make the bear children obediently obedient. As soon as he entered the classroom, Yang Ziyan saw a messy scene. In short, a group of bear kids were making noise in the classroom, and there were even a few fat guys fighting. And Xiaowu was sitting in the first row with a rare and proper smile, watching Yang Ziyan coming with a charming and lovely smile, looking like a good girl. Is just in the aisle next to Xiaowu, there are still 3 or 4 little boys who are constantly moaning in pain, which fully shows that there has just been a big battle here. Seeing a teacher come in, a group of children stopped making noise and laughed. They all stared at Yang Ziyan, a child who seemed not much older than them, and waited for his next move. Yang Ziyan first put the teaching materials on the 2 stations, and then slightly bowed his body. "Good morning, classmates, my surname is Yang, you can call me Teacher Yang, I am the teacher in class 3 of our first grade, please take care of me in the future." Then Yang Ziyan looked at several classmates lying on the ground again, a little amused. "These classmates, it is a bad habit for you to fight at will, let's not take it as an example." After that, Yang Ziyan raised his hand gently, and an invisible force emanated from Yang Ziyan's hand. Several children lying on the ground were immediately lifted up by this force, and their injuries were slowly recovering. Then Yang Ziyan looked at the messy classroom again, waved again. The wind element was controlled by him to the extreme, the dust was blown away by the wind, the fallen table was blown up, and the paper and other garbage were also blown into the trash can. Yang Ziyan did these things as if they were trivial things, but at this time the classroom became silent, and the pictures were once still. Only Xiaowu and Tang San were in better condition. There is no spirit power fluctuation, no martial spirit release, no damage to a flower or a grass. Although the first-year students have never seen a high-level spirit master, in their opinion, Yang Ziyan's strength is better than that of the martial spirit hall when the spirit was awakened. The deacon is much stronger. Strength is always the best right to speak. Yang Ziyan looked as kind as a spring breeze, but his freehand strength was shocking. Everyone who dared not underestimate him. "Okay, I am much better now, and I have returned to my position to prepare for class," Yang Ziyan said again. The voice just fell, everyone sat on their seats properly, and the eyes looking at Yang Ziyan were full of awe and admiration. "Is this a soul master, Dad, I will become so powerful, don't worry. Tang San looked at Yang Xian on the stage, secretly clenched his little hand, and made a promise. But what he didn't know was that when he reached the level of Yang Xian, he found that Yang Xian had already reached another level, and Yang Xian's current strength was almost equal to his end. Today we are going to talk about what a soul master is. A soul master is also a profession. The difference from an ordinary profession is that of a soul master. Just when Yang Xian was about to be a good teacher and began to give lectures, there was a sudden sound outside the door. The voice of the principal. Well, Teacher Yang, stop for a while. The principal interrupted Yang Xian's lecture with some embarrassment, and led a group of school leaders into the classroom, and Yu Xiaogang was naturally one of them. Principal, what's the matter? Yang Xian asked even though he knew the cause of the matter, but still pretended not to know. Well, Teacher Yang, the master said that he also wants to take first grade 3 classes, but the academy here has already been assigned to you, so the proposal of the master makes me very embarrassed. The principal said with some embarrassment. Although he is not. He knew Yang Xian's identity in particular, but he knew that Yang Xian's origins were mysterious and belonged to the airborne type. Then, Master Principal, what do you say? Yang Xian asked, spreading his hands, not furious. The master proposes to compare your teaching level with you, but I think the master is a bit bullying. After all, the master has been in the world of soul masters for many years, and Teacher Yang, you are young, how can you be the opponent of the master, ha ha ha. The principal slapped Ha Ha Deo deliberately. After all, he didn't want to offend the mysterious figure Yang Xian, but the master had an acquaintance with him again, and neither side would offend him. So what the principal said is fair, and no one offends. This led to the following. So in the eyes of the old man, this time the master of the competition should have Teacher Yang too, how about it? The principal looked at Yang Xian, then looked at the master with a smile. Master raised his head slightly, agreeing. He has his own pride. Although Yang Xian made him a little bit blind, he didn't think he was his opponent. He didn't want to be an enemy of Yang Xian. www.readaloud.com just wanted to take over Tang San's education. Of course, he also wanted to educate the new generation of children with his own ideas and see if there is a chance to carry it forward again. Yang Xian slowly shook his head, this is not necessary. Since it is a competition, it is fair. Let's speak with strength. Yang Xian still doesn't want to bully the small. Principal, you just say how to compare. Yang Xian looked at the principal and motioned the principal to continue. Ahem, since you are a teacher, then the competition is naturally a lecture, and a competition with students. Today happens to be the school leaders are there, and the first grade is a new generation of children, it is better for the two to take turns to give lectures, and finally let us how many old men will compare. After the principal said, the leaders behind also nodded. Okay, then please invite Master Yu Xiaogang to come first. Yang Xian naturally had nothing to do, and let out the podium on his side, indicating that Yu Xiaogang would come first. Yu Xiaogang would naturally not refuse, he straightened his clothes, and then took out a ruler from his own storage soul guide, and walked onto the podium slowly. Ruler? Yang Xian frowned, what age is this, why do people still use the ruler? And Yang Xian also found that many school leaders had some prejudices against Yu Xiaogang, and he wanted to come, eat for nothing at school for so long, and still don't do anything, Wuhan is a waste of Wuhan, how can he be treated? Before I give a lecture, let me talk about a few rules. After the lecture, if you don't understand the question, you should play the 3 rulers. Those who disrupt the classroom order during the lecture will play the 5 rulers. Those who answer the questions are not loud, use 1 rule. At this time, Yu Xiaogang is like an old rotten scholar, and he is lecturing in a straightforward manner. The second one is more, please ask for votes. Chapter 55, Yu Xiaogang, I want to compete with you as a disciple. Yang Ziyan has actually known that Yu Xiaogang is a relatively dull person, and the punishment methods are relatively ruthless. Just from the original work Yu Xiaogang trains the 7 monsters, it can be seen that he is the kind of unhuman teacher. But what he didn't expect was that it was just a mere first-year lecture, and the good guys broke the rules so much. This would have to be put in his last life, and he would definitely be beaten by the students after school. Now let me talk anew about what a spirit is and what a spirit master is. Actually, I have probably listened to what Teacher Yang said in class just now, but I actually don't agree with what Teacher Yang said. Yu Xiaogang is not a person who understands the world, not to mention the conflict of ideas between him and Yang Ziyan, and naturally there will be no mercy. Conflicts between scholars have always been the result of life and death. In my opinion, although the soul master is a profession, compared to other professions, it is a noble profession, a profession above tens of thousands, and a noble profession than so-called blacksmiths, scholars, and doctors. Let me explain the history of the soul master. Yu Xiaogang speaks very slowly, and he feels like he is a literate scholar, and he is indeed a pure scholar. At least when he lectures, his eyes are shining, and it seems to be full of vitality. In this regard, Yang Ziyan it is indeed inferior to him. But Yu Xiaogang's class is indeed according to the textbook, which is the so-called reading textbook, and even spit a little star from time to time. After half of the lecture, Yu Xiaogang stopped the lecture and smiled stiffly as he watched the students. Let me ask questions, Tang San. Tang San's thin figure stood up, waiting for Yu Xiaogang's question. I just mentioned that during the progress of human history, when did the number of title Douluos begin to surge? Tang San's memory is not too bad, so he naturally remembers, it was after the establishment of the Wuhan Hall. Very good. Yu Xiaogang nodded in satisfaction. Now that he knows Tang San is his disciple, naturally he can't be ashamed. Then Yu Xiaogang continued, that little girl with scorpion braids, you will answer. Among the spirit beasts, there are several types of spirit beasts. What do the colors of the spirit ring correspond to? Although these questions are all public issues, they are already difficult problems for the first-year students, but it is a pity that the question he asked Xiao Wu is the question of the soul beast. The lecture time was only 1 hour, but Yu Xiaogang couldn't help but talked more than a lot. Finally, the principal asked him to stop. All school leaders shook their heads secretly. Although the master knows a lot, he can recite almost everything in the textbook, but he lacks flexibility. And he also hit the ruler of 5 students in the middle, and the hands of those children were swollen. Yang Ziyan was next on stage. He didn't give a lecture right away after he took the stage. Instead, he helped the children with swollen hands to get rid of the swelling before starting the lecture. Yang Ziyan's lectures are very gentle, not small, and controlled to a voice that everyone can hear. Moreover, Yang Ziyan's lectures are very lively. He will give some simple examples, and he will also talk about some Douluo continents. There is no reason. The most important thing is that Yang Ziyan only talked for 40 minutes, and the remaining 20 minutes was left to the children to play around, causing Yu Xiaogang to frown. How can lectures be so casual? 20 minutes later, the principal stepped onto the stage and looked at the lively children with a smile. Children, which teacher do you like to take you to class? A group of children replied in unison, Mr. Yang. Except Tang San. Why are you like this? He will lead you to reduce your study time every day, why would you choose him? Yu Xiaogang, who originally felt like he was holding the winning ticket, turned a little bit angry. He still doesn't understand letting the children. What's so good about the children we play? Let's compare again, and compare again. Yu Xiaogang continued, and at the same time there was a sharp flash in his eyes. This time, he will win. Well, what's the difference? Yang Ziyan said comfortably, since you have your pride, then I will break your pride. The most important thing for the teacher is to teach his disciples. Why don't you choose a student to come out? I will also let my disciple play to see whose students are good. Yu Xiaogang said, looking at Tang San, his eyes revealed the victory. Confidence. No one knows that Tang San had already obtained the first spirit ring under his leadership yesterday. With the first ring, Tang San can definitely sweep all the first grade and even senior students. Yang Ziyan is so capable. As soon as Yu Xiaogang said this, he guessed Yu Xiaogang's plan. He has to say that if he doesn't have Xiao Wu, then he must be the one who suffers. Unfortunately, there is no if in this world. Although Tang San has a plug-in, Xiao Wu is not easy to mess with, and he is Xiao Wu's biggest plug-in. Okay, Xiao Wu, you can save face for me. Yang Ziyan looked at Xiao Wu, a cute little girl, and the latter naturally nodded in agreement, not to mention that Yang Ziyan's relationship with him was a close friend, just a small one. The combative gene in Sister Wu's heart made Xiao Wu eager to try. It was very lively now. The students stopped taking classes, and went directly to the playground with a group of teachers. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com wants to witness this battle with his own eyes. On the playground, Xiao Wu and Tang San stood at each other. Tang San bowed first. Tang San, a first-year work student, Wuhan, Lan Yinko, 11th level 1 ring weapon spirit master. I heard that Tang San's martial arts spirit was Lan Yinko, and several people in the next first grade had already laughed. Who didn't know that Lan Yinko was a standard waist martial arts spirit? But the school leaders on the side were not fools. When they heard Tang San reported their spirit power, they were all stunned. The principal looked at the master in disbelief. Good fellow, you did not say anything. The first ring of spirit masters are innately full of spirit power. At this moment, the master felt that he had become the focus of the audience again, and his strength was affirmed by Tang San again. Tang San was talking, a faint white light shining from Tang San. Raising his right hand, the faint blue-silver grass grew out of his palm, and as he waved his right hand, the blue-silver grass drifted away under his feet. A bright circle of spirit rings rose from under Tang San's feet, circling his body up and down. When the 100-year spirit ring appeared, the school leaders and classmates were in a state of shock. The first-year spirit master was already a senior performance, and the 100-year spirit ring was the standard equipment for big family forces. At this moment, everyone turned their attention to the master. They found that their ridicule was a little overwhelming. At least the current disciples have proven themselves. Supreme glory! But Xiao Wu, who was opposite Tang San, didn't panic at all. Instead, she looked at Tang San's spirit ring and smiled. Coincidentally, I am also a first ring spirit master. The stiff smile on Yu Xiaogang's face gradually solidified, and he looked like someone who had eaten xiang. Also, please ask for a ticket. Chapter 56, One Sword to the West. Under the gaze of everyone's surprise, Xiao Wu's body lit up with a red light. Under the faint red light, her eyes began to turn red, and her ears slowly grew longer, with soft white hair standing from the side of her head. Up. The figure seems to have become a little taller, and the soft spirit power aura fluctuates around her body. The spirit ring rising from under his feet turned out to be the same as Tang San, a century-old spirit ring. Let me introduce myself. My name is Xiao Wu, a first-year student, martial arts, rabbit, 12th level 1 ring battle spirit master. Is another 6-year-old 1 ring spirit master, and her spirit power is actually at level 12. This makes the school leaders feel overwhelmed. What happened this year? How come there are first-level spirit masters everywhere? In fact, everyone except Yang Ziyan was shocked by Xiao Wu's hidden strength, especially Tang San and Yu Xiaogang. Yu Xiaogang didn't believe that Xiao Wu was actually a spirit master who could crush Tang San's head. Tang San was shocked that he had achieved this realm by practicing profound heavenly skills day and night, but Xiao Wu was able to equalize it with ease. Come on, Tang San, let's make gestures today to see if it's your teacher or my brother Yang. Xiao Wu in this life has no feelings with Tang San, so naturally he won't be merciful. Okay. Tang San also wanted to fight after he obtained the spirit ring, and he felt that he would not be weaker than Xiao Wu, who had the unique knowledge of Tang sect. More than 10 thick blue-silver grass suddenly surged from Xiao Wu's feet without warning, hovering up, trying to entangle her for the first time. But how terrible the rabbit's sensitivity to grass is! Xiao Wu ejected from the spot almost immediately, and the spirit ring behind it also lit up for the first time. The first spirit ability, Waist Bow. Waist strength can instantly enhance one's waist strength by 100% and toughness by 50%. And after the 10th level of Xiao Wu's spirit power, for every additional level, the amplification effect of the waist bow is increased by 1%, which is also the basis for blasting the 8-stage throw. Regarding the competition between Xiao Wu and Tang San, Yang Xian just gave a word, that is close combat, don't give Tang San a chance to attack far away. Although Tang San can also use Tang Sect's melee combat techniques, after all, he is only more than 10 ranks, and now he is not Xiao Wu's melee opponent at all. It was almost an instant, Xiao Wu jumped to Tang San's side, and then the scorpion braid instantly tied Tang San's waist, suddenly exerting force. Tang San naturally wouldn't be able to catch it with his hands. After all, he was a Tang sect disciple. After the spirit ring skills didn't work, he had other tricks, and his purple demon eye and crane controlling dragon were also good melee helpers. But Tang San discovered that Xiao Wu took advantage of his hair and didn't get close to him at all, making his crane control and catching dragon unable to perform at all, and his body was instantly thrown out by Xiao Wu. What a great close-up technique! Tang San was shocked, but he hurriedly controlled his body to stabilize his figure, and stood on the ground with a backflip. The blue-silver grass instantly started again, and at the same time there were a few more stones in his hand, and he threw it out with a single shake. While interfering with Xiao Wu's movements through the entanglement of the blue-silver grass, he used stones instead of hidden weapons to attack. If there is really no other way, Tang San will not expose his hidden weapon tactics and movements. What a great stone, but fortunately, Brother Yang taught me in advance. Yang Xian has not taught Xiao Wu the martial arts skills these days. What Xiao Wu learns is the improvement and application of spiritual power. For these sudden stones, Xiao Wu has full spiritual power. With her own softness, she can easily hit in the past. How is it possible? For the first time, Tang San saw someone who could dodge his hidden weapon, and Xiao Wu's first spirit ring lit up again at this time, creating his own spirit ability and critically hitting the 8-stage throw. When Xiao Wu escaped Tang San's hidden weapon and used an 8-stage throw on Tang San, everything was over. Although the current Xiao Wu 8-duan throw is only a preliminary comprehension and use, it is not something Tang San can bear. A minute later, Xiao Wu patted her palms, and stood proudly in front of the crowd. 10 meters away, it was Tang San who had already been dumped. Teacher Yang, how is it, I didn't shame you? Xiao Wu looked harmlessly at Yang Xian and the school leader, and snorted at the already sluggish master in disdain. Awesome, awesome, I never thought that there would be such a wonderful battle in the first grade. The principal took the lead and applauded and laughed. Whether Xiao Wu or Tang San are both students in his college, it's weird if he is unhappy. However, in consideration of fairness and justice, the principal announced the results of the competition. So far, Yu Xiaogang has officially lost, losing both games. His reputation in the academy will be even worse, and Yang Xian has become a new generation of teachers. First person. After everyone was gone, Yu Xiaogang slowly walked to Tang San who was still lying on the ground, stretched out his palm, his face stiff. Teacher. Tang San lowered his head with shame, he was really careless this time, or it was Xiao Wu who caught his weakness and flaws, making him unable to deal with it. It's okay, just keep working hard in the future, the teacher believes you. Yu Xiaogang said blankly, without the frustration of being defeated. Tang San still has a promising future for investment. Whether it is his second martial arts spirit or Tang San's identity, Yu Xiaogang will not give up Tang San, not to mention that when Tang San is here this time, that Haoshan crown might be under the crown. Also nearby, in that case. This teacher Yang, it is estimated that the short protected clear sky Douluo will be hammered, or even killed directly. Although Yu Xiaogang doesn't like borrowing a knife to kill people, the truth is just such a coincidence. Tang San was beaten this time. As long as the person is nearby, he will definitely not give up. After returning to the dormitory, Yang Xian seemed to feel something, and lightly patted Xiao Wu's body. His breath completely covered Xiao Wu's breath. Even title Douluo couldn't find Xiao Wu's spirit beast identity. After all, Yang Xian's spirit power and aura are pure and strong human auras, and the aura that conceals a small dance is no problem at all. Well, Xiao Wu, take a break first. I'll go out to visit an old friend. Yang Xian touched Xiao Wu's head and said softly. Xiao Wu rubbed Yang Xian's palm with her head www.readaloud.com, and said that she would obediently obey. Yang Xian slowly walked out of the door, then looked up to the southwest, smiled contemptuously, and slowly opened his palms. The half-black and half-white long sword appeared in his hand. When it was determined that the other party's killing aura was coming towards him, Yang Xian made up his mind, and the blue spirit ring flashed behind him, and the black and white light of the Samsara sword instantly became a masterpiece. Go with! Chuckled softly, and then Yang Xian threw the reincarnation sword into the sky and flew directly into the air. The tail of the sword also drew an arc in the sky with the air current caused by the excessive speed. Go west with one sword. I have a sword that can cross people into reincarnation. Tang Hao, today you are showing a killing desire to this seat, and this seat will cut you with a sword, but if you look at the old sentiment, I will save you for your life. I hope you can do it for yourself. Yang Xian is that people don't offend me and I don't offend people. Today, he didn't personally end up against Tang San, it was just a discussion between the children, but Tang Hao still arrogantly took revenge on himself, just like the revenge against Zhao Wuji in the original book. Don't blame yourself for being ruthless. 20 miles away to the southwest, a middle-aged man in a black robe suddenly felt that his hairs were standing up. He hurriedly released his martial soul and planned to resist, but found that it was too late. The black and white streamer slashed towards him almost at the speed of breaking the sound. Even if Tang Hao fought for many years and hurriedly resisted it with the clear sky hammer, his whole person was still cut 100 meters away, and the old wounds added new wounds. He suddenly regretted that he planned to stand up for his son. Master, what did you provoke? The second one, ask for a ticket. I will try again tonight, for you today, no public pay. Chapter 57, Go to the Apprentice Lu 2Long. Yu Xiaogang naturally wouldn't know that Tang Hao had been seriously injured by Yang Xian's sword again, and he was still content to wait to see Yang Xian being hammered on the ground by the clear sky Douluo. And after Yang Xian warned Tang Hao, everything around was much quieter. Yu Xiaogang is now as honest as a pug. The teachers and students in the school also know Yang Xian's prestige, and teaching is not too simple. After everything was stable at Notting College, Yang Xian took advantage of the weekend to leave Notting City and went to Heavendo City to do something. Well, do something serious. Tiandu City is extremely prosperous, all streets are paved with blue bricks, and any street is as wide as the main road of Notting City. The scale of the entire city can only be described as magnificent. Came to Heavendo City again, Yang Xian felt that everything was a matter of life. After all, he hadn't set foot in the capitals of the two empires for a long time. The first person he went to was Lu Erlong. After all, he had never looked for Lu Erlong since he left the customs. It is estimated that Erlong has become a little bitter woman. If he doesn't go again, I'm afraid he will meet suffocated by Erlong. Hey? Why do I think of being suffocated by Erlong? Yang Xian's thoughts spread to the island country of Java. The gate of the Lanba Academy looked almost the same as the gate of Heaven-Do City, although it was much thinner. But the entrance of the gate building is indeed 10 meters high. Although the gate tower carved from white jade is not gorgeous, it is very imposing. There are 8 bronzing characters on the gate tower, Lanba Senior Soul Master Academy. Yang Xian went to the guard, and after explaining his intention, the guard was questioned for a while. You said that you are our dean's friend? Little brother, please make sure that you have a relationship with you. Okay, our dean is Contra, how come you have such a small friend? The dean and I are not just friends, she took the initiative to undress and go into my bed. Yang Xian didn't bother to talk nonsense with the guard, and with a flick of his finger, a gold soul coin bounced in front of the guard. Uncle, you go to the report and say it again. How about? Easy to say, easy to say. After receiving the golden soul coins, the door guard became more talkative and immediately went in to report. As for the dean, if he saw it, he would not be in charge. Yang Xian silently complained about the guard on Lu Erlong's side, and then waited patiently for 3 minutes before he felt a fiery red figure on the campus running towards him. Who else can it be if it's not Lu Erlong? Compared with Lu Erlong 10 years ago, Lu Erlong's appearance has not changed much now, and almost no trace has been left on her in the years, but her temperament and charm have matured a lot. Even Yang Xian felt that in some respects, he had grown up and lost. Today's Lu Erlong is wearing a red coat, a black leggings, and a white turtleneck sweater inside the upper body, which sets off Lu Erlong's noble white neck. And Lu Erlong's height is not low, about 1.7 meters, plus the small boots on his feet, and the slim sweater, the figure of the whole person in the coat looks very prominent and tall. Lu Erlong is combing a ponytail today, with a touch of red eyeshadow and domineering lipstick on his face that is biased towards goose eggs, which is a proper professional career woman. As soon as he saw Yang Xian's figure, Lu Erlong's footsteps were a bit faster, his domineering aura was as usual, and he immediately rushed towards Yang Xian. Master! Lu Erlong fell into Yang Xian's arms, and then slammed Yang Xian in the chest, but because of Lu Erlong's rich conditions, she and Yang Xian could not stick to each other. Together, the upper bodies of the two of them are still blocked by the mountain. Hey, Erlong, don't you hold it so tight, okay? Yang Xian tried to break free from Lu Erlong's arms, but found that it was just in vain. Master, what are you running? People just haven't seen you for so long and want to hug you. Lu Erlong's face flushed, and he replied with a little embarrassment. The body also left Yang Xian's arms, mainly because she was a little panicked. I have to say that although Lu Erlong is already 30 years old, she looks like a 20-year-old girl with a mature charm, so being so shy, she looks very charming. And at this moment, the guard who had been wondering about chasing the principal also rushed over, and then he saw the scene in front of him. What happened this day? The guard looked at the sky suspiciously, not understanding what was going on. 2 dragons, there is one thing you need to pay attention to. Although your reputation in Tiandu City is now second only to the Tiandu Royal Academy and the 5 Elements Academy, you also need to pay more attention to safety issues. Especially the door guard arrangement and security issues. At least the door guard must be of the Soul King level, and 2 people must take care of it together. Yang Xian looked at the doorman, and then told Lu Erlong. Many times the guard is not to guard the academy, but is equivalent to the facade of the academy. Lu Erlong nodded weakly. Okay, I understand, Master, don't be angry, come, I will take you to our academy. Lu Erlong couldn't help but took Yang Xian's arm and left the gate, leaving the old man who continued to mess in the wind. In fact, what Lu Erlong said about our academy is really good, because this academy was originally arranged by Yang Xian, and with the foundation that Yang Xian used to play, now Lu Erlong is already in the strength of Contra. Douluo was not far from each other. And with the secret help of the fighters, the Blue Tyrant Academy in Tiandu City can almost be said to have gone smoothly, becoming the Dark Horse Academy in recent years, second only to a few established academies. Walking into Lanba Academy, Yang Ziyan first felt the atmosphere very much in line with Lu Erlong's style. The spacious path leads directly into the interior. There are groves on both sides of the road. At the end, you can see a large playground with a diameter of more than 200 meters. The playground is surrounded by a circle of 3-story buildings. Lu Erlong introduced to Yang Ziyan one by one like a tour guide. In these 3-story buildings, there are places for training in mimic environments, student dormitories, and teaching buildings. If the Tiandu Royal Academy was built on the mountain, then this Blue Bull Academy was built in the middle of the forest. Because around the teaching building, the remaining area is covered with forest. It is said that this is the largest plant group in the entire Tiandu city. There can be such a forest inside the capital, which shows how overbearing Yang Ziyan's arrangement was. Lu Erlong did not live in the teacher's office, but in the small forest, which belonged to her alone, with a yard and wooden house. Although the wooden house is not big, it has all the internal organs. In addition to the big bed and table and chairs, there is also a wardrobe. www.readaloud.com books. Moreover, Lu Erlong's decoration style is mainly towards the atmosphere. Although the whole wooden house lacks femininity, it fits Yang Ziyan's heart very well. As soon as he entered the wooden house, Lu Erlong closed the door easily, and then took off the red coat on the hanger, revealing the white turtleneck sweater inside, highlighting her already proud figure. Erlong, you. Yang Ziyan suddenly felt that the scene in front of him was a bit familiar. Master, since you are here today, I will never give up on you again. I'm afraid I will regret it, so today. Lu Erlong pressed Yang Ziyan onto the bed, and a pair of big long legs were overbearing on him. So today, I want to give you my most precious thing. I guess yours is still there? The first time I want you is mine. Lu Erlong domineeringly held Yang Ziyan, and then kissed him. Erlong, why are you exactly the same as Dong back then? How many first-class cabins can I have? But looking at Lu Erlong's expectant gaze, Yang Ziyan couldn't tell her the truth, so did she still pretend to be a cute new person? Yang Ziyan took a deep breath and continued to pretend to be a cute new person, all for the apprentice. Anyway, I am really passive. 4 hours later, Yang Ziyan asked Lu Erlong to put on the black professional uniform worn by the academy teacher. It's over again in the middle of the night. I don't sleep and give you code words, and there are more than 500 words in this chapter. Now it is 3 o'clock in the morning, it's not easy for you to see how many rabbits are, your waist is about to be worn out, and you still stick to the code words. Please ask, please collection, I beg for a reward. Well, it's almost over, 2 days away, woo woo woo, go back to drink wolfberry. Chapter 58, Murong Rukyan. 1 day later, Yang Ziyan was lying on the bed somewhat comfortably. Next to him was a beautiful woman covered with a thin blanket. The beautiful woman had 2 white lotus-like rosy arms, scattered with soft black hair, her calves were also bare, and her feet were lying casually. It seems that there is not a trace of strength. Although the beautiful lady has fallen asleep, she has a gentle and sweet smile, her breathing is steady and her cheeks are rosy. Someone mentioned in the last life that the most beautiful moment of a woman is now, and Yang Ziyan is now believed. History is always surprisingly similar, and I am always passive. Of course, afterwards, Yang Ziyan naturally slaughtered the quartet, went deep into the enemy camp and killed 1 trillion yuan directly, and the enemy was simply unstoppable and difficult to resist. It's a pity that I lied to Erlong. Of course, this is a white lie. Yang Ziyan didn't think there was anything wrong with pretending to be a new one an hour ago. It would be good for the apprentice to be happy. And Lu Erlong is more suitable for the game of Star Wars than Bibi Dong, Yang Ziyan said very much. Shook his head, Yang Ziyan no longer thinks about these messy things, now he is extremely calm, even if he can convert to Buddhism, he once again understands the truth that color is empty. When I came to Tiandu City, it was naturally impossible to do just one thing. Hai Wang, ah no, the master must use all his time, there are still a few disciples in Tiandu City. Looking at Lu Erlong, he might still be asleep. Yang Xian quietly left the wooden house, then out of the college, took a bath in a bathhouse, and then changed his clothes. He is not afraid of anything, but he just thinks that it is impolite to carry the smell of another apprentice when looking for another apprentice, that's all. There is no need to match clothes and hairstyles. People like Yang Xian are born with clothes racks. He can roar no matter what he wears. So the shirt he wears today is a blue coat with blue trousers on his lower body, and he is stepping on a pair of clothes. The white flat shoes looked in the mirror, then left the bathhouse and walked towards the inner city of Tiandu City. Today he is going to the branch of the guard in Tiandu City to meet with Murong's sister and brother. Fighters are all over the world, and the headquarters is also in accordance with Yang Xian's requirements. The main city is changed every 5 years, so as to prevent the local city owners from being discovered by the local city owner because of the development of the fighters. Moreover, in order to stabilize his hand, there are 7 or 8 subdivisions in the 2 major imperial capitals and Wuhan City, overseas, just in case. In the past 5 years, the headquarters of the changer is Tiandu City. Although Murong Haitang may not be at the Tiandu City headquarters for work reasons, Murong Ruqian and Murong Fixu are definitely there. And what Yang Xian wants to see most is Murong Ruqian, this little girl. As for Murong Fixu, it's best not to be a persecutor. Murong Haitang is the eldest sister, Murong Fixu is the second younger brother, and Murong Ruqian is the third younger sister, but no matter what point of view, Murong Ruqian is the smart one among the 3 younger brothers and the most normal one. The headquarters of Tiandu City, where the guards were beaten, was not elsewhere, it was opposite the Temple of Heaven Do City, and it was directly opposite. That's right, it's in such a conspicuous place, and because of the Wuhan Temple, the street is very harmonious and quiet, and there are almost no officials to inspect and riot. It is an excellent place, which is what Yang Xian calls black under the lights. The shop of Dagon Gren is a store, a 5-story store, which sells all the high-end gadgets of the Soul Master, and is one of the top high-end stores in the entire Tiandu City. The guards were the masters of the 2 Soul Emperors, and they were considered extremely high-end guards throughout Heaven Do City. Actually, if it weren't for keeping a low profile, the guards would change their guards to Contras. What kind of Soul Emperors is too low, okay? The only department that can be found on the surface is Shangyiatang, and the store in Tiandu City is called Good Guy Convenience Store. Although weird, no matter who it is, the first reaction to seeing this shop is a cry from the bottom of my heart, good fellow. Although the word is very unfamiliar, after I called it out, I felt inexplicably refreshing, and it was also very consistent with the impact of the name of the shop, so that many young people in Tiandu City would say something when they were surprised. Boy, you! Yang Xian looked at the name of the shop he had taken, nodded with satisfaction again, and then walked in, and immediately the receptionist walked in to greet him. The receptionists were all 18-year-old girls, and they all wore uniform Lolita clothes, which seemed to make people feel excited, but the colors of the girls' clothes were different depending on the customer's consumption. For example, at the top VIP, the girls to entertain will be 2 Lolita girls wearing black veils. Of course, these girls will not be bullied at all in the shop. Not to mention the power of fighting people, only the costume of Murong Fixu, if the offender is there, he will protect these girls. Hello sir, do you have anything you need? The girl who came to entertain her was dressed in a white Lolita dress with double ponytails, and looked very elegant and sweet. And maybe because of Yang Xian's handsome appearance, this young lady is extremely enthusiastic. I have an appointment, is your boss there? Yang Xian looked at the young lady with double ponytail, and asked a little shyly. The boss is here, sir, may I ask your surname? The young lady asked in a sweet voice, without any doubt that Yang Xian was telling the truth. Xiao Ziai, Go down, he did have an appointment with me. At this time, at the railing on the third floor, a girl poked her head out and said with one hand on the railing. This is a young girl who seems to be only 20 years old. She looks like Mirong Haitang at least 9 times, but her temperament is completely different. Mirong Haitang is a winter plum, while the sister of Mirong Rukin is a blooming lotus, noble and elegant. Mirong Rukin also has a pair of nice apricot eyes, but there is no indifference in her apricot eyes, some only have wisdom, only gentleness. And Mirong Rukin wore a black and white Lolita dress, also wore a pair of ponytails, stepped on small black leather shoes with white patterned white socks, which seemed to be the focus of the audience. And in her eyes looking at Yang Xian, besides the gleaming wisdom, there are 6 points of longing and lingering resentment. Ah, Miss Rukin, yes. Xiao Ziyai didn't expect the boss to come out this time, nodded respectfully, and then bowed his head to send Yang Ziyan upstairs. She thought that even if Yang Ziyan had an appointment with the boss, it was also an appointment with the owner of the Tiandu City store. She never thought that Yang Ziyan had an appointment with the big boss behind the scenes. You must know that the big boss is here, but there are only a handful of appearances. After going up to the third floor, Yang Ziyan was led by Mirong Rukin, but Yang Ziyan was still curious. How could the other party know that he was coming? Chuck, master, you're not stupid, don't forget, what identity I am. Mirong Rukin laughed mercilessly at Yang Ziyan, making Yang Ziyan roll her eyes for a while. You reading www.yuyuganshu.com. Indeed, Mirong Rukin is the leader of the Shangyi Tang in Dagangren, and the Dazhong men secretly followed Lu Erlong's academy. I am afraid that Mirong Rukin had already known about her arrival. Awesome, I haven't seen you for so long, Rukin, you are still so smart and wise. Yang Ziyan gave Mirong Rukin a thumbs up and interrupted the other party's thoughts in time. Otherwise, he is really afraid that Mirong Rukin will continue to infer that what he did this day. I am afraid that this little girl will guess exactly what he did. Don't have to guess, this is for sure. I saw Mirong Rukin show Yang Ziyan a smile that I understand you, and then took Yang Ziyan to her big office. Master, if I'm right, you should have been out of customs for a while, at least about 5 months. You are so ruthless. Mirong Rukin did not expose Yang Ziyan in Lanba, but instead exposed Yang Ziyan. Another thing. Did you let someone watch me? Yang Ziyan frowned in doubt. How dare people, it's the master, you just showed your feet. 5 months ago, someone used the Supreme Red card to consume in Notting City. 3 months ago, the same card was consumed in Wuhan City. The few people the eldest sister is paying attention to, people naturally guess who is here. Mirong Rukin reasoned slowly, but without exception, they were all right. After listening to Yang Ziyan, he silently closed the office door, then walked to Mirong Rukin and put her on her knees, without saying anything, just hit her ass. Let you guess the whereabouts of the master, so that you can. The second update, there are 600 more words, ask for a recommendation ticket, ask for a collection of rewards, recently in PK, guarantee the start of the second change every day. Chapter 59, The Principal's Office. What should I do with a smart woman? Yang Ziyan gave the answer. Just hit her when she's okay, slap her ass, so she has nothing to be proud of. Of course, the one who can do this is Yang Ziyan alone. If someone else would dare to beat Tang Tang Douluo's #1 commercial wizard in the ass? Of course, I have to admit that Mirong Rukin's is very soft, it is very comfortable to shoot, and it is easy to make people want to continue spanking, but it is not the current one, but another one. After the apprentice had finished teaching, Yang Ziyan put Mirong Rukin on the ground. The latter was tearful, and she couldn't help but feel distressed. Okay, don't cry here, sit down and talk. Yang Ziyan said mercilessly, and at the same time, sitting at the head of Mirong Rukin's office, motioning Mirong Rukin to sit down and talk. He hasn't eaten Mirongrukin for a long time. And Mirongrukin was accustomed to being spanked a long time ago. She looked at Yang Ziyan mercilessly, and then sat opposite Yang Ziyan, muttering, "Master Ming, you are smarter than me, and you hate my reasoning every day. Isn't it?" When they were apprentices to learn art, many of their intelligence and knowledge were taught to me by Yang Ziyan, especially a lot of business knowledge, which has benefited her to this day. And relying on this knowledge, Mirongrukin directly implemented dimensionality reduction attacks on some businessmen, and gradually secured the position of the #1 business prodigy in the Douluo continent. It's just that few people know that the talent behind this business wizard is the real boss. Yang Ziyan listened to this, but smiled helplessly and stopped explaining. He was clever based on the knowledge of the previous life, and Mirongrukin's cleverness was something in his bones. "Are your eldest sister and second brother here?" Yang Ziyan originally thought that Mirongrukin would be here, but he still had some headaches. After all, he didn't like to pretend to be forceful. If he pretended to be forceful, just a few sentences were almost finished for this guy. "But I never thought that Mirongrukin would be here alone. It turns out that both of them were out, but you came, the master, so I called them all back the day before yesterday. I guess it will be here today." Mirongrukin trimmed her nails boredly. "Time is so accurate. How do you figure out the master's daytime?" Although Yang Ziyan was vomiting in his heart, he did not dare to ask again, for fear that something would happen. Where did the two of them go, running so far? "You need to know that Mirong Haitang and Mirong Fixu are both titled Douluo strengths. It will take 2 or 3 days for them to rush back. I'm afraid they have almost crossed half of the Douluo continent, right? Of course, there is also a special way of communication between their brothers and sisters, and it takes almost a minute to get to know each other." "Well, master, you are so smart, why don't you guess?" Mirongrukin suddenly stood up, then leaned forward on the table with both hands, only an inch from Yang Ziyan's body before stopping. "The waist technique is excellent." Feeling the high-end perfume smell on Mirongrukin's body and her domineering female president's face, Yang Ziyan suddenly felt a little worried and wanted to spank her again. "Well, the simple type of hitting. And Mirongrukin's clothes are those Lolita clothes that look very well protected, but once they bend down to a certain extent, they will show white flowers. So from this angle, Yang Ziyan's scenery is unique. This chick must be deliberate." Yang Ziyan thought with great certainty, but he didn't open it up. Instead he looked at the place where he should be, and continued to analyze. "As far as I know, this kid Mirongrukin should be pretending to find someone to fight, right? Or he is robbing the rich and helping the poor. As for Haitang, this cold girl, what mission is he supposed to perform? Now it is worthy of Haitang to perform and arrange tasks in person. There are currently only 4 places in the mainland, one is the Killing Capital, one is Sea God Island, the other is Clear Sky School, and the last is the Stardo Great Forest Core Circle. Now the Haoshan School has been retired for a long time. According to Haitang's character, the layout has already been completed. The Stardo Forest is not something that humans can lurk at all, and the distance is so far, so Haitang went to Haoshan Island to set up? Yang Ziyan quickly deduced it, and Mirongrukin's expression looked like this as expected. Then I saw Mirongrukin directly support her, and instantly sat on her desk, getting closer to Yang Ziyan, like the story of the principal's office. The master is as smart as always. The second brother did pretend to be a man. It is said that there is an earl in the fief of the people, so he went there to pretend to be a saint, saying that he wanted to kill the earl by sword. Sure enough, Yang Ziyan thought weakly, if this guy is in charge of the dark guards, he might rise up and shout, "This guy is dead, right?" Fortunately, this guy is only from the law enforcement hall, otherwise Yang Ziyan is really afraid that he would kill the emperor to prove. And the eldest sister indeed went to Poseidon Island. After all, we have not penetrated Poseidon Island for many years. Now the time is ripe, so naturally you should not miss it. Mirongrukin briefly said a few words, and then supported it again, and took advantage of the situation to reach Yang Xian's arms, and it happened to be a perfect angle, looming. Rukin, if you do this, I really want to go. Yang Xian said righteously, but he was not willing to let go. He was mainly afraid of throwing his apprentice, nothing more. Moreover, Yang Xian found that Mirongrukin had been controlling the rhythm of her speech from the very beginning. She was like a little tigress in heat, approaching Yang Xian step by step, and she was of a slow heat type, which gradually aroused Yang Xian's feelings. Yang Xian could not resist for a while. After all, Wushuan who has been charging for so long, how could he not let it go? That's great. www.readaloud.com Master, please leave, anyway, it doesn't matter to you that we play the watchdog. Mirongrukin said as she opened her skirt and fanned it with her skirt. This horse riding. Rukin, we are a teacher-student relationship, why should you? Yang Xian felt Mirongrukin's little hand touched her body, and she was speechless. How come my apprentice is not serious? Looking at Mirongrukin's double ponytails, Yang Xian thought of the steering wheel of the previous life, but still shook his head. Today, Mirongfixu and Haitang are back. With their own combat power, they can't be solved in a day. It's better to converge. And there is a saying, I am a serious master, how can I be held down by my apprentice? The relationship between master and apprentice should be more serious. But at this time Mirongrukin smiled and said, Master, I was on the Wuming Mountain. You told me the story of Yangguo and Xialongnu, you also told me the story of Huaqianggu, and the film My Teacher. You said this relationship between master and apprentice, is he serious? This. Why did I say this in the first place? At this moment, a loud voice suddenly sounded outside the building, as if it was going to cut through the clouds. Slay the Earl today, take care of injustice. There is me Mirongfixu in the world, and I will be a lonely person. Master, I'm back. Yang Xian. Mirongrukin. 3 minutes later, in Mirongrukin's office, Yang Xian kicked Mirongfixu scoldingly. Maiden, let you bluff. Maiden, let you pretend. Keep kicking. Master, master, I was wrong. Sister, sister, don't take the knife. First update, ask for votes, ask for everything. Chapter 60, Mirongfixu, holding the sun and the moon and picking the stars, there is no on. Although Yang Xian wanted to be a serious person, when a serious person was interrupted, it was weird that he was in a good mood, and Mirongfixu, a stupid person, was actually outside, calling for the Earl today in Tiandu City. This horse riding was not noticed. It's weird. Fortunately, Yang Xian was vigilant. When Mirongfixu uttered the first word, he isolated the world and restricted everything to the good guy convenience store, which saved a lot of trouble. Otherwise, the headquarters should really be changed again. It's weird if he doesn't get angry. If you don't kick Mirongfixu into 8 petals today, you will write the word Wang backwards. And Mirongrukin is purely angry that her second brother has destroyed such a good opportunity. As for exposing her, she is not too worried. Anyway, the force is so huge, where can't he go? But even though Mirongfixu was kicked, he still turned the back of his head towards Yang Xian, maintaining his last dignity. Yang Xian kicked him for about 3 minutes before kicking Mirongfixu titled Douluo's defenses, and then he stopped. Let's talk about it, I yelled as soon as I came back, what's the matter? Yang Xian adjusted his hairstyle and sat down in the chair again, while Mirongrukin sat beside him. Mirongfixu patted the dust on his body, turned his face away from Yang Xian with his hands behind his hands, and said proudly. Small things, didn't I say it, it's just an earl of fish and meat people. While Mirongfixu was speaking, his chivalrous robes moved with the wind, instantly fluttering in white, which added a bit of pride to him. Yang Xian frowned helplessly. I said, you don't want to pretend to be like this. This is indoors. Isn't it tiring to use your spirit power to blow the air? After Yang Xian waved his hand, the wind element around Murong Fixu suddenly disappeared, the other party's robes no longer agitated, and the appearance of a worldly expert disappeared in an instant. Master, you can't do this. My disciples want to pretend to be in front of you in their dreams, but you never give them a chance. Murong Fixu said in a helpless tone, and the child was too difficult. But at this moment, Murong Fixu's body suddenly shook, as if thinking of something. Master, do you think I killed the emperor and changed the Heaven Do Empire? Change the dynasty, you dare to think even if you lose. Yang Xian silently watched Murong Fixu perform without speaking. Well, Master, I was wrong, but don't tell me, Earl Sword Slash feels really exciting, especially when the people look at the back of my head with worshipful eyes. At that moment, the disciple seems to have found the true meaning of life. By the way, Master, what's the matter with you coming over this time? Murong Fixu then remembered the business, took his thoughts back, and continued to raise his head high. Don't go out in the near future. As a teacher, you may be able to break through the 90th level. Then you have to protect me. Yang Xian pinched his brows and said. Although Murong Fixu is so unreliable, he is the most suitable one in the hands of people who can use it at the moment. He had a hunch that he would definitely have thunder robbery when he broke through title Douluo. Then, I am afraid that some unruly people will come to join in the fun, and he must be guarded by someone. As for the Soul Beast disciples, Yang Xian didn't even think about it. The Soul Beast had a thunder robbery when he crossed the catastrophe. If he let them come again, wouldn't it be death? Breakthrough. Murong Fixu's head paused obviously, only then did he remember that his master had not broken through the 90th level so far. Well, Master, can you not break through first? If you don't break through the 90th grade disciple, there is still hope of defeating you in this life. You broke through. In order to defeat his own master, Murong Fixu did everything. Who knows that Yang Xian hasn't spoken yet, but Murong Ruqian who is next to him stomped her feet. Second brother, what do you mean, do you still want to break through? As soon as Murong Ruqian spoke, Murong Fixu gave up resisting, and reluctantly clicked the back of his head to show that he knew. Then Murong Ruqian looked at Yang Xian tenderly again. Master, what will happen to you when you break through title Douluo? Will there be a tribulation? How much do you miss your master? Will your little mouth and little number work? Yang Xian vomited in his heart, and then shook his head. I don't know for the time being, but Lei Ji is for sure. You don't have to worry about this, I just need to worry about it. I don't need to worry about it, but if I change my mind to something else, I'm interested in a little bit. Xiao Wu is not willing to go to a teacher now, and it's a bit unsuitable to rush to find other women, so Yang Xian is in an embarrassing state, but it's absolutely right to leave Murong Fixu here. It takes a few months to go fast, and a few years slow, he will break through. Master, it's okay to ask me to protect the Fa, but today you have to teach me another sentence, otherwise the disciple will run away immediately. Murong Fixu quickly put forward his own conditions, simple and simple. Never mind, I will send you another word for my teacher today. Yang Xian is not the kind of person who lets horses run and doesn't give them grass. He thought for a moment, and then looked out the window and said. Holding the sun and the moon and picking the stars, there is no one like me in the world. Although Yang Xian's tone was plain, the little girl Murong Ruqian did feel a kind of aura from him, a very special aura, as if the man in front of him could really hold the sun and the moon. Holding the sun and the moon to pick the stars, there is no one like me in the world, holding the sun and the moon. Murong Fixu kept repeating Yang Xian's words, and his body became more and more excited when he said later, and even swayed, as if he had reached the pinnacle of life. This is the one sentence he has heard in his life, and can best express his ambition. He will be the one who picks up the stars that day. He, Murong Fixu, realized again. Ha ha ha, I'm going to break through again. Just a few words, but it seems to have injected endless power into Murong Fixu. His soul power is getting more and more majestic, and the vitality of the world around him also gathers towards him. Murong Fixu directly sits cross-legged, meditating concentrate. Is this a breakthrough? Yang Xian looked at the back of Murong Fixu's head with a bit of speechlessness. He didn't understand why Murong Fixu could break through with a single sentence, and what he broke through was still a threshold, a breakthrough from level 94 to level 95. Although Yang Xian had a lot of methods and countless celestial grasses, he could help his disciple to sing and break through to title Douluo, but it was impossible to continue to break through. After all, every time title Douluo breaks through the first level, he has an understanding of his own martial soul, and this cannot be done by external forces. So even if Yang Xian asked Murong brothers and sisters to break through title Douluo in their 20s, they couldn't help them continue to break through. Breaking through title Douluo means that you can stay forever. www.readaloud.com Life expectancy, so Sister Murong looks more tender than the other. As long as he surpassed level 95, and Murong Fixu combined with his 100,000-year soul ring and soul bone, he could definitely be promoted to the ranks of the world's super masters. But Murong Fixu is now in his 40s, a super class master in his 40s, what a terrifying existence is that. But whether it's Yang Xian or Murong Ruqian, what they don't understand is why Murong Fixu broke through after hearing a word. How obsessed does this guy have for acting? Murong Ruqian blinked at Yang Xian. Master, if you tell me you love me, the disciple can definitely break through. Yang Xian was stunned by Murong Ruqian's brain circuit again, but still got up in front of Murong Ruqian, leaned over to her ear, and blew warm air. Well, there are actually 3 words I wanted to say to you for a long time, but I haven't had a chance, but I think if you don't say these 3 words, I will die, so I have to say those 3 words to you. Murong Ruqian squeezed the corners of Lolita's skirt with excitement. Watery apricot eyes looked at Yang Xian, waiting for the lover's master to follow. Yang Xian smiled like a spring breeze, and then he pressed Murong Ruqian's ears again, glanced at Murong Ruqian's bulging chest, and said, Ruqian, those 3 words are, I'm hungry, I'm hungry. Murong Ruqian, master. Fu. The voice instantly rose by 100 decibels. Murong Fixu, who was concentrating on the breakthrough, was directly interrupted by the breakthrough, and a mouthful of old blood came out. Sister, you mistake me. Second update, 500 words more, please, brothers. Drinking wolfberry in the code word.